started as a promise. A promise of something different. A promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl.
What devastating loss.
Heartbreak City.
This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
Oh! No way does he win that!
That's what you want to see! Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs continue right now.
It is time to crown a champion of the Overwatch League 2022 season. It's finals days, everyone. Coming to you live from the ACC Arena in lovely Anaheim, California. The crowd is hyped. The players are ready. And today, they play for it all. Welcome to Watchpoint. I am your host, Zoe Schwind, and I am, of course, joined by Scott Costa-Kennedy and Jonathan Reinforce Larson. But most importantly, we are also honored to be joined by Leah Denise and Jerry's Booth on Watchpoint, the wonderful voice actresses for Junker Queen and Sojourn. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, hi.
Good to have you here.
It's so great to have you guys here. We are thrilled to be able to have a quick chat before we get into all the action. Now, of course, in the moment, you know, right before you're recording your voice lines, I want to know if there is something you do to really get into character and say some of the funny or quirky things that your characters tend to say.
Well, the Junker Queen certainly has some beauties in her lines that she has to pull out. I guess I'm always going into a session pretty nervous because I don't know where she comes from. When I'm in the booth, she absolutely takes over. She's a force, and I'm often like, wow, did that come out of me?
That's what I say about my analysis, but
Yeah,
you know.
How about you?
I actually... Hello, everybody. It's so great to be here. Whenever I'm getting into character, I usually hear some voice references. And so they'll play me some voice references of what I've done before, just to get me back on grounded into her. And then it's just imagination. And I find myself, because I'm a very physical person, I find myself moving my body a lot, but also trying to be quiet because you don't want to have the sounds picked up in the microphone. So I'm kind of silently moving my body, and I tend to be very physical with my face. So sometimes if it's an intense line, then you will see it in my face.
Wow. Now I'm kind of upset we don't get to see you guys' faces or just hear the voice lines. Do you guys have any favorites, any voice lines of your characters which really make you laugh?
I'm so sorry. Can you say that again?
Do you have any favorite voice lines of your characters? Is there anything which really stood out to you and makes you laugh? Or...
There are so many, and on the way here, I was scrolling through some of the Queen's lines, and one I cannot share with you guys because it hasn't been released.
Oh, come on!
We will wait for it, and I will guess which one it is.
Here's one for you. It ain't a party till somebody's dead.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite?
I love that. I love Sojourn's ability to be stable and someone that you can always count on and very clear and focused. And so one of the lines that I love, because she is such an appreciator of her team, and one it has been released, is, "We're in this together, all of us."
Wow.
And I really appreciate that because she understands the strength of everybody's individual unique abilities and how they work at best as a team. And the other one I like that it tickles me because I'm not necessarily this person, but she says, I'd stay down. After she's like gotten somebody down and they're trying to get back. Nah, why don't you just stay down?
I love that.
I love that.
That's the equivalent of sit. Yeah. We do that one on the server.
That has happened recently. So, I want to talk to you guys. Overwatch is a very fanatical fan base. Obviously, there's a lot of passion there, as you can see, as all these people in the audience. How has it been for you guys with the reaction from your work in the game? And, how has it been having those fans sort of come up to you and appreciate your work? Let's start with you.
I have to say that I'm very new to the Overwatch world. Sojourn was introduced toward the end of Overwatch and is now here in Overwatch 2. And I have to say, I so appreciate the generosity and the positive vibes and welcome that I've received from the fans. Really, it's been such, you, the fans who know this world, who played in this world, and it is so near and dear to you, to feel so welcomed is really a treat, so I really appreciate it.
I absolutely second that. I'm also new to the Overwatch world and to gaming as well, so it was intimidating to come into this space and then to learn that the Junker Queen already existed in lore is so intimidating because it meant you guys were anticipating her in game, and that came with expectations, and I didn't want to let any of you down, but from the response that I've been receiving from you all, I think you kind of like the Queen, right?
Oh yeah.
I like her too. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you all for reaching out and letting me know that you're loving the Queen and this outrageous journey that we're all on together, because this game is going to keep evolving and she's going to keep evolving, and it's really, really cool to be welcomed into this amazing community. So thank you.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned, of course, Junker Queen was already part of the lore, and, there's so much lore that goes into Overwatch, but when you take on this role as the character and you're doing the voice lines, do you have any kind of secret lore, anything that really helps you get into character? Maybe you're sitting home on a Friday night and you're like, I wonder what Sojourn's favorite food would be, something like that. So I guess my question is, does Sojourn have a favorite food or Junker Queen?
Sojourn is so, in a way, very disciplined and focused that I have to believe that she had her secret stash of things that she treats herself with. Did someone say Hershey's?
I heard Butterfingers.
Butterfingers.
For sure.
I think it's something sweet, and it probably has a lot of butter in it.
Yeah.
It's
coming together.
I see. What about Junker Queen? I mean, she's out in the desert in Australia. I mean, surely there's not a lot out there. Is there anything that you're like, this is really Junker Queen to me?
Oh, just give her a good cold beer and she'll be right.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes. I love it.
Now, there might be a little much to ask, but I put some cards down right in front of you because we were huddling together prior to the show, and we thought there are some lines missing that we personally would really love to hear in the game.
Just suggestions,
Suggestions. You don't need to,
Maybe put them in the game.
But maybe you do. I don't know. So we wrote a few down. We numbered them as well. So if you could give those a try, maybe starting with you here. We have a good one for Sojourn, we think.
They stepped off the point, unfortunate.
I like that.
Yeah?
We would use
good.
that, won't we?
We would use that all the time.
I would use it too much.
Yeah, for sure.
Use,
Yeah,
for sure. All right, we got another one for our Jungle Queen.
Just trust, okay?
Trust.
Just trust us.
It might not make sense now, but it will.
It will in the future.
Oh, that is an egregious C9.
Yes!
I can see that in the game. I don't know about you.
But what does egregious mean?
That is awesome. That's awesome. All right.
There's one going out to the people out there on Twitter and on Reddit taking maybe some issues with Sojourn. Maybe you want to read that one for us?
Overpowered. I'm barely even trying.
That's right. Right. And one last one. That one was actually suggested by our resident Australian. So maybe the Jungle Queen can give it a go.
Ha! Thanks for the heals, mate. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate that one because the Junker Queen needs healing and the support's got to support. So they're finally saying thank you. I appreciate it.
So do we.
Yeah.
We also, of course, appreciate your time. Thank you guys so much. Any last thoughts? Anything else you want to say to our community?
I just want to say the Overwatch League finals are coming up. Stay tuned, guys. More Watchpoint right after the break.
Woo.
Thank you very much.
Let's go. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone, to Watchpoint. great to be back in front of a crowd, isn't
So
it?
loud.
I know.
Anaheim.
You're trying to work here. Can you like tone it down a little?
Yeah, come on, guys. Come on.
No, it's fantastic. They just get even louder. I take that. I take that. Now, every year, we get to pay tribute to a dear friend of the Overwatch community who left us too soon in the form of the Dennis Hawelka Award. This award honors the contribution of Dennis Internet Hawelka to the community of Overwatch. It represents each year a player that deemed to be the most outstanding example of positive influence on their team, on the org, or the community at large as a whole. So let's take a look actually at some of the previous winners of the Dennis Hawelka Award.
And if you take a look at this list, there are so many people who have brought such positivity to the Overwatch League community at large. Of course, Mickey, initially, we all remember Mickey, you know, his laughter that he brought on stage.
Infectious.
I don't know who Scott Kennedy is, but
I don't worry about him.
well for the Valiant. Sparkle. I mean, Sparkle, such a personality that really brings out the best in everyone. And that is really how I remember Internet Talk, of course. I got the opportunity to play against him, you know. We were on the battlefield together, and I remember, you know, in Korea, he was always like a big brother. He took care of everyone. He was this happy influence on everybody, and that is how I like to remember him.
And Kassa, as we just saw on the list, you got the honors to receive that prestigious award in 2019. Can you maybe share with all of us what that meant to you?
It was really special. You know, I knew Dennis as well from back in the early Overwatch, and that's really what this award is about. Dennis, when he was a player, he brought so many people together, not just in the game, but also outside of the game, bringing people and communities together as a whole. And he made Overwatch Esports what it is today. He sort of built us up. And it's not just for me about what happens in the server or success in the server. It's outside of it, and the positive impact that you have in the community, on your teammates, on yourself as a person, just that personal growth and trying to be better. And I think this award is great at identifying and highlighting it as players that really deserve it.
Absolutely. So now it is time to announce the recipient of the 2022 Dennis Hawelka Award. And the person taking that one home with them for this year is no other than Daniel Hardy Pleinagel.
Award that is an acknowledgement and also a celebration of a figure amongst the Overwatch League community that has demonstrated real leadership qualities, and not necessarily the outward leadership qualities in terms of, you know, just being in charge, but someone who constantly lifts the people around them up.
The reason why Hardy deserves this award is because he's a player who has needed to overcome some of the greatest professional adversity in his career. From being considered one of the weakest players on one of the weakest teams in 2021, to being a driving force for the rapid improvement of the London Spitfire and being an MVP candidate this year in 2022, it's really one of the best team and individual comeback stories we've ever had in the Overwatch League.
I think he also leads quite a good example in terms of how he's gone through like a massive fitness journey where he's like lost a lot of weight. He's now like very active in the gym, and I think he tries to encourage the rest of our guys and also people on stream or just the overall community about the importance of health and fitness and how it relates to gaming.
Everything Hardy does and that you see online is a representation of how much of like a kind person he is and how much he helps everyone. For every time you see him do something nice online or something funny on stream, he's done 100 times that within our team.
He's always just the first one to go out and walk with people to make sure they're okay. He'll be just checking in on people non-stop, basically. Like, he's always just trying to make sure everyone's okay.
There's a few, I guess, characteristics that you'd want the award winner to have. Being themselves and not letting themselves be held back by anything, and just being them on camera, off camera, on Twitter, on broadcast sometimes too, on stage, you know.
In Hardy's personal life, he's really taken to his fitness journey in a big way, but it's not something that he's kept entirely personal. Hardy's also gone to great lengths to encourage his teammates to join him in living a healthy lifestyle, something that's such a key component of being a balanced individual when you're competing in such a rigorous competition like the Overwatch League.
Winning the award means a lot to me. I've tried to grow as a person over the years, and it shows that I achieved my goals. It means a lot to me. Unfortunately, I didn't know Dennis personally, but
I looked up to him a lot. I heard a lot of the good story, how he inspired everyone, his positive impact on the community. And of course, I also watched him back in the days when I was still a low-tier player. He inspired me a lot to grind, stay positive, improve my attitude. I just want to say thank you for everyone cheering for me, especially for the OG fans from a few years ago who stuck by through the tough times. Really appreciate everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Dennis Hawelka Award winner, Hardy! And we gave you your own microphone because you're going to have your hands full here after this one. Congratulations, man. How does it feel to be out here? Pretty electric atmosphere in the arena.
Yeah, it's really crazy to me. It feels great to be here. Thank you so much.
Now, man, obviously, we heard from you about what it meant for you to win this award, right? I want to kind of ask you about your journey with your team over the last couple of years. There's definitely been some struggles to get to where you are now. Making it here to the playoffs and performing so well, tell us how you managed to keep your teammates together, kept their spirits high, even through the hard times.
I mean, I'm always trying to lead by example, be a positive force to my team, my teammates, but I think one member of my team who gets credit but doesn't get enough credit is Coach Chris. And I think a leader needs also another leader to bounce off of, and Coach Chris helps me with that a lot, and we both bring a positive force to the team, and I think we can bring the best of our teammates.
Sometimes being a leader isn't necessarily about what people see in public or on social media. I'm really curious to know, what does it mean to you to be a leader? Maybe the stuff that people don't get to see as much of.
For me, being a leader means for me, being a team means being a family, and I feel like I'm the dad of our family in a way.
Sure.
And it makes me really proud, really happy what we were able to accomplish and grow together and make friends and be a real team, not just a team on paper, on contract, but we feel we're a team, we're a family. It means a lot to me.
One thing that I found really compelling about your story is that for you, so much of your time was spent shifting the spotlight to the rest of your teammates and lifting them up as well and empowering them as well to become maybe leaders in their own right one day. I just want to take a second to maybe hear from you if you have a message to everybody out here in the arena and everybody at home, all the fans of Hardy and the London Spitfire and everything you guys have managed to do. I'd like to share a few words with them.
We're really, everyone in the Spitfire is so grateful for the whole support, for the fans, especially for the fans sticking around after last season and still having faith in us, trusting in us. We really love you. We appreciate it so much. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hardy, your Dennis Hawelka Award winner. Thank you very much for the time down here, and it's been great to have an opportunity to acknowledge someone here next to me and also someone that's passed on that has had an indelible and everlasting impact on Overwatch Esports. Love you, Dennis. Miss you. And thank you, Hardy, for sharing his example here in the Overwatch world. Back to you guys over on the desk.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Thank you so much, Hardy. Wow, I couldn't think of a more deserving person this season to actually receive this award. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Yeah, he is someone who has just been such a positive impact in the server. He went from being a player that not many people had very high up on their list, but he has turned that season around. But this award is not just about that. It's him as a person has evolved and changed. You hear that from all of his teammates, from his coaches. They're saying that he has improved as a person and made this community a better place.
He makes everyone surrounding the Overwatch League so much happier every time he's on camera, I just want to cue into the guy. I'm I want Hardy to be on my team. I'm jealous in many ways. The London Spitfire get to experience such a vibrant, positive personality like Hardy. He definitely seems like a big brother to that team, and I look up to him.
I love the journey and also some stuff he shared there in the video where he didn't obviously know Dennis. Dennis was playing before he was in the pro scene, basically. And coming from a country myself, which is not really represented much in esports, having another German playing on the highest level and having something to aspire towards like that is beautiful. So for him to now be on that stage and receiving the Dennis Hawelka Award is very meaningful in many different ways. So we absolutely love to see that.
Yeah, and that's how Dennis was, and that's why this award embodies. Dennis was always that guy that everyone felt comfortable approaching. He was always that guy that made you feel comfortable in any social setting. We're gamers after all. We just want to have a good time and play video games. And that's what Dennis embodied, and I think Hardy does the same thing. He has fun with it. He doesn't take himself too seriously, and at the end of the day, is a great player.
Absolutely. So once again, congratulations to Hardy. Much love to you, Dennis. That is a great representative and positive force in the Overwatch community. We are now going to a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because when we are back, we will be announcing the 2022 Overwatch League Most Valuable Player. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, to Watchpoint. In just a few moments, we will announce the Overwatch League MVP. But let's take a moment to appreciate all the fantastic players who were nominated for this prestigious award, because, quite frankly, all season long, there was no shortage of really, really standout players.
I mean, it's been stacked, right? Like, I feel like every week I turn up to work and like a new player is popping off, and I'm like, who's MVP at this point? Like, are the Fusion gonna get involved with like Cess and M3? But here you go. Here are all the MVP candidates for the 2022 season. And I mean, already, like, starts off with Hari, of course, there, the Dennis Hawelka Award winner, but like Hanbin for the Dallas Fuel. Kai, he started off really hot for the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah.
Kevster, there's just endless amounts of potential on this list, Costa.
And you have to give a shout out to Shu, the only support player on this list as well.
True.
He has been one of the most strong flex supports throughout this league for so long. There is just so many great players throughout this season. We've gone through so many metas, so it's been difficult. And honestly, let's be real, the discussion has been hostile, to say the least. There has been a lot of back and forth over who should be the MVP, and that is an important thing because that's just going to show how many great players we have in this league and how it could go to any one player.
But that's the beauty of this award, right? There is no right answer to that. Because every broadcast day, another team pops off, another player pops off. So you could have changed your mind every single day and you would have still been right.
And also we have two different regions, of course. I mean,
there's
you
that.
know, there are so many great teams in the Western region, but in the APAC region as well. I mean, Seoul Dynasty, the Shanghai Dragons, like... Wait, are you cheering for the buff Doom?
I think they are.
Hey, put that sign down. Put that down.
Doofus buff.
That Doom sign down.
No, get out of here. We don't need Doofus buff. We got Winston and Rhino. No!
Production!
Oh, come on!
We're losing control.
Oh, we're losing control in Krauser. What's going on?
It's all right. It's all right. I got you guys. I can just distract them because we do have so many deserving players, of course, for this fantastic award, but only one can get it. Only one player will be the Overwatch League 2022 Most Valuable Player. And to announce the winner, please welcome the head of the Overwatch League, Sean Miller.
What's up, Overwatch League? Who's ready for finals? Guys, this has been one of the closest MVP races that we've seen in years. Top tier competition across the board. We have to pick one. And for the first time in Overwatch League history, we have the same winner of the Rookie of the Year and MVP. That's right. Let's give it up for Proper, your 2022 Overwatch League MVP.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Overwatch League MVP, it's Proper! Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your season MVP, Proper. Unbelievable. Congratulations. You've won the Roll Star. You're the Rookie of the Year. And now you're the MVP. How does it feel to know that your peers think so highly of you?
뭐 루키 오브 더 이어뿐만이 아니라 지금 신인상 또 롤스타 지금 이제 시즌 MVP까지 받으셨습니다. 당연히 뭐 주위 팀원들뿐만 아니라 많은 팬분들이 주는 상으로서 좀 어떤 의미가 있고 지금 심정 좀 어떠신가요?
일단 솔직히 믿기지가 않고요. 좀 떨리네요, 지금 살짝. 신인상도 받고 이제 저는 저보다 잘하는 사람들이 많다고 생각하기 때문에 MVP는 다음 연도에 노리려 했는데 MVP까지 받으니까 주변에서 응원해준 사람들한테 너무 감사해요, 다들.
I mean, this is, I feel really great, of course. I'm a bit nervous right now. I really didn't expect this at all. Of course, getting the Rookie of the Year, I honestly wanted to work towards getting the season MVP for next year. But I got this award, and I just want to thank all my peers and all my friends who were rooting for me. And this is really, really great. Thank you so much.
Well, I think we heard from the man himself. Not much more to say. Proper congratulations once again. And folks, give it up for the one, the only, the MVP of the season, Proper! Back to you guys over at the desk.
Thank you so much. Your surprise is proper.
No one could have known.
Who would have thought? But I mean, at this point, we might as well just give him the championship trophy. He's collecting them apparently in this event.
Are you so sure about that? I'm seeing a lot of different Dallas Fuel fans and Houston Outlaws fans over here. Proper, what an amazing year for him. Rookie of the year, now MVP of the league as well. Such an impact player for the San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of things to say. We've said it so many times because he just won the Rookie of yesterday. But he is absolutely deserving of this MVP award. Every time he steps in the server, he is the most important player. He plays everything as well. We know him for his Genji earlier in the year. Then he picked up the Tracer, had high impact. And now in the playoffs, making a lower bracket run, moving over to that Sojourner, hit scan roll. He really does everything, John.
And I mean, he picks it up on the Sojourn as well. As all heroes this season on your screen, 4th in hero damage, tied for 5th in eliminations, 2nd in final blows, and 1st in final blow to death ratio. Proper has been an absolute beast this entire season for the Shock.
And you know, some people said coming into this season, Proper's getting overhyped, he's getting overrated right now. Where are those people at now? Because he has just been a force to be reckoned with every time he has shown up. I have so much respect for this player to be able to do it in your first season, and now he has the true challenge. Can he pull his team to a championship title?
If anyone was to do it, it would be him. Proper, he's an absolute generational talent, and I'm looking forward to see so many more years of Proper dominating in the Overwatch League.
Absolutely. The flexibility and the skill on that player is beyond words. However, we do keep on trying to find the right words to describe everything he's doing for us, all the entertainment he's brought to the server. Now, that Rookie of the Year and now MVP still has his eye set on the Overwatch League Championship trophy. But first, Proper and the San Francisco Shock, they have to get past the Houston Outlaws. The lower bracket final is right around the corner, and we'll break it all down for you after this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to Watchpoint. Only 3 teams remain in contention for the Overwatch League 2022 Championship. And you know what? Let's just run it back, all right? Let's take a look at the
brackets!
Everyone's favorite segment. That's right. Starting with the lower bracket, let's see who is still in it to win it. We will end up with the San Francisco Shock and the Houston Outlaws here, but what a run.
What a run from the San Francisco Shock, taking out 3 of the 4 APAC teams joining us here in Anaheim. It started with the Shanghai Dragons, then the LA Gladiators, Seoul Dynasty, Hangzhou Spark. The San Francisco Shock beat them all for a match against the Houston Outlaws here in the lower bracket.
And this is a rematch. This actually, San Francisco Shock chose the Houston Outlaws in the first round when they were the 2nd seed. And this match didn't go how the San Francisco Shock expected. They lost in a map 5 banger to the Houston Outlaws. It was a very back and forth series, a lot of different things happening. Dante was still playing the Orisa, played a little bit of Roadhog. We got a Roadhog mirror in there as well. Esperanza, the San Francisco Shock, just held on. But the one big thing that I noticed in this series was, first of all, Mikey had a poor first map, but he has since turned it around in the playoffs. But also, Lastro and Violet. That is the head-to-head. The Lucios, I have to talk about the Lucios. That head-to-head was very interesting because Violet outpaces Lastro in getting sound barrier. And just yesterday, Lastro was struggling to get effectiveness with that sound barrier. So keep an eye on those 2 players. But also, keep an eye on just the players in the servers. If you're a Contenders fan, you're about to be very excited because all of these players, so many of these players are coming from O2 Blast. We have Pelican, Merit, Proper, Finn, Kilo, Violet. Like, these guys have all so much storied history of playing on O2 Blast in the past. They know how to play against each other. They played with each other. Now on the biggest stage, they're playing against.
The new generation of Overwatch talent is here, and it's right here in the lower bracket right now. These players, they know each other, they played with each other, but now they're facing each other. I couldn't get more excited for this matchup.
Neither could I. Now, yeah, the players are very familiar with each other, and we here on the desk are very familiar with looking at Sojourn head-to-head. And we've got a really great one here for you, of course, in Leveling Up, presented by Butterfinger. Danny, what we got for this one?
I mean, we have to talk about this, guys. We always talk about Sojourn. I know you guys, some of you might be sick of it, but we have to because Sojourn is that important and has that much impact in the game right now. And so we're looking at Merit and Proper. Both of them, honestly, looking really great. Merit, I'm very surprised. He wanted to really carry so much yesterday, and he sort of popped off on that Sojourn. Proper as well, of course, beating this the Hangzhou Spark and beating Shy in that Sojourn duel. So it was really a treat to watch. I'm just very excited to see these 2 Sojourn players going head-to-head today.
And in the past, Merit did get the better end of the stick in the Sojourn matchup last time they passed, but Proper, going through this lower bracket, has just leveled up time and time again. That's why he is our MVP. It could be a very different matchup. If the Houston Outlaws are going to get this win, they need Merit to stay in form and get this win.
Now, if we're looking at those 2 teams, though, like, I mean, yeah, San Francisco Shock, 2-time champion, not a huge surprise that they find themselves in a deep run into the playoffs. But that Houston squad, Reinforce, let's talk about how they got here, because this is the first time they actually made it this far into a playoffs. What's that transformation all about?
The transformation for the Houston Outlaws has been magical, quite honestly. They haven't been in a top 3 scenario since stage 1, 2018, where they lost to the London Spitfire. Wow. 2018. I mean, wow. This transformation has been epic, and it's because of one person in particular, Junkbug, who used to be part of the San Francisco Shock. He won it with 2019 and 2020 with the San Francisco Shock, and since Junkbug became the head coach of the Houston Outlaws. Now, what did that transformation look like for the Houston Outlaws? Well, let me just show you this stat coming up on your screen right now. On Control, the Houston Outlaws have leveled up dramatically, as you so observe and pointed out the other day, Zoe. In 2020, the Houston Outlaws had a Control map win rate of 28%. In 2020, San Francisco Shock had a 76% Control map win rate. In 2022, the Houston Outlaws, they are the best team in the playoffs on Control. So if the Houston Outlaws want to make a deep run here in the playoffs today, it's all about that Control game mode. They have to secure them. We talked about the players playing each other from their past. Well, it's also a coach matchup. Junkbug, who used to be part of the San Francisco Shock, now part of the Houston Outlaws. Another epic matchup for this one.
We're so excited for this one. Now, here's the thing. Outlaws' last showing wasn't as great and as explosive as their earlier ones in these playoffs. So I am very interested to see where our Preds are going. Are you still believing in the Outlaws, or do you think that San Francisco Shock is going to run it back? Let's take a look at our Preds for this one and hope we don't get booed again here by the audience.
What did you do?
No one in Houston? Not one? Come on! We couldn't have had... We're getting booed again! Where's the Shock fans? Come on!
Shock fans, protect us! Shock fans!
Oh, God.
No, there's definitely more Outlaws in the house than there are Shock fans, and they're very close to the stage, so I'm a little bit worried. But that is okay. I mean, okay, but let's tell them why we went for the Shock, all right? Let's justify it.
I think the San Francisco Shock have leveled up a lot since their last meetup with the Houston Outlaws. I think they have come a long way. Popper's in top form on that Sojourn, and the Houston Outlaws took a pretty brutal loss to the Dallas Fuel. Yes, it's the Dallas Fuel, but I couldn't shake it off.
They did, but if there's one player to highlight, I mean, Danny put it right. It's all about merit on the Houston Outlaws. He has to pop off in the Sojourn matchup.
I mean, and he tried his best yesterday. Merritt really did.
For me, Rookie of the Year, Season MVP, Proper. That's it.
That's it. That's all you need to know for this matchup, and that's it for Watch Point. The Overwatch League finals start right now.
Let's go!
Let's go! Woo!
It started as a promise of something different, a promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-hold-barred brawl. What devastating loss. Heartbreak City. This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch. Oh! No way does he win that! That's what you want to see! Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs continue right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Overwatch League Grand Finals. Yesterday was an absolute slobber knocker of matches, but today we are treated with two games that are certainly going to bring the heat. In our first match of the day, could one team potentially shock the world with one of the greatest lower bracket runs that I've ever seen in esports history? Or will their opponent look to ante up the competition, as it's going to be the San Francisco Shock taking on the Houston Outlaws? And then, waiting in the wings, the uncrowned kings looking for their title. It is the Dallas Fuel, as they will be competing in our Overwatch League Grand Finals. And we'll take on the winner of our first matchup of the day. But folks, we have had such a monumentous season. We've had such an incredible road up until this point. It has been over 1,000 days since we have crowned a world champion in person. So for everyone here right now, give yourselves a round of applause for witnessing history. And I have one last question for you. Are you ready? Oh, no. I think we could do it a little bit better than that. I said, are you ready? The Overwatch League finals start right now.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. It is the dawn of the final day. 3 teams vying for that trophy, but 2 of them
have to face off in one final challenge before they can face the Dallas Fuel. That's right, the San Francisco Shock and the Houston Outlaws have one final chance here, Rose. It's going to be a crazy one. Golden Boy already mentioned. Shock, they made a heck of a lower bracket run.
They were the Apex Slayers of the tournament, sending home some of the best in the East, the Shanghai Dragons, Seoul Dynasty, and yesterday, the Hangzhou Spark to make it to this point where now they've got to face off against the Houston Outlaws coming in from the winner's bracket.
Yeah, Houston Outlaws had a good run, even beat the Shock at the very beginning of the playoffs. They've got to have some mad confidence coming into this. I mean, the San Francisco Shock also managed to stop the Hangzhou Spark completing their lower bracket run. I mean, MVP proper, the desk thinks they're all going to win. The Pick'ems think they're going to win. But there's still a lot of green jerseys, a lot of Houston Outlaws fans right here in Anaheim.
I was going to say, I think Anaheim might be more on the side of the Houston Outlaws. And you know those fans like to get rough and rowdy and passionate for their team. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen because we're going to be dishing out some big blows from both.
Anaheim, are you ready? Let's bring on the two-time champs, the San Francisco Shock!
Oh, the San Francisco Shock! This team came out of the gates guns blazing this season with one of the most strongest, undefeated run that we have ever seen in the Overwatch League history.
Almost had a perfect regular season, only at the very end were they snubbed. They're looking to repeat 2019, their lower bracket run that they eventually went on to win. Lightning does strike twice. Can it strike thrice in this game? Look, Proper's already got the Alarm Rookie of the Year award. He's got the MVP. Through to Rollstar. Can he claim that trophy too?
Yeah, maybe even Grand Finals MVP if Shock can get there. And they've got a lot on the team that will be able to boost their confidence. Mikey going to be starting off in that tank role, as Shock like to do, to play him on control, to get aggressive and set up the team for success.
Let's bring on their opponents. It might be their final opponents if they're not careful. Please welcome to the stage the young guns from Texas, the Houston Outlaws. A team that had many questions coming into this year, with Dante swapping to the tank role and performing out of his mind to the surprise of many, due to man of many talents, and two former O2 Blast members, Pelican and Merit, who have just gone Super Saiyan in the playoffs.
The arena is going absolutely wild for this team, and what else can you expect from the Land Slayers themselves? This is going to be your starting lineup for the Houston Outlaws. It's been the same one that we've seen throughout the course of the playoffs, and so there really aren't any surprises coming through from the Houston Outlaws lineup or the lineup for the San Francisco Shock.
And the sheer force of will, the courage, stepping up in the last few moments here for Merit and Pelican, just putting on unbelievable performances. We already saw the stat card earlier on, just the Sojourn head-to-head is just insane. It is Outlaws taking it over the Shock in that regard. It's going to be a tough, hard-fought battle, but the Outlaws have had an unprecedented run for their organization. Johnny spoke about it on the desk. This is a long time. In a while, they've been in a position where they can lay hands on that trophy.
Players are just going to be getting ready, but as they do, we've got to look back at a little bit of the historical run that both of these teams have had playing against each other for the regular season. Up until this point, they had played each other 4 times, with San Francisco Shock coming out on top 3 times, and more recently, the Houston Outlaws being able to stick it back to the final match for them in the regular season. And of course, the match that we played in Winners Round 2 just a little bit ago, which, according to Kalush, was one of the most heartbreaking losses that the Shock had experienced. They didn't want to have to lose to such a good friend in Dante, but they're back and they are hungry to be able to take it to the Outlaws.
We're jumping into our first match in just a moment. I cannot believe we finally get to play a playoffs on LAN. The San Francisco Shock and the Outlaws, it's their last chance to get to that finals, to take the trophy. They have to get through this, and then the Dallas Fuel heading to Nepal is our first map.
This playoffs match will be first to 3, and we'll kick things off on Control. And because Houston Outlaws came in from the winner side of the bracket, they get first map pick, so they picked to go to Nepal. And there's a pretty strong disparity for how both of these teams have performed on this map thus far. The desk already hit on how the Houston Outlaws have such a strong win rate on Control. And we all know the meme about the San Francisco Shock and Control and how that one goes. But on Nepal specifically, Houston Outlaws are undefeated on Nepal. And San Francisco Shock have yet to win on this map. So it sounds like Houston Outlaws want to go to a comfort pick to get that confidence boost for the rest of the series.
The crowd here is already electric. It's going to be the same old comps I can imagine, although if Proper plays Genji, I think the crowd would go even more insane. Yeah, we are going into Village as our first round. It's the 2022 playoffs. Shock have made an incredible run. They make it all the way to the finals again. I don't know what to think. Let's unlock the gates. It's the calm before the storm. Shock versus Outlaws. TP's forward, and they're going to meet in the mid.
Looking at Proper to try to make a first pick.
Oh, with Dante going down, that's not good. Creative trying to back up. Quick reset from the Outlaws. Nice TP through the wall from Creative. 5 seconds till the point unlocks. Proper holding the fort down on high ground. Don't want to have Shock in free sight line, of course. See Dante and Merritt kind of skulking around. Crosshair's completely just focused on Proper right now.
Yeah, well, it's going to be all about trying to keep those Sojourns in check as Mikey and Dante both look to focus fire onto the Sojourns, as Merritt and Proper are going to go for a duel of their own.
Shock end up capping the point first. They force Pelican's Wraith form. The bubbles have been used too by Mikey. Merritt almost landing that giant railgun kill, but Proper actually opens this one up. Snipes Lashro from across the point. The Shock get the recap. Only 7% awarded to the Outlaws there. Oh! Mikey fighting a small stagger too. On to Merritt, and Proper even going for a little aggressive peek. Look at this damage, actually forces Pelican to use Wraith already. Look at that aggression.
I mean,
he's got the overclock too.
What you gotta do when you have that overclock ready to go, maybe San Francisco Shock can use just that to be able to keep the Houston Outlaws from entering back into the point. But you will see Dante use those mobility cooldowns to try to force Shock to meet them there.
Kitsune rushes for both teams. As now it's just a battle of wills who will give it up first. Bubble goes down, and isolation onto Pelican, forces him to use the shift. And now Proper with the overclock, firing through the bubbles, a slide to the side, but Outlaws a little bit too tricky to pin down. And now Outlaws are going for the push. The beat comes out. Dante just leading the charge as Proper's trying to find value, but it's just getting focused out. Even a primal race from Dante to force the rest of the Shock away from the point as they end up capping. Violet falls slow. A snipe from Merritt is good. The Strikers tries to teleport away. And now the low health members of Shock just trying to not to stagger too much as Pelican thrives a little 3k off the back of that.
Yeah, he's going to be rewarded with the Death Blossom, so that's a great tool that the Houston Outlaws can use, especially in maybe a sneak attack, as the San Francisco Shock have to come back into this one to try to retake control of the point. But where are they hiding? Houston Outlaws, they want to get a bit aggressive here. You see where You see where Pelican is? He's just waiting. He's waiting to go and drop down onto the shock.
Down in a bit of free space. Oh, 8 HP. Wow. All right, Pelican. There you go. Food don't matter anymore. Violet goes down to that Death Blossom. Pelican's still pretty low, but without a Lucio shot, really just have to fight on the point now. Mikey makes an aggressive jump towards Merit, but he had the power slide to get away. Sends him straight back to the spawn doors. 65% now for the Outlaws and building. Striker's still willing to kind of fight this. Couldn't find any presence for him proper from the side. Kills Dante. This could be a go time for the San Francisco Shock. They've had the Kitsune Rush and Mikey's already back. Proper again.
What? Well, now if that wasn't enough, then maybe this is the go signal as Violet's going to be able to get a pick 2 onto Pelican. And that's a quick recap for the San Francisco Shock. They were able to hold on to that Kitsune Rush as well. And Proper ready to go with that overclock. So we're going to expect to see some explosive damage coming out from the Shock to meet the Houston Outlaws right at main.
Well, there's 2 Kitsune Rushes, but the beat for Lastro is going to come online quite soon. Lastro a little bit away. Shock are going to have to try and stall this out. There's the Kitsune Rushes, but no, they're going to try and force the issue. Both Proper and Merit find a kill at each, but this sound barrier could tip the scales in the favor of the Outlaws right now. The focus fire just permanently on the front line, but Dante takes too much damage and Shock still control. And here comes Proper, railgun in hand. Dante jumps back to the rest of his team, and now the beat comes through. A headshot from Proper as Striker brings it up, and San Francisco pushing Outlaws to their limits. 99%, no one there to touch as they take round number 1.
Some mixed reactions in the arena for that one. A couple of MVPs, a couple of boos. All right, we know exactly what side the fans are on right now. But I gotta watch this replay because Proper is getting that railgun charge activated. Dante peeking his head up just to get it taken off there by Proper. But he's constantly has his railgun charged up. And with the snipe onto Merit as well, that was a great way for Shock to start their victory for that first round. But now it's time to go over to Shrine, where we did see a crit teleport out from the Shock. Striker coming back there with the Reaper, but it's the Houston Outlaws that make it to the point first.
Proper starts the round off yet again with a bang. Oh, a double kill made that. As Dante's killed, finding his way to the exit door. All right, San Francisco. They're going to claim the point first, I can imagine. Not sure Outlaws are going to try and touch. Still upbeat to the Outlaws, though. They can regroup as 5. Shouldn't be too much time wasted, considering how quickly those kills came through.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty quick reset for the Houston Outlaws, but we're still waiting for ultimates to come online, so it's all going to be about the raw frags that both of these Sojourns can get. Merit trying to go on an off flank, but Proper's locking that down.
Yes, indeed. Proper sends in a railgun. It goes a little bit wide now. He's the main focus right now of the Houston Outlaws, but they have to back off. Merit's got a fully charged railgun. He unloads and does end up swinging a miss with that one. As Proper's focus once again. Look at how low Proper is going every single time there's an engagement. But the San Francisco Shock actually switched sides with the Outlaws here. They're still going to have to jump to make sure the point doesn't get flipped, and it's up to Violet to do so. He does go pretty low, but there goes down the MVP as Pelican focuses the fire on him. As the Houston Outlaws claim a couple of their own, and they flip through.
Shock are still able to capture roughly 50% before the Houston Outlaws take back control. But this is where things start to get really interesting as we see both of these teams with their Kitsune rushes online. Houston Outlaws taking a very aggressive positioning. Merit's gonna back up to be able to save some room for this overclock. But what do these Kiriko do? When do they decide to lay down the pavement?
Ideally pretty early, especially if you're on the Outlaws, you want a quick wipe. Oh, Dante already taken down Proper. How'd that isolation come through? The Houston Outlaws aren't going to need to use any ultimates at this point. Kitsune Rush is blown on both sides as Pelican just unloading his Hellfire shotguns. As the Outlaws are going to find a cleanup. 40% in building. A futile attack from the Shock there.
Really nice value conversion, though, for the Houston Outlaws, just laying down the Kitsune Rush and being able to convert that over to a team wipe. And the shock now too, when they use theirs, now they have to come back in with other resources, but Striker is still working towards getting that Death Blossom online. At least both sound barriers are available, so whatever type of damage comes out from either team should be able to be saved by the sound barriers.
Proper checking for flankers, already Mikey's in, causing a ruckus with that Primal Rage. As it did back to the rest of the team, same with Dante. Is he just trading Primals? But this Overclock actually sends Shock into a little bit of panic, it looks like. Nope, they're going to remedy that with a beats. America gets chased down. A perfectly placed bubble from Mikey to stop that sound barrier reaching him. And now with the man advantage, the San Francisco Shock are just going to take over the game. Proper kills 2. Striker's got the rest. Pick up the check at the door, Outlaws. Your time is done here. 50% for the Shock now.
Proper trying to pop off for the Shock right now as they start to meet Houston Outlaws in their capture percentage. Striker though on a single leg!
Nice Suzu, but is it going to be enough? Of course it's not. As Suzu, that immortality only lasts for a brief window. A nice early fight from the Shock there.
Exactly, and now they already have that Kitsune Rush back online, so Fink can send that straight down the middle. And when this is last fight territory, Shock could use this Kitsune Rush to close out the map here.
No ultimates for the Houston Outlaws, yeah. I mean, maybe the Kitsune Rush comes online. All right, they've spotted the encroaching Outlaws on the side. An instant Suzu, there's the Kitsune Rush, forcing Outlaws towards the point, and Dante's already down. The Shock, without need to worry about the Winston, could just charge on forwards. Is there hope for the Outlaws coming in? Creative takes down the Kitsune Rush, but it's not going to matter. 99% to 85, the San Francisco Shock claim map 1.
That is the pace we expect to see coming out from the San Francisco Shock when Mikey is in the roster for those control rounds and when the odds were stacked against them. This is the first win that San Francisco Shock have gotten on Nepal to kick off this series, so that's got to feel really good for the team heading forward.
In that upper bracket, quarterfinals, they ended up going down on Control versus the Houston Outlaws. It was a close series. Maybe we get the 5-mapper. We'll have to wait and see, but if Proper's playing like this, it looks a little bit unlikely. We're going to jump to a quick break. Map number 2 on your screen soon. Don't go anywhere.
deny! Oh, the sleeper Mondraku. What is this man on right now?
Oh, Zero puts vision in the dark, returns to sender. They can't get away. The damage is inevitable.
But the rampage from Bedbest. This man looked revitalized. FD God from the top of the pillar.
And Seiko with that blade does get hit by the coach. He's not able to eclipse the distance. He's getting free. They'll be able to tap. Don't have a
What a sleep dart! There it is, just signaling the button. Oh my god. You're just not getting a solid selection there. And what they find.
Come on!
Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just that depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Vile's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Toulouse says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
A stick on Hardy. Striker's able to bring the Titan down.
Sam straight to the backline, insta-killing.
Oh, Mikey! San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
It's already heating up here in Anaheim. The San Francisco Shock and the Houston Outlaws with their final challenge to face the Dallas Fuel in the grand finals a little bit later on. The San Francisco Shock taking map number 1. A couple of clean rounds as we go into the next map.
And for this next map, Shock are going to keep Mikey in the roster to kick things off. Already had a strong map number 1. And this is unusual because typically during the playoffs, we've seen Mikey get subbed out in favor of Kaluj for these payload maps. And then Mikey will come back in to anchor out the control. But Shock, they had such a dominant performance on Nepal, finally getting a win on that map and snapping Houston Outlaws' 5-map control win streak. So it might make some sense to put Mikey in there.
Well, Proper also had a hell of a game on the Sojourn. They talked on the desk how it would be the Sojourn versus Sojourn, but Proper stats looking anything but even right now.
Yeah, he had over 10,000 damage. The next best person, like 6,500? And then you got 36% of the team's damage overall. That's pretty mighty high for a Sojourn. And that charged shot accuracy, I mean,
And
yeah,
deaths.
you could see that.
Only 3 deaths too. How does a man look so cool, calm, and collected, winning 2 trophies and hopefully going for a 3rd after this, smiling on stage like that? Well, you put up those numbers, that is for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of Shock fans in the crowd, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We're in California after all. All right, Kings Row is the map. Like you said, Rose, Mikey's actually staying in a little bit, something that we don't usually see here. And this was Outlaws' choice.
It is Outlaws' choice, and so maybe why San Francisco Shock are going to keep Mikey in the roster is because during the playoffs versus the Gladiators recently versus the Spark, Shock have taken losses on this map. So maybe Mikey is the secret agent that San Francisco Shock need to get a dub on Kings Row.
It's strange because I don't imagine we'll see anything else. Mikey, of course, was brought in a lot, like we mentioned before, for the complaint. The Wrecking Ball earlier on in the season. Wrecking Ball nowhere to be found in this meta. Good for some, I guess bad for the ball players out in the crowd. But we'll see how they want to attack. I mean, it's probably going to be the Winston again, but maybe this is the change that they needed. Collusion in an interview was speaking about how they have such different play styles. They know Mikey is much more aggressive, fast-paced, just wants to go in, dive, 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 dive. And Kalush, a little bit more reserved, wants to play a little bit more of a slower game.
A lot of the Winstons that have found success in this new Kiriko meta have been very aggressive and have had to play with no fear, especially when Reaper is a part of that damage lineup. It's historically been a really nice Winston counter because of how much damage those Hellfire shotguns can do to Winston's head hitbox. So you definitely want a Winston that can jump in there and can test the Sojourn in the backline. So we'll see Houston Outlaws come out of the gates on the defense with the Winston. But Striker may be going for a quick pick here on the Widowmaker.
Ooh. Oh. Be a little bit more careful than that. Creative sometimes. Seen too many casualties there. All right. Houston Outlaws playing rather far up, I must say. We've seen a lot of different defenses here from a lot of teams. The Outlaws just taking it super aggressive, and Shock are more than happy to bring it to them. I mean, they're trapped on the wrong side of the map right now. I mean, they're just going to get torn down. This is too easy for the San Francisco Shock in their first attack. That's a quick team kill. Just like that.
Houston got absolutely collapsed on by the Shock once they were able to jump forward, and then just as the Outlaws started to rotate around, Shock were able to capitalize on that awkward movement to be able to secure this first point. Now they've got 5.5 minutes to get through second with this payload.
All right. Kill Captain Dante. That was their motif to begin with. Oh, spin on the flank. Oh no, instantly spotted. There's no way you're going to get through much of that. Well, yeah. Proper's starting to fight up again with a nice little railgun. Pelican forced to use that rate. This is the time we normally see a lot of the teams just int basically onto the Reaper after you use that shift. But Proper's nearing that railgun at lightning speed.
Oh, where's Stingdor? Okay, all right. Maybe trying to go for a bit of a cheeky flank, going for a bit of that poke damage to try to get that Kitsune rush online. Pretty quickly outpacing Creative here, so that'll be laid down soon.
That was a really nice movement there from Dante. He kind of flipped around 118 real fast, just make sure he didn't get a headshot. Oh, but Pelican can't dodge those. There's Proper, overclock, overkill. The San Francisco Shock charge on forward. Proper with 3, make that 4, maybe 5. Dante hiding in the room, but nothing's going to stop you from this. Actually used the primal to stay alive. A big ultimate burnt. Outlaws not happy with that.
No, I mean, at this point, that was Dante buying time for the rest of the Outlaws to get back. That 4K from Popper set them back so much. He would come back in for the recontest, and now the Kitsune rush.
Kitsune. Oh, no! No, we're good, we're good. Everybody's fine, it's all good. Don't worry. The beat came out just in time for Lastro to save his team. Oh, please save the PC too. I hope it's okay. Houston Outlaws are still trying to hold on, but the payload is so close to being delivered. Oh, a small C9 from Houston there. Was it really a C9 if you were getting this manhandled? I'm not sure. Merritt trying to go godlike like he's done all playoffs, and Proper is going to take him down. The San Francisco Shock want to make this quick.
Yeah, that they do. I mean, Proper's already going to lock down one of the exit points for the defensive spawn of the Houston Outlaws. And with this high ground control that Proper has, he's going to be building up to that railgun once again. So 2 key ultimates for the Shock heading into this one with the Overclock and the Death Blossom. And Lastro doesn't have the sound barrier to be able to contest with it.
Okay, Mikey ends up going down. That's the second dot for death for the San Francisco Shock, but still, the Shock willing to fight this. I mean, depends how confident they are, but I would be after getting 5 minutes on the second point. Proper's got that overclock. His second, Merritt's building up towards his. He's 50% away now. Death Blossom for Striker available. Jumps straight over the payload. Merritt didn't even go down to the Death Blossom, but Pelican actually bites back. Violet of Vic overextending. Kind of dossing around a little bit, but of course Proper's still trying to carry as hard as he can. Dante forced into the bubble. Is going to save him, but not for long. Proper takes him clean out of the game as the payload continues its journey towards third.
And at this point too, Violet's getting that sound barrier online. Mikey with another Primal Rage coming up as well. A lot of sustain for the San Francisco Shock to make this attack strong and also pretty long. But okay, a bit of a setback here.
All good, okay. Small reset, collect your thoughts, get into that next fight. Both support ultimates up for the Shock. Lastro a little bit further behind with 20% to go. If the Shock, they're all tracking well, like maybe they know Lastro's not near that beat just yet, they can just overwhelm them.
I mean, Houston Outlaws here, they can't overextend or else they're running themselves right into a Kitsune rush from Finn.
Kitsune Rush is going to help Lashro as well build up towards that beat a little bit quicker, pumping out that damage. Speaking of Kitsune Rushes, they're actually, Shock are just going to go in with a beat first, a late Kitsune Rush, and here comes this sound barrier from the Outlaws. But Striker leading the charge with those Hellfire shotguns, but Pelican and Merit making sure they burn as much time off this bank as possible. Dante making sure the DPS from the Shock cannot get a clear shot on the back line. It's only Proper left. He's only just hit that respawn. 2 minutes disappearing from the Shock's time bank now. 3 to go.
Houston Outlaws have such a beautiful disengage there, which got a lot of time for Lashro to come back in with the sound barrier to help preserve the team and this defense. But with the wraparound the San Francisco Shocker going for here, Dante can just start to jockey around this corner, but the overclock from Mirror trying to shut them down.
But look, you can see Michael just diving in straight away. Has to retreat for a moment, just waiting for that overclock to fade. Still with 100 charges. Oh, okay, maybe not anymore. Mary didn't end up missing that shot, and now it's Proper's turn to lay waste to the Outlaws. They get chased all the way back into their spawn, not where you want to be at all. Merit falls, but they do trade for Strikers. Proper's still trying to search for the kill onto Pelican. He secures it, and now it's just Lashro and Dante on the point to try and keep things alive. Creative is going to be here, and the DPS for the Outlaws are respawning. And with Pelican's Death Blossom, this could be their final stand.
Have that. Maybe the sound barrier from Lashro getting online too. How much time can Houston Outlaws buy?
No! Lashro ends up going down. No beat now for the Outlaws and no speed. This Death Blossom for Pelican has to be massive. He's waiting out on the payload with his Death Blossom, but he's struggling to find an entrance, and Proper shuts the door on him. And the Shock take over the last point. The beat to secure. No sound barrier for you, Outlaws. The Shock complete with time. 1 minute and 32 seconds in that time bank.
San Francisco Shock had walked into that second point with 5.5 minutes. Kept up that quick pace entering into third. Very impressive that the Houston Outlaws were able to whittle away so much of that insurmountable time bank. Kind of came down to the wire there. San Francisco Shock still finished with 1.5 minutes, but now Houston Outlaws, they have to complete the entire map. And so we need to see them set an aggressive pace, especially when Mikey is a little bit more eager to jump into the back line right now.
This track is so clean. All right, the Shock, well, importantly too, they did finish with over 1 minute, right? So Outlaws are going to have to match them.
That replay too, I mean, Proper right now, he's got 29.
Deadlifted right now.
I know, that's what I was I couldn't get there fast.
It's all right, there's a lot of numbers on the screen.
Proper's deadlifting right now is all what we wanted to say.
16 final blows out of the 29 that San Francisco Shock currently have, doing 37% of his team's damage. He's got a backpack big enough for 4, and the Shock are in it.
He's going to take an aggressive positioning. You saw the disruptor shot from Proper as well. Just be able to get a lot of damage down onto the Outlaws.
All right, another aggressive halt, this time by the Shock. Oh, Finn. Those kunais, yeah, they hurt. Not a place though you want to be. I love when the Kirikos actually hold forward there. You can play around the Mega Pack. That switch step. It's on a fairly low cooldown, considering how strong that ability is. It's good to see aggressive supports use it. You get a lot more ult charge too if you put down early damage. Speaking of damage, oh, Striker already dead. 3.5 minutes to go. The San Francisco Shock now taking the duel. Proper unfazed by the encroaching Winston is still managed to kill Merit. The Outlaws still have a nice spawn advantage though. I mean, their spawn is a lot closer, but look at this. It looks like Outlaws are just going to back out. Oh, Dante's caught! He couldn't quite get over the little ledge. And now Pelican's trapped in a room all alone. And now the San Francisco Shock staking their claim on the spawn doors of the Outlaws.
Proper going to hold down that front line as well. With that overclock available, will be the first ultimate of this round on King's Row. Creative just trying to get a little bit of pressure there, playing on that high ground ledge, but has to go in with this Kitsune Rush to try to break through the defense.
TP's forward, Kitsune rushes, and Pelican just trying to get max value with it, actually forcing away Finn, who's also laid down his own Kitsune Rush. Finn couldn't get to the rest of his team because Pelican was just standing in front of him. If you pass Pelican, he's going to two-tap you with the Reaper. And now Merit's on a nice little angle in Hotel as Houston Outlaws regain control of the point. 2 ticks online, but Shock still looking for another entrance. A rate form actually for Striker gets onto the point, and they even lay down the beat. They don't want to give this one up. Said it like 92%, but you can't get back. And with 2 minutes to go, the Shock with a heck of a defense, a Primal Rage will end this push. Outlaws, they're going back to spawn.
Outlaws walked away with 2/3 of the pie, but that was all because Shock were able to disengage and then come back in.
Oh, Striker! Ultimate disrespect. This is the speed, the pace that you expect when Mikey's in, playing all the way up to the front line. Oh, Lastro. Oh, no, please don't say it. Oh, the Ajax. Oh, no sound barrier for Outlaws now. They're going to have to do this one without support ultimates. They're relying on Melee and Perican to find the kill, but Proper's on the flank. Creative in his sights, has to Suzu himself. The Outlaws feeling pretty rough about that one. Kitsune rush from the Kiriko to march them forward. Merit actually takes the better of him. A double kill. Merit's coming alive. Both DPS ultimates had to be used in this fight as they have no sound barrier to back them up. And here it is. A nice little team kill, and that'll be point A unlocked. They're going to get the payload going.
Houston Outlaws are one of those types of teams when their backs are against the wall, they always clutch it out. And so that was a beautiful point A capture, and now they finally get to get that payload rolling. But it's gonna have to be off the back of this Kitsune Russian creative if they want to keep this momentum pushing forward. That should allow them to get into the face of Mikey, as long as they don't get punished in the backline for giving up too much space when Mikey jumps in. Also gotta watch out for Proper, as he's gonna get set up on a flank here with the overclock too.
The Outlaws have a Kitsune Rush advantage right now. Finn used that in the last fight to try and win it and hold on to that point. Should be a pretty easy fight here for the Outlaws if they don't get jumped on by this shot first. Speaking of which, all right, there's the Kitsune Rush, the Suzu. They're WM wanting. Yeah, and Mikey's down. At least Finn kills creative, which is nice. Strike is still on the point, trying to make him hurt, but no. The Outlaws, they control now. But with only 2 minutes to go, the Shock are going to have an easy recontest.
The recontest is even bigger for the Shock here too, because they do have Violet's sound barrier to be able to back that up alongside Mikey's Primal Rage. So tons of sustain on the board, and there's not really enough DPS pressure on the Houston Outlaws to be able to overwhelm that overhealth that the Shock will be able to have. So it's going to be on Lastro's speed. They've got to be able to use this and time it right.
Nice disruptive shot there in the choke point. Actually forcing out a lot of cooldowns right now from the Houston Outlaws. Mike trying to bash the DPS into the sights of Proper. He was just laying in wait, trying to leverage that ultimate from Mikey.
Great disengage there from the Houston Outlaws, and now they're going to be able to take an ultimate economy advantage when you see Merit and Pelican working up to their DPS ult.
Nice little flank there. That Kitsune Rush is pretty good for Finn as Dante jumps into the backline. A Suzu to help the backline more, the Outlaws, but you can't help them from that. Proper's just immense damage coming out. That was a really nice response from the Shock. They saw Finn was getting dove. The Kitsune Rush straight towards the backline, and the rest was history. The Shock now making their final stand on this second point with 50 seconds to go.
3 ultimates on the board for both teams, but it's overwhelming DPS pressure and how these sound barriers go. Lastro didn't get a chance to use it a little bit earlier in order to contend with Striker's Death Blossom.
Oh, that was just dirty Striker, just hiding away. Oh, with 30 seconds now, and Striker popping out of the woodworks to disrupt this push of the Outlaws. This is going to be a struggle. Someone's going to have to touch. The Outlaws have a beat, but Violet's there to match. These overclocks from Merit and Proper, they're going to signal the end of this match or the continuation onto that third point.
Lastro's going to have to use his sound barrier pretty aggressively as well, just so they're able to make it to this payload. And Shock isn't going to be there.
Oh, Proper going pretty low, but he has no fear. Dives straight into the backline, but Lastro's been caught. The beat again. Ajaxed. The Houston Outlaws with little to no support left. The San Francisco Shock determined to hold this on. the second point. Match point in their sights. Their victory so close. But they just have to deal with Dante in the front line. Pertner healed by Creative as Lastro joins the fray once again. A perfect still from the Outlaws, but is it going to be enough? A Suzu forward from Finn to protect the front line as Proper is just dominating Merit on the high ground. A big focus onto the Sojourn as he falls. Lastro and Creative, the last hope, the last attempt to try and hold, but it's not going to be enough. The San Francisco Shock on match point. Their miracle run through the lower bracket is about to be complete. The Houston Outlaws absolutely absent from this game so far. Their thirst for a third title must be quenched. And the San Francisco Shock are making this a quick one.
Match point already for the Shock. After such a big performance coming out from Proper, you heard the cheers in the arena for the Alarm Rookie of the Year, for the MVP. And he's about to prove it, maybe even now here. Looking at Escort as our next map type.
A lower bracket run similar to 2019. Shock wanna do it once again. We're gonna jump to a quick break. Houston Outlaws fans in the audience, you better be loud and proud right now because they are on the ropes. This is their final chance to go to the grand finals. Can the reverse sweep start here? We'll have to find out after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Qualification into tournament number 3 is still completely in the open.
Now Hawk in trouble, separated from the rest of his team. Not before Vigilante and OG get through that wall. Is Hawk already dead? Kai also falls, and the Atlanta Rain, it may be scrappy. It's double supports versus a tank. Oh, saying that, not a support, it's Speedly. Kai ends up falling, and it's just a slugfest. Vigilante, no way! No way OG gets 2 boops there! Both Backbone and Hattie sent to the drink? What? What is with this corner? Just ridiculous plays, by the way. The Atlanta Rain? OG gets a double boop, an unbelievable amount of ult charge for that B, plus extra meterage.
God, the swing of the tempo of that fight.
Yeah, now going to jump over to the point itself. Just keep it locked in the middle for now. Zest with 8 HP. And Lip finds Carpe. He used the debug command again, Avril. Someone needs to take away the admin privileges. As they find 2-for-1 trade. Void, the only person going down so far for the Dragons, but that's enough. The Dragons get the bot in motion.
Stop! There's too much! He's got 4!
He finds Zest as well! Oh!
Man, it's fragging once again.
San Francisco don't have too much left, so they do not want to be reactive here. It's about setting the pace for San Francisco. Kalush tries to do so, but he takes so much damage that it has to be an early commanding shout that only affects him. Rampage going to catch on a 2 from Kellerman. Proper is there. Oh my! I don't know how he gets Flora. Severs the Achilles from below, and that's 4 for Proper. Fantastic blade. Callan's really a footnote at this point. He can't achieve anything on his own. And San Francisco convert a losing fight in a spawn camp scenario into a huge win.
Krong taking a lot of damage right now. Cut off from the team, and there's the blade to seal the deal. Double knifing coming in for Krong. Etu Brute. As they will now have Vindane following up on those kills and pushed all the way back to the spawn room again.
Wow.
This is the Soul Classic at the moment.
Man of the Lucio popping up on the kill feed just a little bit there.
Rampage versus Rampage again. Mirrors is pretty big. A counter Rampage from Dante aimed it straight at Mirror. King of Mirror in trouble. Blade pulled from Pelican straight to the back. His fancy footwork looking like Wooks out here. 4K for Pelican, or 5K in fact. 4K with the blade. Pelican getting just a random solo kill at the very start of the fight. Ooh, this guy's pretty good.
don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. Got eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at whether it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clown. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone.
Welcome back. Houston down 2 maps right now. San Francisco Shock on match point. Not a close game, not a close affair right now. I know there are a lot of Houston Outlaws fans in the audience. They've been cheering something fierce. We've got another fierce competitor stepping into the lobby though.
They were cheering fierce, but they're booing now as Kaluj is going to be subbing in for Mikey. And this might be the anchor for the San Francisco Shock as we head over to our next map. Remember, you know, Kaluj, after their loss to the Houston Outlaws a little bit earlier on in the playoffs in that winners round 2, said that he was devastated by that. And he wants to come back and hit the Houston Outlaws hard and where it hurts. And that's going to be this match to make it to the grand finals.
Maybe Outlaws weren't really expecting Shock to have Mikey in for that second map, so weren't expecting that pressure, that pace that they were setting. We are going to Route 66 as our third potential final map. The Shock just look on an absolute another level today. Nothing really stopping them. I wonder if Outlaws, maybe Jake in the back room has got a few choice words for them, shoring it up, because that King's Row was not close.
No, it was not close at all. I mean, San Francisco Shock, they finished with 1.5 minutes in the bank. And we're still able to hold Houston Outlaws on at that second point for the defense. But when it comes to Route 66, you're really looking at a bit more open territory for the Sojourn to operate in. So you'll see them on the high ground, maybe playing around the train, definitely on top of Big Earls, and from that canyon that heads over to that second point. Just for the defense alone, that's going to be really fun to continue to watch how Proper and Merit respond to each other.
Outlaws have had such a fantastic playoff season 2. But an almost unprecedented run from 2 teams in the lower bracket. That was the Hangzhou Spark and the San Francisco Shock. But the Shock look, well, they look bad. They look angry. They want to get back at the Outlaws for knocking them so early down into that losers bracket. It was a 5-map series. Houston looking to maybe spawn hold. Might as well take the early fight on this map, especially with these comps. They are quick. They can be quite clean. Is Striker really going to roll out with the Bastion?
Well, we've got 5 seconds to find out. And I'm sorry, everybody. That Bastion isn't going to happen, but that teleporter will. But it's immediately taken out there by the Houston Outlaws. So that San Francisco Shock have to now invest cooldowns to be able to meet them on top of these train cars.
Give us the guy with the hat. Give us Bastion back. Nice start by Outlaws. See how the Shock want to really do this? They just want to keep touching the payload, just trying to inch it closer, just so Outlaws have to respond. They got to wait for Violet regardless. Another engagement here from Kaluj. Very super safe, fighting all the way back as well. Hasn't got high ground, but still a fairly decent angle at the approaching Shock members. Speaking of which, Kaluj almost get a headshot. Proper started off pretty well though with a kill onto Dante, even sliding into the back line, taking creative. Like, what was that dash in from Proper? Ultimate disrespect, like this confidence just exuding from this guy right now. Always just taken up to the front lines. And the Houston Outlaws, they do lose that first fight there, Rose, but they're going to get another couple of attempts to defend.
Well, we see this a few times where the Sojourn will get so aggressive because they know that they have the Lucio there to taxi them away to safety, but also when those Kiriko can lay down those Suzu, you can play a bit more aggressively and in the front line.
Oh, he's got a good sideline. There's a lot of heads going through his crosshair right now, trying to take out his like-for-like in Merit, who's also built up to another railgun shot. Oh, violence! Okay, I see you. Trusted his movement there over Merit's aim, and he ends up coming out on top. Halo moving so close to that first point, and here comes the Kitsune rushes. Oh, Merit in a little bit of trouble, already has to back away. As 2 of those DPS ults are online right now, those overclocks. But with that later beat from the Houston Outlaws, I don't think Shock want to be a part of this one.
No, Shock are going to have to back off here, especially after that beat was invested by Lastro. That's going to be both supportive ultimates off the board for both teams, and now we're really looking at Houston Outlaws to cycle through the DPS ultimates that they have. Pelican could go for a cheeky Death Blossom, maybe Merit goes in for the overclock right on top of Big Earls or just across the way on that high ground. But Proper's ready with an overclock too. Who gets their head taken off first?
All right, payload currently in... Oh, I was scared there. Thought maybe Merit had a little railgun ready for it. Primer H for Dante, but he's already half HP. Proper actually bumps into the Reaper, who blocks that power slide away as the Death Blossom will start to hurt. Now it's only Reapers, the DPS available for both teams as the Sojourn does end up going down. And now Kalush taking the brunt of this damage from Pelican. A good hold for the Outlaws right now. Only a minute to go in the San Francisco Shock forced to reset.
They're going to reset, though, with a pretty big ultimate advantage when it comes to Striker and Proper, ready to unleash that Death Blossom and Overclock. Houston Outlaws have invested a lot into these last few fights. And Lastro down. Creative's got to get this Kitsune Rush online.
He does, yeah, but it might not even matter because look at the speed, the pace. Striker unleashing that Death Blossom. No more ults required. The Shock. They're going to wipe Outlaws. They're going to get those doors open.
Great defensive hold from the Houston Outlaws on this first point. But they're still fighting right now to keep up with the ultimate rotation.
Look how far Proper is playing up.
I know. I mean, look at all of the healing that he's getting from Finn at long range with those cards. And then as well, just be able to get these angles as Kalush goes in and takes the brunt of that damage up front so that Proper has space to operate.
Nice that was a really nice boot there. You see, Proper was trying to take the high ground. He was booped away mid-power slide, so he was forced back down to earth. Oh, Merit.
He's waiting for Proper.
He's forcing Proper in a situation he doesn't want to be. That bubble is pretty nice, actually protects Merit's little head from getting shot off. And there's the power slide away, straight up to the high ground. As Houston Outlaws right now are backing up, giving a lot of space to the Shock. Kitsune Rush on the stairs. Now Proper's in danger. That Kitsune Rush not really aiding him in the battle for the high ground there, as the Houston Outlaws also use that beat for Lastro. They do end up getting it off, but not really sure what that overhealth went to. 2 minutes to go, as Merit making this even. A kill onto Kalush is good enough, as the payload is still in hot contention.
Creative getting a little low there, but able to swift step away to safety as the reinforcements from the Houston Outlaws come back in to bolster up the defense. Kalush now for the Shock, also making his way back over to the payload as Proper tries to set up for this overclock with the disruptor shot on top.
Overclock for Merit, needs a bit of help, but maybe he doesn't actually. He's got 1 kill in the bag already. Proper in his sights. Merit with a double kill. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. And the Houston Outlaws, they are standing strong.
Their ultimate economy wasn't looking so hot maybe a couple team fights ago, but now the Houston Outlaws get to play with a bit more confidence with Dante's Primal Rage at the ready. And when Pelican has been able to hit these massive Death Blossoms, this is a great way for the Houston Outlaws to keep this defense strong. They only have a minute to go, and that's a big pick.
Big pick onto Violet. A big pick. If the Outlaws chase right here, this will be final fight. A beautiful dive from Dante. And the damage follow-up is there. A triple kill for the Outlaws now as they force Shock into last fight.
And they still have ultimates to work with. Houston Outlaws, too, get to add another one to the bank where Lastro has that sound barrier up and ready. But where's Pelican? Where's Pelican? He's waiting.
Okay. Shock, Sixth Sense is about him.
They don't fall for it.
Yep, they're not going through that those caves. 4 ults available for the Outlaws. Final fight initiated. A Kitsune Rush on the high ground, and Kalush taking an absolute truckload of damage. Proper isolated, but still holding the fort down. The payload needs to be touched as the time is whittling down to the Outlaws. They've still got the beats. They've still got the Death Blossom, and they're going to find the kills. That beat was overkill in this situation. Kalush comes back on the Doom. He goes for the punch, swings and misses. As the Outlaws will hold them on second point. Hopes and dreams of Outlaws fans here in Anaheim are alive.
And right at the perfect time, as the Shock look at match point for this 1-3 series. This is Houston Outlaws map pick. Also feels like it, thematic. Feels thematic for the Outlaws to go over to Route 66 for this one. But the job's not done yet.
Yeah.
Because they still have to switch sides.
Secret 5% damage buff, maybe? I don't know. Secret 5% aim buff for Merit. I mean, Merit is just so good on the Sojourn. Looked rather suppressed to begin with. And now doubling the final blows of Proper with 8 over the 4. Couple less deaths as well. 30% of his team's damage is currently dishing out. I wonder if Shock, if they do go down here, Rose, will we see Mikey sub back in for Kalush, something that they've not really done before?
We're gonna have to find out, because we still have 1 round to go here on Route 66. Our Houston Outlaws are looking to get back into this series. And San Francisco Shock are gonna start out their defensive hold here on top of the train cars, just like the Houston Outlaws did. So how do Houston respond? Do they send Dante in? At least they're gonna send in the Disruptor shot first to see if they can pepper down some damage and clean it up.
Decent boot there on to Dante. Stops him tag teaming with Pelican on the high ground.
Draw strength from nature.
Just a slowly but surely building up of those railguns. Healing's really good on Kalush right now, almost can't pocket it. They do lose high ground for a brief moment. Headshot by Finn actually sends on the Outlaws pretty down low, so they're gonna have to back off. The Houston, though, they're more than happy actually just to juggle this payload right now, forcing Shock into a position where they need to touch. It's actually Proper of all people right now contesting the payload. He's on the low ground and in danger too. Use that power slide to get away as the Suzu comes out from the Outlaws so they can't get one-tapped by Proper. The payload's making its way through this first corner. No kills just yet for either side.
Very steady progression here from the Outlaws to start to round this first corner as that Winston bubble comes down from Kalush, but it's just a constant disengage as the Houston Outlaws just keep making free progress with this cart. Where's that first pick gonna come through? Proper's charging up to that railgun, wants to unleash it to be able to take out a big damage threat for Houston.
Oh, Merritt's already used his railgun. Proper knows he has an advantage, but the rest of the Outlaws are there to the rescue. Kitsune rushes for both teams, and now is Proper's time to farm. Pelican, though, in the front line, is going to have to back out. A beat, though, sends him back, careening back in. Brave Form exited. Finn on the sidelines, actually forced away from the rest of his team. But this Primal Rage is at least finding some semblance in this fight. It's just monkey-on-monkey action right now, as both Primals finding kills. 2 minutes to go for the Outlaws. Kind of defying the odds right now. The Sojourns are not in this game. It is mainly just the Winstons. Pelican's got that Death Blossom online.
He's going to be waiting for the opportunity to use it, though, as the rest of the Houston Outlaws come back.
Oh, beautiful move there onto Striker. In fact, same for Pelican. Also got escorted away. Oh, Proper's just slid behind the enemy team. He's 13 HP. He's going to hopefully find Finn, but no, Finn ends up going down. But look at the courage, the bravery of Proper right now. 20 HP and still trying to find value from his position. Striker still kills Dante. This is an absolute bloodbath. The sound barrier for the Shock is good. As Merit is chased down. He still managed to find the kill onto Striker, though. It's him holding down the fort. But Proper unleashing the railgun. He finds 2. Make that 3. Proper with the rail, holding it down for the San Francisco Shock.
That payload was just meters away from capturing that first objective, but Proper comes in to save the day. That defense now from the Shock able to hold strong, as Shock now look at Finn and Striker to keep this defense up for the Shock.
Outlaws with maybe just 2 more pushes to keep their playoff dreams alive. You've got to think it's on Merit right now. He's trying to find the angles. The beat comes in. Pelican ends up going down, though, before he receives that overhealth. But the rest of the San Francisco Shock more than happy to back up right now, as they know the payload is in an immediate danger of being capped. And here comes the re-engage. A Kitsune rush is good. Lastro ends up falling. Creative's got a Kitsune rush of his own, but this will be last fight if Proper has anything to say about it. Pelican forced all the way back. 30 seconds before the Outlaws can kiss their hopes and dreams of touching that trophy goodbye.
Houston Outlaws are going to have to come back into this one pretty quickly with how far that payload has progressed. Creative has that Kitsune rush available, but Striker!
Heading up the Death Blossom, forcing Lastro away, and there's the kill they needed. 5 seconds to go, but Merit and Creative come up large. They're defying the odds to upset the gods. Merit with a 2-piece with the overclock, makes that 3. The Outlaws will not go down without a fight.
And that fight is going to keep Houston Outlaws' dreams alive as they capture this first objective on Route 66 and get them 2.5 minutes added to their time bank. They had to use a lot of ultimates there. That was a pretty heavy investment, but they will still have Pelican's Death Blossom as he starts to get set up on that high ground. The surprise shock as they move in.
Already Kitsune shoots by Creative, had to use that Swifter to get out of there. An entire 5-man dive from the shot to try and open this one up, and they've actually just taken control of the payload, usurped it away from the Outlaws.
Kalush uses the Primal Rage there to be able to get away, but Houston Outlaws, they just keep pushing the pressure as we get back to the first point, and Pelican starts to wrap around.
This is a really awkward fight right now. The San Francisco shot refusing to let this payload get in. Normally it's better as the doors end up closing, but easier for you to kind of track people down, and finally they get off the point, and the doors will close behind the Outlaws, but not shot on them just yet. Proper with his foot in the door. Takes care of Creative. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. The Outlaws, they better be good at fighting under pressure because they're under an immense amount of pressure now.
Proper holding down the fort with that Disruptor shot. And after Pelican goes down, he still needs to be able to get back into a position to use this Death Blossom. Houston Outlaws have a minute remaining to be able to get this push over the line to that green box of victory and get a map on the board. But Houston, they're getting met at the doors by the shock.
That Death Blossom actually just pushed away from the rest of the shock. Proper, you can't be serious. He's still taking names. The Houston Outlaws maybe have one final fight now to try and get this payload in. Pelican at least evens the battlefield, but no Ray form left. He has to just back away. Doesn't even receive the beats. The Outlaws are getting pushed to their final limits. 30 seconds to go, and that payload has barely moved.
The payload's going to get starting to move a little bit here, but Proper's looking to shut everything down here with the overclock. And if Shock do it with 20 seconds remaining, they will be able to move forward.
And no more bubbles, and Dante in trouble. Creative and Lastro have to just taxi the team away. They know they have 10 seconds to go to keep their playoff dreams alive. For the Houston Outlaws with a whole flood of ultimates coming in.
A little bit of sustain. Dante's going to have to use his Primal Rage. 2 seconds though. Can anybody touch?
Pelican's on the point. He's already used that. No! Popper! He's already used the Wraith, and now Parrot is going to use his overclock. The Outlaws are pushing on. Striker dead. The Primal Rage saves Kalush for now. Does get back to the rest of the team. They will have another touch, but Dante's got the Primal of his own.
Dante's going to have to be able to juggle people away from the point right now. Houston, they need your support to be able to sink this over the line.
Overtime's going to tick down in just a moment. Pelican has to be the one to touch the payload. Dante used that Primal Rage, and Proper is the main target. An overclock in hand. He used it, but Dante's completely denying the space. Lastro, Pelican take way too much damage. Merit goes down. The San Francisco Shock are pushing on forward. Striker with a 2K and a 3-0 for the Shock. The pursuit of greatness is a long road for the Shock, are merely retracing their steps. A third trophy in their sights. They take the win and see themselves facing the Fuel in the grand finals.
San Francisco Shock, they exact their revenge after getting dropped into the lower bracket by the Houston Outlaws, by the team that they picked to go up against for their first match of the playoffs. And now here they are, once again. Can they get the 3-peat?
A miracle lower bracket run for the San Francisco Shock. 2019 might just be repeating itself. A 3-0 for Shock. Kalush tweeted out how he wanted to get a bit of revenge on Dante. And this is the exact thing he needed. A 3-0 here for Shock sends them through, but their final challenge, their final fight against the Dallas Fuel will be their biggest obstacle yet.
It's going to be a pretty big task to overcome. But the Shock have put on such a performance all year long after having one of the longest undefeated streaks for the regular season. Maybe struggling a little bit in those third and fourth stages to really live up to the hype that they set for the first half of the season. But now I think they've gotten further than a lot of people expected.
A 3-peat is on the cards. We're going to send it to Danny down on the stage. We got a small interview. We'll see how Shock feel after that 3-0.
Jonathan Necro, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? I'm here joined now by Striker from San Francisco Shock, coming off a clean 3-0 victory against the Houston Outlaws. I mean, that was a crazy match. Striker, congratulations again. I mean, I do have to start off this interview by asking about your tank player. We saw Mikey usually coming in for the King of the Hill map for this match. It was Nepal, but we saw something different where usually you guys sub in Kaluj after the first map, but today we saw more from Mikey. He stuck around until King's Row. So how did the San Francisco Shock come up with this strategy, or how did you guys come up with this decision? 자, 오늘 일단 승리를 너무나 축하드리면서 오늘 굉장히 좀 특별한 경기였던 것 같아요. 일단 보통 센촉 하면은 이제 마이키 선수를 처음 1세트에서 탱커로 쓰다가 이제 두 번째 세트로 가면서 컬루지 선수가 항상 들어오는 그림을 많이 봤었는데 오늘 좀 특별하게 마이키 선수가 두 번째 세트까지 경기를 펼쳤습니다. 이거에 대한 좀 이유가 있을까요?
이게 요즘 마이키 선수가 점점 폼이 많이 오르는 것도 있고, 그리고 왕의 길 맵 특성상 마이키가 더 맞아서 썼던 것 같아요.
마이키가 뭐라고요?
마이키가 그러니까 요즘 폼이 점점 오른 것도 있고, 왕의 길 특성상 약간 좀 타이트한 맵이잖아요. 그래서 마이키를 썼던 것 같아요.
Definitely because I think Mikey, he's gotten gradually become a better and better, and he's been continuously improving. Not only that, the map itself for King's Road, the map that he played, it's sort of a tighter map, so we thought that it would be a better idea to put Mikey in for that map other than Kaluj. All right, next question. This is it, guys. The final match of 2022 season. You guys are going up against Dallas Fuel. Striker, how confident are you that you guys can defeat the Dallas Fuel? 자, 마지막 질문입니다. 다음 경기, 이번 시즌의 마지막 경기가 될 것 같습니다. 스트라이커 선수, 달라스와의 경기 이길 자신 있으신가요?
당연히 이길 자신 있고, 저희 마지막 경기만큼 더 멋진 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Definitely, I have 100% confidence that we are going to win against the Dallas Fuel. Because this is the last match of the season, we're going to give it all for this one. All right, everybody, give it up for Striker. I'm going to end the post-match interview right here. Jonathan Necro, back to you.
Thank you very much, Danny. Shock have their chance now. One of the most decorated Overwatch League teams of all time to claim a third trophy. Confidence definitely high. I can imagine it will be high in the crowd too. A lot of Shock fans turning out here today. The Dallas Fuel, though, a mean opponent up in this grand finals.
I mean, in order to even get to this point, San Francisco Shock have had to take out some of the highest seeded teams, some of the best performing teams in the Overwatch League regular season. So they've sent home some behemoths. But that final one, Dallas Fuel, that's going to be a tricky one.
It is. And player of the match, I think, I can guess. The audience can also guess who it's going to be.
Can you guys guess?
For this one. He's your Alive Rookie of the Year. He's the MVP, a role star. The player of the match for this one is going to be Proper. Started off the gate super strong. Like, the first map even, deadlifted some rounds, and what more can you really want? He's already been given all the trophies apart from this single one at the very end of the playoffs, right? And you can just feel the confidence just oozing out of him. Didn't even grimace on stage, pure smiles.
I mean, Proper had like a 85% hand in every kill, you know, pretty high number to be able to have a part of, and just the overclocks time and time again, being able to hit those shots. It feels unhuman to be able to see how good this player is at Sojourn and literally every other hero that he's played so far this season.
There you go, there are the stats. 66% charge shot accuracy, a whole bunch of damage, kills, deaths, you know the vibes. Proper Sojourn is just a different beast. The San Francisco Shock, like I said, they want to put that third trophy in that cabinet, and they've got a good chance to do so if they continue to play like this. The Dallas Fuel is going to be their last opponent. Everybody's saying how scary the Fuel are, how they've been in scrims and how they performed, obviously, during the playoffs and on stage. It's going to be an upwards hill battle for the Shock, but if anybody can do it, it's definitely them. We're going to jump to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Grand Finals, they're coming up soon.
너무 힘들다.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League here in Anaheim, California. How about that San Francisco Shock, huh, crowd? Yes? Of course, they'll be going to the grand finals. But yesterday we had an awesome emote dance-off presented by Butterfinger. Of course, we had the amazing Ariel and her dad bust a move here on the dance floor, won the hearts and minds of the crowd. But this time around, I have found three worthy competitors for our next edition of the emote dance-off presented by Butterfinger. What's your name, man?
My name is Evan, also known as FDog8 in game.
Evan FDog8.
My name is Ryder, also known as Die Rider.
Die Rider.
I'm Sergio. I also go by Peaches FTW.
As a fellow FTW, I respect that. All right, well, folks, the game is very simple. What you're going to do is you're going to see the emote on screen, and then you're going to emulate the emote. So dancer number one, are you ready? All right, he's so ready to go. Let's see what dance we have. Oh, it's the hog. Oh, yeah, that's a classic. I do that at the dance floor all the time, much to the detriment of my wife. There you go. There you go. Make a move. Make it move. Love it. Love it. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Dancer number two says not today. Not today. What is going to be our dance here for number two? Let's see what we have. Oh, it's a little bit of shimmy with Winston. Oh, let me get in there and do that. It's the good stuff. You got to shake the rumpus. Remember, you got to shake the rumpus. Really let him see it. Let him see. Love it. All right. Oh, little spice there. A little picante. All right. And what do we have here for dancer number three? It's the Zarya. All right. Love that. Flex it. Punch in the air. Get crazy. Zarya. We also have a Zarya in the crowd as well. I wish Zarya was here. But that was actually pretty good. Pretty good. All right. We have to decide who wins. Is it dancer number one? Is it dancer number two? Is it dancer number three? Well, folks, I think we found out who wins. It's dancer number two. Grand finals are coming up. Who you think's going to take it all?
San Francisco Shock. Without a doubt in my mind, Golden Boy, San Francisco Shock will take this.
Woo! Wow. Passion for the Shock, of course, folks. Grand finals coming up in a little bit. That was your emote dance-off presented by Butterfinger. Let's send it back over to Zoe and the rest of the desk to break down that first game.
Thank you so much,
Wow.
GB. So much
Incredible
talented
moves.
dancers. Yeah, we've tried that kind of stuff. Didn't look so good.
No, we've tried to do it before. They actually didn't even show it to the world because it was that bad.
We need Danny. We need Danny to do a
True.
dance-off.
Do we know? I'm not entirely sure. What we do need, however, is to break down all the action. San Francisco Shock looking absolutely dominant right now. And what a run they're currently doing through the lower bracket, and now they find themselves in the grand finals. Let's talk about how they got it done. Of course, Proper will be talked about in just a little bit. However, the first storyline I really want to hit here is, of course, Mikey being in the mix for those first two maps. Why do you think they decided to make that switch in probably the most important match of all of them?
A different look in the tank role for the San Francisco Shock here in the losers bracket final. Historically, we've only seen Mikey play the Winston on the control maps, whereas here we saw Mikey ride that momentum on King's Row as well. I think it's a more aggressive change. The San Francisco Shock, they've mentioned in the past, Mikey is a more of an aggressive Winston, whereas Kalush, his slower tactical playstyle suits itself better for our payload maps. However, the San Francisco Shock, they have realized if they want to win the 2022 Overwatch League Grand Finals, they need to come out hot. They need to play with aggression and with pace. And that really set up Proper for one of the best individual performances I have ever seen in the league, Custa.
If you had a doubt that Proper was the MVP, throw it out the window because he is incredible. He is that guy. Check him, PC. It is not normal what this man can do in the server. He took it over in the same way that we've seen Shy, that we've seen Lip do, and he is peaking at the exact right moment. If I'm Dallas Fuel, and I'm Edison sitting in the back room right now, I'm sweating a little bit.
I'm scared.
Just a little bit.
I'm frightened.
I will say the major difference that we will see from this match into the next one is Dante. He had a great job. He did a great job on the Winston. He impressed us all. He flex onto another hero, but he was not able to apply that pressure that some of these other tanks will. Can Fearless apply that pressure and shut Proper down?
I 100% agree. The Winston matchup in this next match for the Grand Finals is going to be legendary. Who is going to shut down Proper? Is Fearless on Winston your man?
I mean, he has to be. Someone has to be. Someone has to shut him down because right now it just looks like no one can get it done. And here are the winning moments of the San Francisco Shock, making it to the Grand Finals. This is a look into the dugout. What a run this has been for the San Francisco Shock. And also, look at that.
That's great. What do we got? Bring back Jotes, okay? Someone take him out. Get him out of here.
I love the sit one. The sit one.
Speaks to me.
Simple but effective.
Simple but effective.
It is.
That's the kind of energy we need.
It really is. I mean, all of your energy is the energy we need. And it's so great to be back in person to celebrate the best of the best with everyone in here. So we can be more happy. We got a Grand Finals on our hand. However, before we head there, I do want to take some time to say goodbye to the Houston Outlaws because quite frankly, what a run. What an absolute great season that team has had in 2022.
We talked about this team so much throughout the year. They finally have the players to back up a deep run. Every single tournament that we had this year, they always fell out, just sadly a little bit short, coming out 6th, coming out 8th. But this was the run that we were promised from the Houston Outlaws. They should be incredibly proud for what they've accomplished so far. Big shout outs to Dante for switching to tank, having that level of flexibility and taking this team to the promised land. The question that I have for them now, where do they go next?
Where do they go next? Again, I'll say it like I did in the pre-show. The first time the Houston Outlaws have made top 3 at a tournament since Stage 1 2018. Wow. It's been a long time coming for all the Outlaws fans here in the arena. What an amazing performance here in the playoffs. We didn't expect them to make the top 3, so the fact they did with their roster has been an incredible journey for them. Very happy for all the players. Can't wait to see what's coming their way in 2023.
Absolutely. They should be so very proud of themselves. It's been an absolute joy to watch them throughout the season, and we can't wait to see more from the Houston Outlaws. Now, San Francisco will move on to face the Dallas Fuel for the 2022 Overwatch League Championship. And we're going to take a quick break now, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, everyone, Overwatch 2 developers Alec Dawson and Dion Rogers will be joining us here for the worldwide reveal of Hero 36. Stay tuned.
Let's go!
Welcome back, one and all. We are coming to you live from the arena at the Anaheim Convention Center, and we're so very lucky right now to be joined by two members of the Overwatch team development team, art director Dean Rogers, and a new face to the Watchpoint desk as well. We have Alec Dawson, the hero designer, the lead hero designer, in fact, joining us here for a quick word. How are you guys doing? How are you enjoying the playoffs so far?
Doing great. It's awesome.
Yeah, the matches have been incredible so far. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Dion, last time you joined us here, Kiriko was just coming out. We were starting to get glimpses of her. How does it feel to see her being played at the professional level?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We've been working on her a while, and it's awesome to see her finally in the game. And just, we're learning so much about her at the same time watching professionals play her. So it's just really great. So.
Yeah, it's been awesome so far. Now, Alec, of course, we've seen a ton of Kiriko being played. We've seen a lot of Sojourn being played. It's been very exciting so far. How have you been enjoying the playoffs meta so far?
Yeah, I think it's been awesome watching all the Kiriko play going on. She hasn't been in Overwatch League for that long, so to see what the teams are doing with her has been incredible. And then the Sojourn battles. I think we're about to see an incredible Sojourn battle in that next match as well, aren't we?
Proper guy, am I right?
It's pretty good, yeah.
Are we right now? I'd love to chat with you guys all day long. However, I do think it is time to give the people what they want. It is time to announce the newest Overwatch hero. Is there anything you guys want to say beforehand?
The team has been working really hard, and I think you will be surprised by what we want to share here today.
And thank you to all the teams at Blizzard that made this video possible. I think it's time to show it.
Right on. So, without any further ado, it is now time to introduce hero number 36.
I was created to lead Omnix into war. But all I have ever wanted is a better life for my people. The fact that we exist is a miracle unto itself. We have studied the ways of peace and harmony. We have meditated on the universe and our place within it. We have tried to coexist with humanity, but humanity is not interested in sharing their world. How many more Omnics should perish to fuel mankind's dreams? No more. Our race is only a single generation. Finite and dying all too quickly. We can find our own place, and we must. Join me, and together, we will make a better future for all Omnics.
Right now, that got me goosebumps. That got me quite emotional, in fact. Ramatra is our hero 36. What can you guys tell me about him?
Wow, thank you guys. Ramatra, our newest tank. We've been working on him a long time. You first saw him in Havana Archives mission, the little tease. He was talking to Doomfist. His visual design was done by our lead concept artist, Q Fong. And what I love about this hero, he's the beginning of us moving the overall lore of Overwatch forward. He's the leader of Null Sector, you saw in the final image of the origin story, and he has a deep relationship with Zenyatta. They basically consider each other brothers, which I want more Zenyatta lore. We need it. And so this is our way of giving it out. He has amazing voice lines done by the narrative team. He was a monk in Shambhala. He had a difference in philosophies. And what's interesting is many people might not know, but Omnics are finite. They cannot make more. So anytime one dies, there's no replacement. So Ramatra's motives are around this. He doesn't want to see his people go. He wants to see a better life for them. So can't dig into it too much, but there's more to come.
Well, I'm a little curious. You said he's a big part of Null Sector and the leader of that. Does that mean he has a lot of relationships, better or worse, with some of the other heroes in the Overwatch League roster?
Yeah. There was a few heroes that fought in the Omnic Crisis, like Reinhardt, Torbjorn. He's going to have some interest in voice lines between these two, But I really love what's going on between him and Zenyatta. That just really shows what's next for Overwatch.
Now, Alec, of course, we saw the visuals. He's floating a little bit. He has a staff as well. And as a tank player, I'm kind of curious how it's going to play. What can you tell us about the gameplay?
Yeah, so Ramatra's pretty unique because he has two forms, actually. His Omnic form, which you saw the staff, he's doing a little bit of poke gameplay, has a barrier, and can protect his team. But then he can transform into his Nemesis form. He becomes this big, dangerous target on the battlefield, marches towards the enemy backline with these piercing punches. He can be pretty powerful and devastating, though. He's dangerous.
So you're saying like an Orisa Reinhardt hybrid. Is that what I'm hearing right now?
I'm more scared of Ramatra when he's coming at me, honestly.
That's frightening.
It really does. Now, all of this has been an absolute treat, but I've been told that we actually have another special guest joining us here at the desk. And on its merry way, another little reveal for everyone watching out there. There we go. Take it all in. What can you tell us about this guy?
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, this is our newest collectible statue from Blizzard's premium statue line. It's sculpted and hand-painted by artists at Blizzard. And he stands about 10 inches tall and weighs about 5 pounds, which is pretty awesome. He's actually available for pre-order now on our Blizzard, exclusively on our Blizzard gear store.
That is...
The hair on that thing is sick.
That's goals, actually. Like I'm trying one day to achieve all of that. Maybe one day I can, but definitely grab yours and now as they're still available. But yeah, so very cool. Thank you guys so much, Dion and Alec, for joining us.
Thank you.
Such a pleasure.
Thank you for having us.
We love being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank everyone watching.
And we
Give it up for Dion and Alec. We can't wait to see Ramatra on December 6th when Season 2 launches. But now don't go anywhere because we're only getting started. And when we come back, it is the San Francisco Shock versus the Dallas Fuel. It's the 2022 Grand Final and it's coming up right after this break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. Once again, we are getting ready for the 2022 Grand Finals. We're going to see a two-time champion taking on what looks to be an absolutely unstoppable force in the Dallas Fuel. But those two teams also do have some history, so let's take a look at that and talk a little bit about the times they've met before and how that went down.
Yeah, they've obviously very storied franchises. San Francisco Shock, two-time champions, but the Dallas Fuel have been making a run this year, and the San Francisco Shock have only beaten them once. Their most recent meeting of the Dallas Fuel against the San Francisco Shock was in the Summer Showdown, where the Dallas Fuel handed it to them in the playoffs.
They've won the 7 most recent maps against the San Francisco Shock. But this is not the San Francisco Shock we've seen this season. This is like the 2019, the 2020 Overwatch League champions. This San Francisco Shock roster, they are something else, and they've really turned it up here in the playoffs. If it's any time they are going to take down the Dallas Fuel, it is right here, right now.
It's an interesting storyline because the Dallas Fuel have been the favorites throughout the entirety of these playoffs. Everyone's been saying this is the team to beat, and they haven't let us down so far. While the San Francisco Shock, we were worried about them very early on. They hit the lower bracket. Not many of us expected them to make it all the way through. If they could fulfill this lower bracket run, win in these grand finals, it will be one of the best runs in Overwatch League history at the least, but a lot of esports as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, generally, if you're a two-time champion, both of those times with completely different rosters, and now once again, you're rocking up with a new roster, a rookie roster as well, right? So that really goes to show just the coaching on that team is on another level.
But also, we have a couple of grand final winners on that lineup. Striker is one of the biggest veterans in the game, having been part of those lineups. And he played Reaper in the 2019 finals as well, something he's doing right here as well. Violet, I mean, he's been a spectacular player for so long now, taking up to the Lucio and been one of the best main supports in the game. So this is a Shock roster that is now coming into the finals with momentum. They have experience in the biggest moments on the biggest stage. The Dallas Fuel, they might be a bit caught off guard here.
And 2019, Striker won that playoffs MVP as well on that Reaper. That's how influential he was when it mattered. And now you have Proper, Rookie of the Year, MVP, and the list goes on. He could get more awards in this one if he can have another level of performance like he just did against the Houston Outlaws.
If we're looking back at the performance we saw so far from both of those teams in what we dubbed the Banana Rush meta.
You did?
No, we did. That was a collective.
Okay.
That was all of us. I'm not... Unless you like it, then I take the credit for it, of course. But yeah, no, if we're looking at the performance so far and how the meta has been played, do you feel like there was a real crack in the armor at all looking at the Dallas Fuel? Like, they looked unstoppable.
I haven't seen one, if I'm being honest, because the thing that they have, Edison is peaking at the right time. He is playing such good Overwatch. He's been performing highly on that Sojourn. But not only that, you have Fearless, who has been shutting down everyone else on the opposition side. You have Sparkle, who's just such a smart player on that Reaper. And the backline is impenetrable, it feels like at some times. So Dallas Fuel hasn't shown a crack yet. The Shock will have to make one.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about the Sojourns all you want, but if there's one player that I really want the viewers to hone in on, it's Fearless on the Dallas Fuel. His Winston has been lights out this entire tournament. And Winston has the best ability in the game when it comes to stopping Sojourns. The Primal Rage, it's really efficient. You dive in, you juggle the Sojourn around. If someone's to shut down Proper on the San Francisco Shock, it has to be Fearless on the Dallas Fuel.
Now, if we're looking at Butterfinger, or rather at Leveling Up presented by Butterfinger, there is, of course, something we do need to talk about, and that is the Dallas Fuels. I don't want to call it Cycle of Misery anymore because we're in the grand finals now. So
it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
But they got that far. We do have to talk about what a glow up that franchise had from the very beginning of the inaugural
Why are you looking
season
at me?
to now. I'm just saying, you know, some people took part in some of those results.
And that's it. Look at these results. They went 10th in the regular season when there were only 12 teams, and then 15th when there were 20. They went up to 9th and 11th, and they've slowly started to make these changes. In the 2021 season, they started adding this roster together, and they had success, but they only finished 3rd in the last playoffs. So now here they are in the 2022 playoffs. Can they finally get that crown, get the chip that they've been chasing for so long, and achieve everything?
That is the biggest question. Can the Dallas Fuel finish the job? Because the most dangerous thing about the Dallas Fuel so far is everyone's got them favored. They've been sweeping the competition so far. they're almost expecting to win this championship. And San Francisco Shock, they've been on a legendary run in the lower bracket. They are the underdog going into this series, and they have that with them going into this matchup.
I do wonder though. I mean, obviously Dallas Fuel sitting comfortably in that winner bracket, so that means that they had some time to rest. But more importantly, they got some time to really take a look at what the San Francisco Shock were doing, running through that lower bracket, meeting some of the absolute highest level teams that they are. So do you think there is anything the Shock can still throw at them? Any surprises that we might see?
Well, we got a surprise from the San Francisco Shock in the last match. They played Mikey on 2 maps, which plays the game very differently to the way that Kaluj does. Obviously, shutdown proper is step 1, but if you can do that, you still have to deal with the rest of the team as well. And the pressure is on the Dallas Fuel. They are the team expected to take it, while the San Francisco Shock, they're on a miraculous run. They want to win, but I don't think the pressure is really on them.
I have to say, though, this has been a different Proper. I mean, in that last match, that was one of the best individual performances I have ever seen. After the 2 first maps in the last series, Proper had 17.5 final bows per 10 minutes. There's like 3 team wipes per 10 minutes. That's ridiculous, right? So Proper, he's been on a completely different level so far, and especially in the match earlier today. He could just flip this entire series on his head. I wouldn't be surprised. He's the Rookie of the Year, the MVP of the Year. If anyone wants to take over this game for the Shock, it has to be Proper.
I saw some people in the audience disagreeing with the script writing here, now wanting the Shock to take it 3 times. Apparently that's boring. But honestly, if you play like Proper, kind of deserved, but yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I'm very interested to see where our Preds are going. Are you going for the obvious favorite in the Dallas Fuel, or are we going for like what looks to be an underdog? And it's weird to call the San Francisco Shock an underdog. All right, here are our Preds for this match.
Zoe.
What?
Look at her, look into the crowd. Oh no.
You know what you did, Zoe. You know what you did.
Listen. I predicted them literally at the beginning of the season. I predicted Proper to be the MVP and the Rookie of the Year at the beginning of the season. That came true. So clearly, I have some clairvoyance abilities, and that means that I have to ride or die with the Shock. So I'm all in on them.
I respect it. I respect it.
I'm sorry. There we go. I'm not alone. There's at least one more Shock fan in the audience.
For me, the Dallas Fuel have been so dominant throughout this entire playoffs, it's hard for me to predict against them.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel, they have to be the favorites going into this. They've just been destroying the opposition with ease. I mean, I don't think San Francisco Shock can realistically take them down. I hope they put up a good fight, though. Absolutely. Can we at least get a great finals? Come on.
Finals, that's what we ask for.
Come on, make it close. That's all I ask. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream, right, for every final, to play it as close as possible.
I believe in that, Zoe. I'll pred that.
If that wasn't on the table to
Dallas will win. Take it. And, you know, close.
Close. We take it. We take it. All we want is some great Overwatch, and I'm pretty sure we're in for a treat with those 2 teams in the final. So now it is finally time. The 2022 Overwatch League Finals start right now.
It started as a promise of something different, a promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl. What devastating loss. Heartbreak City. This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch. Oh! No way does he win that! That's what you want to see! Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League Grand Finals start right now.
Kickoff clash. Mid-season
Season Madness, Summer Showdown, Countdown Cup, and now the 2022 Overwatch League playoffs. All obstacles designed to churn out the very best of the best here in the Overwatch world. And Matthew, we finally have them. What a pleasure it is to be here to preside over our 5th Overwatch League Grand Final. The Shock and the Field go at it once more.
And we've been in this scenario before, you and I, with the Shock in the finals, just different opponents throughout the years. It's a much different looking Shock roster though, right? You know, you have Striker, you have Violet, everybody else kind of new players coming on in. I mean, right, like what, before the season, you know, they lose Super, right? Super decides to retire. They got to replace him with Kaluge, trying to figure it out. How good would this team be? They are as good as they normally are. And then on the other side with the Dallas Fuel, this has been a team that, like, their greatness has been promised for so long, and they've just never been able to get there. Last year, so close. You thought maybe it was their year. They get third. Now they find themselves in a grand final so close.
First, they were hyped. Then they were mocked. Now they are revealed. A collection of mystical elements brought together to form what we now know as the Dallas Fuel. A gambit made to run all the way to the top of the Overwatch League. Over the last couple of years, that hasn't been the story for the Dallas Fuel. Yeah. It's something new and something special for them to be here competing now for the top honor in the Overwatch world.
And I think there's a lot of pressure on the Dallas Fuel, right? You see the way the Shock play earlier, and specifically Proper. I mean, you know, making Dante's life really difficult on the Winston. Like, Fearless is going to have to show up big time here today. And then I think Edison as well. You know, the post-game interview from the other day, he was like, you know, as long as I'm not nervous, I'm in a good spot. And, you know, there's a lot of people in the venue today, and you see how Proper's playing earlier, I'd be pretty nervous.
Those nerves, something these teams are going to leave behind backstage as they walk out before that happens. We're going to head over to our venerable Master of Ceremonies. That's right, headed down to Golden Boy on the stage.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It is now time for the grand finals of the 2022 Overwatch League season. So let's not waste any more time, shall we? And let's introduce your first team, looking to become the 3-time world champions and shock the world. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the San Francisco Shock! Playing in the damage position, it's Striker! Also in the damage position, the MVP of the season, the one and only Proper! In the tank position, looking to keep the squad alive, it's Mikey! A good tank ain't that good without a good support. Welcome to the stage in the support position, it's Finn! And also joining him in the support position, put your hands together for Violet! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the San Francisco Shock! And now it's time to light this stage on fire. Burn blue for the Dallas Fuel! In the damage position, the mad scientist, it's Edison! Also in the damage position, put your hands together for Sparkle! In the tank position, it's the one, the only, Fearless! In the support position, welcome to the stage, Fielder! last but most certainly not least in the support position, welcome to the stage with a big round of applause, it's Chio! Put your hands together for the Dallas Fuel! And now it's time to jump right back into the action and send it over to Uber and Mr. X.
What a moment for these two teams to have a chance to eye each other off before they take their places on the stage. They're known to each other. This rivalry renewed many, many times over the years, especially this one. And of course, in that Summer Showdown finals, it was the Dallas Fuel laying waste to the Shock. They're looking like a different team, Matt, a different mentality, a different vibe.
I think it's really important, though, that they get off to a good start. Now, the Shock, they've had a series already today, right? They've gotten to play in front of the crowd. You know, there's not really no jitters anymore, right? Maybe a little bit because now you're in the finals. But the Dallas Fuel, you come in, you watch that first game, the first time walking out, the crowd's going crazy. Like, how do you kind of settle down here in map number 1?
Less of an opportunity for the Fuel to have warmed up today, and someone I think we need to talk about, Dub the man scientist, and it's appropriate. Edison silenced all of his doubters yesterday. When we questioned him in that first map against the Outlaws, we said he needs to step up big time in this series, and he delivered. He said afterwards, as long as I'm not nervous, I'm ready to dominate. That's a strong statement to make. You have to wonder where his head's at right now, because he has the biggest challenge of his career sitting across from him.
And for me, looking at this series, Fearless has to be that guy for the Dallas Fuel, right? We've seen the Shock, when you have space for Proper, he just takes over these games. And Fearless has to be that Winston player we know of in the past, right? Where he is able to cause so much chaos for the opponent. Johnny mentioned on the desk, Primal Rage, one of the best ultimates. Get in front of that Sojourn, Kariko ult drops down, knock players out of position. Fearless has to be as good as he's been historically in this series right now, because Edison's going to have lanes to shoot, right? You look on the other side with Mikey and Kalush, very good players, but nobody who you kind of say is like a Winston main, so to speak, where Edison's probably going to have a little bit of room. Proper, if they give him that space, this could be a very long series.
A 1st-to-4 series here in our grand finals, and it all begins on some hallowed ground. Lijiang Tower will be our first battlefield, and crucially our first stage will be Control Center.
And you look across the stage, right? Striker's been here before, Violet's been here before. It's kind of new territory for everybody, especially I know with the Dallas Fuel, right? They've been grinding as an organization to get to this point, the ultimate goal. So close. These players have been playing Overwatch for so long, right? Since like the start of Overwatch 1, right? They've been grinding their way to the Overwatch League for a moment like this.
Here we are. Bated breath as the teams prepare to come out of spawn. Our 2022 Grand Finals starts now. The Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock.
So it looks like both teams going to vie for position over the point here. As Proper takes a shot early on. Just kind of like jockeying for position here, right? Fearless kind of just seeing where everybody's running. They're actually going to rotate around, try and take some of this position on the high ground.
Yeah, Dallas peeled back for Edison very quickly there. They're very concerned about Mikey closing on him. Fearless is dropping in the backside here, and no one's paying Proper that much attention early on. The Shock trying to aggressively position themselves towards this ball, but Chino, of all people, to find first blood at second for the Fuel. I shouldn't be surprised, but here we are. Edison is still on the field now, is able to slide away from Mikey, who's going lower and lower. Chio fancies a bit of argy-bargy, and Edison brings the monkey down. No one capping yet, but the Dallas Fuel have the numbers. It'll be a TP into the back line, or to the point here, rather, from Striker. That's a risky play, and it's punished.
Yeah, that is a really dangerous play there from Striker. That's a really good sign for the Dallas Fuel early on, right? Violet not as aggressive as like an offensive player as Chio, where Chio sometimes gets caught out by the Sojourns, wall riding and whatnot. But it also gives them another weapon to throw at Proper, right? Fearless on one side, Chio on the high ground on another. Difficult to keep him up.
Probably not expecting maybe the Fuel to play so close here. He has to back away, disrupt the shot. He's deployed. Edison finding a headshot there, and Violet's very low. He's trying to build towards that sound barrier now. A little bit of pressure going Edison's way. He's going to take to the high ground. Sound barrier, but it's too late. San Francisco are down to 4 now. The durability about to expire, and Fearless is starting to cause problems. Edison sends one Violet's way. A free haircut. Inverse Mohawk, though. You don't get to choose.
And the sound barriers had been really good from Violet throughout the series. That one just not able to keep Proper alive. Then you have it. The other team has a huge advantage here. And Dallas, you're going to have both support ults coming into this fight. And they're going to go above 50% on the point.
Kitsune rush up here. Violet not having that sound barrier. It feels like a goal. Oh,
okay. Not great, Mitch.
Not great indeed. Dallas really setting the pace right now. San Francisco trying to set up, constantly getting caught off guard. Finn no longer has that Kitsune rush. They're losing so many key ultimates, the Shock.
And you've been able to hold on to this sound barrier, right? You can get aggressive behind this sound barrier. You can kind of like disengage maybe when Proper uses Overclock or Primal.
He's able to get away, but for how long? Fearless chases him down. Relentless pursuit of the Kiriko. Mikey's seen better days as well. San Francisco, if they're here to play, they're going to have to take it up a notch. They've got one last chance in this round to make something happen, and Violet has to heal himself here, able to pick up the Mega back to the point. He'll need a secure overtime, but he's been spotted already. Another Hell Pack there on his way, but Finn's already very low. Oh, Striker! He's cut short, tries to go for the Death Blossom, and Edison's able to find him. Fearless is down though, and now we have a 4v4, and Proper finally gets into the game. His first final blow on the map so far, but will it be enough? Violet and Chio both down, the team's both like mobility, and here comes Sparkle. The Shock are able to get away though. No purchase with a Reaper ultimate, but Edison turns up yet again. Proper searching, probing, hunting, and Edison is down. Now he'll play from the periphery. He needs another kill here. He's going to get pressured by Fearless, and there it is. Fearless brings him down. 3 versus 4 right now. The Fuel have the numbers, but don't have the ability to push over the line until Fielder turns up. Good connection there. Mikey back in the fight, but Finn is very, very low, and the Shock are running on fumes. That's going to be it for the first round. Dallas looking cut above early.
We finish round 1. I know. Huge kill disparity here at the start. I think you just see how good Fearless and Shio are combining. As time we walk from Proper's POV in the first person, you see a Winston bubble dropping right in front of him. You know, the Lucio shooting to his side. He's already used his dash, can't get out of the way. Makes it really difficult for the Shock to get anything going.
0 final blows for Striker in that first round. 6-2 is Fearless leading the lobby right now. We talked about that tank matchup. Fearless is the linchpin for Dallas.
And it's wild because Hanbin's played a large part of the season for the Dallas Fuel, but that you keep Fearless on the roster for moments like this.
Fearless going in early. Edison using a safe lane for the time being. Both teams trying to fight in close quarters here, which could be scary. Disrupt the shots both already being used, and the Fuel are trying to track the Shock as they move across the map here. Mikey trying to punch the backline, and Fielder could be in trouble. Great pick-off by San Francisco. Dallas will start on the point, but they're down a player here.
Yeah, and they're down there, Kiriko. So much healing.
Edison.
They give up the point. They end up rotating out. Maybe if Edison finds what there, they actually go back in. They give up the point. Mikey goes in over the top. Already the Winston bubble being used.
Fearless not engaging with that dive. In fact, just using it fairly neutrally there. Maybe just to knock Mikey away if possible. Good angle for Proper here. San Francisco off to a decent start. Here's the disrupt the shot thrown into the main atrium, but the Shock are going to sidestep it now and try and approach the point. Disrupt the shot again. Proper trying to give himself a little bit of room to breathe here, but that is slowly expiring. Fearless low. There it is!
And that's if you're the Shock. Those are the types of openings you need there. Is you're going to get above 30% here on the point. Chio and the rest of the crew just trying to get out.
Living dangerously and presents himself for Proper to devour. 40% and counting. San Francisco off to a great start here.
And one thing that Shock I don't think can like really match, right, is how aggressive Fielder and Chio can be offensively. But you can also take advantage of that, right? In a series of weekcasts earlier in the tournament in the Dallas Fuel, they look great. But Chio was getting picked off, a few times at the beginning of these fights.
They're going for it. San Francisco want to start a fight early.
So low.
Good idea. Protection Suzu used. Striker's going to be able to get out there. Nice disengage from Dallas. Very nimble. But it puts him no closer to capping.
And that Sojourn could just one-shot that TP out. You need that Winston bubble on top.
Here they come. Kitsune Rush being thrown down by Fielder. Dallas need to find a way to break back into the round. Proper finds himself face-to-face with Chris, but he's got back up! Mikey's Primal Rage gets in there. Proper needs to respect Sparkle now with the Rain Walk. He tries to approach. Chio gets his 5th final blow of the round. But the Shock have the numbers.
Violet, not the flashiest on the Lucio, but right there, you saw the boot, Striker in position, all to help Proper keep him up. Mikey handles Edison on the other side of the map. The Shock getting close to tying up map number 1.
96 now. Fearless will be the one to step up first.
Primal Rage and beat.
Plenty to work with here for the Fuel Edison. Oh, he finds Proper's head, but Finn responds. The trade is there. Finn can return to his team. Fearless also will have to do the same now. Straight to the back of the point. That's where much of the fighting is occurring here. Striker needs to be careful. Health pack won't be up for a while, and Fearless just gives him a tickle. Over the edge go the Shock. They're going to have to give it up.
And you're okay with giving it up, right? I know you end up losing your overclock there. Didn't have anything else to deal with, but you ended up having Edison use overclock, Primal Rage being used there, and Sound Barrier. So you get some big key ultimates. You're already at 99. You just need one fight to go your way.
Not a lot of ultimates, though, for either team here. Many expended in that previous fight. San Francisco looking to play a slightly longer game here. Even longer now with Violet coming off spawn. Mikey wants to come forward here, but he is caught. Sparkle accosts him and Finn absolutely drilled.
And that's not a good fight there for the Shock, because what they wanted to do there, Mitch, they just want to play that side room and just build up these support ultimates, right? You could have farmed the Kiriko ult, you could have farmed the Sound Barrier, and then you could have engaged. But because Violet gets picked off early and it just all goes in the Fuel's way, they're going to have that Kitsune Rush.
Mikey, how does he find himself here? Drops in, right in front of Sparkle. He's able to jump back to the rest of it. Yeah! No way! Are you serious? The Dallas Fuel allowed the Shock to retake the point. They're unaware of the fact that overtime was there. That is a bundle and a half.
And in moments like this, right, you got the crowd reaction. I'm sure their reaction on stage. You got to kind of settle down now going into this final round, right? You don't expect to lose that round in that type of fashion. They end up flipping the point back, ends immediately. That's a tough one.
One they surely wish they would have back. Mikey just presents himself, right? You know, looks out of position. Yeah. Dallas all turn their heads towards him. He jumps back to the point, and all of a sudden, round's over. Dallas tunnel visioning on the Winston.
I know, when you were like, what is Mikey trying to do here? I was like, well, from my point of view, looks like he's trying to die pretty quick. He's getting, blown up by
the greatest decoy.
Yeah, but just going to sneak the point out the back.
Yeah, Edison operating in this pocket. He's going to be dueling with Proper, who wants to have gone for a time.
Oh, dude. Violet had maybe one shot there. He's so low.
Dallas giving a little bit of ground here. Maybe trying to get Sparkle now into the fight. Edison is out of it, that's for sure. And Proper's not done here. Think back. Think what he did to those Outlaws. Give this guy an inch, it'll take a country mile. Chio, well, it was only ever going to go one way.
Think what he did to the Outlaws. Think what he's been doing to the entire league all season long. The Shock will take the point first. And you know, sometimes like players come into the league and there's lots of hype, and there was a lot of hype for Proper, and you're like, all right, yeah, let's see what happens. He's like surpassed that and then some. So you know, we've kind of joked around like Proper is inevitable, and he is making this run back happen for the Shock through this loser bracket. It's insane. Ooh, Mikey, that's a really fast play there. Shield gets that speed boost, gets Sparkle right in the mix, and Mikey not able to get out.
San Francisco not ready for that kind of pace here. How are they going to respond? Oh, Proper! What's happened there? Kitsune Rush deployed regardless, but what are the options here for the Shock? It's a hard reset.
And that is a huge turn of events there for the Dallas Fuel. They speed boost in, they get that first kill. Let's see. Oh!
Not good.
Stealing my lines.
Mikey Low again getting picked off in the middle. Oh my word, Edison! That one came out of absolutely nowhere. He's dialed in, Matt.
look, you have to really, as Mike, you have to be careful jumping in these positions, right? Time and time again, we've seen now throughout this series, at least in the early parts, taking big chunks of damage on in.
Gio's having to boot Mikey away as he comes down, so it's not going to land in the ideal location, but there's going to be a sound barrier here for the Shock to work with. Oh, the Death Blossom! Sparkle being able to find proper there. It's going to be a trade of Sojourns, in fact, but there's Finn right in front of him. ATP's back on the safe land. And the Shock booted out again.
3 fights in a row in favor for the Dallas Fuel. Overclock's available for both sides here. And maybe are able to actually kind of speed boost Striker onto the point here, take that opposite position. You have that Death Blossom to work with.
Striker posturing here, Sparkle a little bit low, having to get away. Overclock for proper. Can he just park someone? Yes! 2 huge kills and enough to put the Shock ahead of this fight, but it's not over. Striker now needs to try and get his damage done, but he's staved away by the Winston bubble. It looks like yes, the Fuel are out. Striker a contingency there with the Death Blossom.
Zoning all.
Secures the fight win. They did see that and back away.
Like a big spinning disruptor shot there. I see doing the Reaper dance there on the point, blocking him off. It's 81% though for the Dallas Fuel. In a position where you're going to need 2 fights, I think, to flip this and win.
Katuna Rush thrown down. Edison quickly getting away. He knows the rest of his team are also...
He does have a great angle, Mitch.
Not now that the fight has been taken where... Oh! What is that? That is unhealthy.
How did he hit that? Where?
Long range across the map, full charge. Just the way you like it. Violators are sound barrier here. Gonna have to... Oh, okay. Not gonna be able to get it in time. The Shock looks like they might be grouping up for another fight. Come back. Dallas does flip the point. This one might be a photo finish, Matthew.
And I was wondering, if you're Violet, do you consider using the beat, keeping that one going? Maybe you're able to get it up to 90%. But they decide to save the sound barrier. They back out. Last fight territory.
Kitsune Rush versus sound barrier, at least in the beginning. Here it comes. Fielder lays it down. Sound barrier there for Violet, but Mikey, but Proper. There's bubbles in the way. Still Proper's going to come forward. It's only going to be the one. Here come the Dallas Fuel. They're mad, and you better believe they're hungry.
Fantastic start for the Dallas Fuel. 3 maps away. And right there, Mikey didn't get that sound barrier, neither did Proper, and that's a huge difference in that final fight.
Proper playing as if he did, right? No choice but to slide forward. That's the kind of pressure you face going up against the Dallas Fuel. Fearless forcing Violet away, bubble down, breaking that line of sight up. A very forgettable sound barrier is what is the Shock's undoing in that first round. Showing us a lot of spunk though. Dallas Fuel giving a bit of a round over to San Francisco to make it a very competitive first map. What a way to start our 2022 Grand Finals, folks. Stick around. There's more to come.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
die!
Oh, the sleeper Mondraku. What is this man on right now?
Oh, Zero puts Vision in the dark, returns to sender! They can't get away, the damage is inevitable!
But the rampage from Bedvest, this man looked revitalized. FD God from the top of the pillar.
And Seiko with that blade does get hit by the coach. He's able to eclipse the distance. He's getting free. They'll be able to tap. Don't have a
What a sleep dart! There it is, just signaling the button. Oh my god. You're just not getting a solid selection there. And they find it.
Come on!
That's it, the run it back tournament, definitely not one you want to be missing. Contenders has never been more competitive, Matt. Speaking of competition, how about this one for you?
And, you know, we've been kind of like, every matchup, I feel like, oh, is Edison going to be able to live up to merit? Is, you know, if they play against Shy, how is it going to go against Proper? He's come up clutch. You know, you were worried maybe into this series, like, are the nerves going to get to him, whatnot? I also think it helps that, like, Fearless is just able to cause so many problems for the opponents. It makes Edison's life a little bit easier, but he has been playing fantastic.
Both Winston players trying to create the space for these two to do their best work. I don't think we need to ask the question anymore whether Edison is ready, willing, or able to step up to Proper. And wouldn't he love to serve him up an L on a day like today? Look, pretty competitive first map. I think that second round, you know, Dallas, you thought they were in a position to sort of run it back pretty comfortably. They're on night market, but they kind of give over the point there. A little bit of an error from them. They finish pretty cleanly.
Long series, though. Marathon type series, right? So it'll be the Shock's map pick for map number 2. They will select King's Row. We'll also see Mikey stay in the game. So this is something that, you know, we've seen over the last series. Then now, typically Mikey would play Control, Kalush would come in and kind of play a lot of other different things. I know potentially even maps on, you know, you think of like Escort, like a Circuit. You come in and play the Sigma, but they leave Mikey in to play that Winston here on King's Row.
Mikey definitely, you know, Winston being one of his so-called heroes, alongside the Wrecking Ball, so seems like the Dallas are already hoping to put him in position here to challenge Fearless, or at least match his impact. They're not 1v1ing very often. And again, if you can shut down Edison, you are well and truly on your way. Kings Row, Matthew, a map that, with these Winston compositions, can be pretty volatile at times. We've seen a lot of teams make very strong attacking pushes, but sometimes the defense can be hard to put together against this kind of rush style.
Yeah, and you see when you have a player like Fearless, right, or Gushue, like how we caught, Route 66, Gushue with a bubble, blocks the sound barrier. Right there towards the end, Fearless, perfect bubble on the Winston, right in the doorway, blocks some of the players from getting that sound barrier. Having that Winston expert, so important, as it'll be the Dallas Fuel on defense first.
Curious to see how involved Chio is going to be able to find himself. He was everywhere at once on Lijiang Tower. Very aggressive Brandon Lucia. Very high final blows, generally. They're back in week 7 of the regular season. I remember that loss as well. Fuel still establishing themselves. Shock with very high expectations on their shoulders, despite being a team mostly forged anew this year, but so much faith in the franchise and the culture they've set. And it's paid off.
3, 2,
It's an unbelievable regular season for the Shock, right? No tournament wins throughout the year, which is a little bit different than in years past, but you'll trade some of those other tournaments for a win here.
All of them an important step in this team developing themselves for the live environment. Dallas here playing pretty passive, pretty out of line of sight for the time being. Looks like the Alderworth Hotel is the choice of battleground now for the Shock. Trying to force Dallas away, hoping to bait them in by the looks of things. Oh, Fielder! Okay then. That's a kunai lobotomy for your boy Proper.
Well, it's some damage that comes down from Chio. I was mentioning in map number 1, a little bit more offensive, aggressive than Violet. He's actually up on the wall. He actually lands some shots, and then Fielder puts him away with a headshot.
This allows Dallas now to establish their front line a little further forward, at least for now. Hope to generate another pick here and set the Shock further back, but San Francisco are disciplined. Proper approaches the point with plenty of chance to work with here. Just a lack of targets for the time being. Dallas playing extremely cagey around this railgun. Fearless has the touch though, and here come the fuel out behind that bubble. Disrupt the shot thrown down so no one can close the gap easily. A lot of poke damage, a lot of chip damage coming across the map. That's a railgun miss for Edison, and Sparkle, he's in Striker's eyes. The light and Chios just went out.
Is the Dallas Fuel, they get a little bit split there. So the disruptor shot from Proper goes into the choke. You see him walking through here, and it splits off the supports and Edison, and they're not able to actually get through the choke. Fearless actually has to touch a point with Sparkle. They both take loads of damage, not enough opportunity to heal that all back up. And the Shock take the point.
Clean open there. You see Dallas still a little bit unsure about how to have a consistent defensive hold with this setup. Don't cave in. Gio there, forced to respect that. A little bit of a Teru-esque foray.
Some of the Karikos, instead of using the TP, as kind of safety if they get dove, using him way more offensively to get out of harm's way.
Edison having to swing out from this corner. Glancing blow connects on Proper. He's close to his overclock as well. Kitsune Rush coming in. Here we go. Striker, pretty conservative at the start of the fight. Not getting too close to the backline here. Mikey's primal rage. He's get burnt to a crisp. Very dangerous place to be if the Winston and the Shock just teeter too close to the edge.
Dallas does end up using their sound barrier to come out and win that as well, though. So for the Shock, you do have a little bit of an advantage, right? I think there's an opportunity for them to use overclock, use that sound barrier, push them back. There's really not a lot of ways that Dallas Fuel can keep everybody protected.
Back to the drawing board here for the Shock. Sparkle's in hiding. He's, well, in a position to do some damage here, but it's a sound barrier in time. This one for Viola, one he was looking for. Chio gets cut down. Flying a little too close to the sun. Here it is, Edison Proper continuing the trade out here, San Francisco. On the opposite side of the map for the Dallas Fuel here is that this engagement was able to put them on opposite sides. Big connect with Sparkle there, and this is looking much better for San Francisco. They're able to wrap around on Dallas there, and losing Chio early means Dallas had nowhere to go.
Yeah, and Dallas does a good job actually extending that fight, making it a little bit more difficult than one would think. The go sign, though, for the Shock there is as soon as the Dallas Fuel end up using that protection Suzu of Kariko, giving everybody that brief moment of, invulnerability. As soon as that wears off, that's when the Shock know that they can attack pretty safely.
Scott's well and truly on the move now. 2 minutes 50 still left in the round for the Shock. Didn't spend too much time snarled up in that choke. It's a good sign. Sparkle and Fearless again, just trying to hold the Shock at bay. And now Edison.
They're playing for this Kitsune Rush. They actually just farm it up now. Finn has his...
Oh!
May not matter now.
What an opener there from Edison. And the Shock headed upstairs. They'll be regrouping, licking their wounds for a bit.
And we talk about how important Sojourn is in the meta, and I think obviously everybody can see why. Especially in moments like this, being able to get those early pickoffs, this just eats at the clock. The Shock have to attack.
San Francisco, no choice but to regroup. Can't do too much about a fully charged railgun headshot.
Fake
things happen. Okay, Mikey redirected there out to the high ground. Kitsune Rush now coming out from thin field, reciprocating. Edison playing off to the side for the time being, but Striker steps up, forces him away. Now the sidelines aren't great for Edison, but Field is able to fire one on Proper. Striker with the sound barrier, looking pretty comfortable coming forward, but a lack of play here in the San Francisco Shock. Most of the damage now needs to come from Striker's direction. Mikey dispersing these Dallas Fuel players, pressuring Edison up to the high ground, but Sparkle strikes into the back line. Stepping up. Okay, Striker
he goes for it.
Fielder. Sparkle has a range walk, though he's able to avoid that for the time being. And Edison has the overclock that seals the deal.
Yeah, and I think when you actually have the Death Blossom come out from Striker, I was a little bit shocked. I thought potentially saves that, but he ends up using it. That's when Edison decides to pop the overclock. Yeah, and here it is. Get some damage down. Oh.
That is exquisite. And look, tough for Striker there as well. He's not really where he wants to be. He's not within the Sojourn's vicinity. He's not within the Kiriko's vicinity. He just has to go for it there.
This is going to be so tough for the Shock, man. No support ultimates, just the overclock available. Shield's got sound barrier.
Sound barrier for Proper. No, those insta-kills are hard to come by with that overshield on your opponents. The Shock now down to sub 40 seconds left. And they're on the wrong side of the map. This could get a little bit awkward. Can Striker break his way through? Is there enough time for Proper to get back? Neither of those look to be likely here. Edison can wrap.
I think you need to die fast here if you're the Shock, yeah. I mean, you need to die fast, you need to reset.
This could be dangerous. Dangerous!
And we see Proper right there, like sliding on in. You can't do that against a team like the Dallas Fuel. They are too good and too fast at capitalizing on mistakes like that.
5 seconds left in the round. Even a touch is going to be pretty brutal to get. Violent speeding his way forward, but Edison shuts it down! And the Shock are denied overtime! That's dirty!
Oh. Sparkle has so much fun on the stage, man. It's a Violet's opportunity to touch there. Comes bouncing off the wall on the Lucio. Gets his head ripped off there by Edison.
Again, with only 5 seconds left in the round, their one chance was the Lucio touch. And it just so happened that Edison had a railgun with Violet's name on it. Not an auspicious showing here from San Francisco's attack on Kings Row. I'd be nervous if I was them now on defense.
It's scary because defense on Kings Row, like, it's not a great Winston defense map here, at least on point A. I think when you get towards the second half of the map, it's way better, as here we see it from Violet's POV.
Mind his own business. Oh. It seems I misplaced my head somewhere along the line.
Lucio's body, like, flips, like, 30 feet.
All right. So I think it's pretty clear here, San Francisco definitely need to eat through some of the clock on this first point hold. Not that we're expecting a full hold here. It's tough with a Winston defense, but that's their first step.
Very difficult to hold full hold on Winston defense here. Just, you know, his kit, like the dive nature of it, just doesn't really suit Kings Row point A. I think you can do obviously way more things once you get past there, but this is very difficult to full hold this composition because look, I mean, it doesn't have like a shield like a Sigma or Reinhardt, right? It has to kind of play here in the open.
Okay, Fearless has already gone upstairs, and he can just hit the backline like this. In the meantime, the Shocker trying to reciprocate, put pressure down on Dallas's backline, but Fearless somehow appears in the midst of the Shock as they try and come forward. They lose out on the damage trades, but they're able to be topped up just in time by Finn. They're trying to keep this position around a statue, and Proper's going to help them out in a big way there. Great shot on Sparkle.
And those are the types of fights the Shock want to do. I think against a lot of other teams, right? You know, Proper can use that dash, get in, maybe get a pick. I think it's just too risky against this team. I think you got to have him play a little bit more patient. Wait for Fearless to kind of come to you. And then we saw on Li Shang, right? Beautiful help from Violet, Striker as well. And then it makes his life a bit easier.
Minus guy time, and he'll return the investment. A trade here, Sparkle's down, but Proper crucially is missing. Striker and Mikey now need to be the bulwark to stop the flood of the fuel. So far not so bad here. Mikey taking a moderate amount of damage, but Finn's able to top him up. They're close to Kitsune Rush, but Fielder's going to have his first. If you'll wait on it for now, but now they approach the point. Fearless first. Edison not far behind. Bundled into the hotel now are the Shock. They need to make their explosion for here. The Winston bubble in the way. A little bit frustrating, and Mikey goes down to disrupt the shot. Edison doesn't need this overclock. The sound barrier from Violet. It's just too late.
Yes, I think the Shock, their best, you know, may have been just backing up a little bit. Everybody takes so much damage. You have to play aggressive around that pillar to try and prevent that Sojourn from getting that line of sight, forcing you back into that choke. So you have to play up there. When you back out, you know, towards the rest of your team, maybe you have to take a little bit, maybe go in right as it's about to tip over.
Sparkle on card duty. Again, being a close range fighter, his team will fall back to the car. Okay, now he'll get to go forward. The Shock want to play on this corner. They need Proper to be able to swing this and have a bit of space to linger and try and line a shot up. Only a semi-jump there from Mikey. Not a full commitment, but it's a primal rage here for Fearless. This is a little bit scary now. Yep, Finn taken down by Fielder. The disruption. The Shock are suffering. They cannot get their ducks in a row. And for Dallas Fuel, it's hunting season.
And you can see, like, when we go to Edison's POV, just the face, you know, so confident coming out of these fights. Edison, you know, 2 kills, 3 kills sometimes. Yeah, as they want to stop this, you know, comeback right before they could even make it back towards that checkpoint B. You have Sparkle with the Death Blossom. Maybe you can get a little bit sneaky as looks like he's working.
Okay, early Death Blossom looks pretty good. Might be able to trade, but it's going to be a 3 versus 4 favoring the Fuel. They're happy to fall back now and let much of this Primal Rage expire. I don't know what Mikey's hoping to find with this. Getting back to his team safely?
That trade's good. I mean, he's trying to get the health pack, then get out with his life.
It's dicey, they're trying to chase him. The Shock have one more chance on this map now. They need to group up. They have the players in position, and now it's go time. It's proper Striker, but the ladder is taken down before the fight can begin. Edison surgically removes him from the rest of his team.
They're trying to wait out the overclock. Proper's using the overclock. That's a huge pick. Striker at the Death Blossom. Now the Kitsune Rush, they can go.
Striker will come back here with that Death Blossom. Never had a chance to use it. And the Shock are able to hold on somehow, but now it's go time. We got roads converging here. The Dallas Fuel want to try and hit another gear. Bubble now down, throw another one up. Sparkle's going to be removed by Striker. That Death Blossom, he held it in reserve and it pays off. San Francisco, hang on. 2.5 minutes remain.
They say not just yet. Striker, I think he may think somebody else is behind. He does not want to, after some of the things we saw in point one, first map, he does not want to give up a back half here.
Can't blame the guy. Clock only just now starting to get bled. Really late in the round for San Francisco to put some stops together. They had the sound barrier at least to after Chio's. Probably want to get aggressive. Will this be his demise? No, it's actually Striker winning that frontline fight yet again. Dallas now want to group up around Edison, hope that he can create an opening, and so he does. Violet the only elimination so far, and that's not going to cut the mustard. Much better.
Now it starts to get dangerous for the Dallas Fuel. It's a really difficult spot the payload is stuck in. Some natural high ground cover around there for the Shock to play from. You see it from Edison's POV, kind of coming around these corners, can't really figure out where players are playing from. Makes it very difficult to land these railgun shots.
The Fearless Primal as well is going to make it even harder to line them up. Keep an eye on that. Proper will hope to find some picks with this overclock and Fearless. He's stuck into the back line. They weren't ready for this. And here he goes now. Primal Rage being popped. Edison goes down. Proper finds that key first pick. Fearless now, unsure about how to hit this backline adequately. Popper gonna slide away and Fearless can't chase him down. It's Chio the second on the chopping block. And Popper don't miss. Make it 3. Your MVP is turned up.
3 kills for Proper in the fight.
50 seconds.
50 seconds. Kitsune Rush for both times, but look how further Violet is towards this sound barrier where I think kind of like everything equals out across the board here. Shock also with Primal Rage. That extra sound barrier could be clutch. Oh, they get aggressive.
They go first, go early here. Fielder actually, they go for the Kitsune Rush. They bait this. They're happy to trade the Primal, I feel.
Yeah, Mikey has to use Primal Rage. Yeah, they end up getting their Kitsune Rush out, and Fielder, you have no way to use this if you're the Dallas Fuel.
Seems like a good trade.
80% to beat.
San Francisco are gonna have the support ultimates. Surely they can make this hold happen. 12 seconds left in the round. Sparkle has that Death Blossom, but Edison! It's lights out! And Proper now going for the overclock. Who dares stand up and challenge him now? The Fuel have no choice, throw themselves into the meat grinder and ground they become. Fearless gets a Suzu there trying to stay alive, but Proper hits another headshot. And the San Francisco Shock have held off the Dallas Fuel on Kings Row. A monumental defensive endeavor.
And being able to bounce back at moments like this. That's that championship stuff right there. From the Shock of Striker, Violet, Coach Krusty, the whole staff, the organization, they've been there before. Tough times. I mean, a lot of teams could wilt away in a moment like that, but not the Shock.
Proper finds 8 final blows in the last 2 minutes of that round. Slow start, but this is what you need from your star player. Coming alive when it really counts, and San Francisco have evened up the series now. It's one apiece in our grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
well has the Bob. Dallas Field, they're waiting. Oh, the last second.
Does get on it. The help is Sparkle. Oh, Edison spawn! He fell off the map. That's not good. 1-0.
That's something we need to take a look at a little bit more as well, as Finn just changed Bob's trajectory.
Oh my God.
Goodbye.
I mean, that is a round-winning boot there
Yeah.
by Finn.
Excelsior can go clap back with that rampage. Kellen has hit some pretty big ones in this series as well. But ooh, a takedown here, they might not even need it.
Oh, that rampage was huge. Crowley's going to die to just the bleed. Oh, what a knife by Kellen. Okay.
60 seconds remaining. Yeah, repeated fight with Stalker so low that B couldn't have come any later for Vin Dame to save him. Looks out the blade, doesn't have the healing, and MN3 shoots him out the sky, ending the blade early, pops the overclock to find Vin Dame, and again, MN3K for Philadelphia Fusion, get the team kill and keep this bot moving.
Now as the edges are aligned here, the payload is right there close to the finish line. You can see the Hunters skirmishing over to the side route. So much chaos, the rally gets put up, but Zernies gets taken down first. Everyone gets deleted by Leaf, and the rally was all for naught.
I don't even know how Leaf sees players through all that chaos there. He somehow perceives it through the matrix, just green lines of text coming down the screen.
And that's a rampage there. Happy gets hit by, but a sound barrier's timed well. Funny Astra and Happy able to get away, and Kenster's found the blade, killing Vigilante already. OG's a little bit too late with the beat. Again, Kenster now heads upstairs. He sees Kai on his own, and he can't even make it back to the health pack. It's a deflect elimination from Kenster on the Genji. It's all over. There is nothing left in the Atlanta Reign. Not even a whimper as they go. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Toulouse says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Kill. Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
A stick on Hardy. Striker's able to bring the Titan down.
Sam straight to the backline, insta killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch. A nightmare start on Kings Row for San Francisco Shock becomes their wildest dream as they turn around on defense and stop the Fuel in their tracks. It's not often we see that kind of hold for almost 3 minutes outside the last phase of the map, but the Shock managed to pull it off as the Fuel falter at the critical step.
And you know, if you've been watching the Overwatch League for a few years, you know our grand finals can get snowbally at times, go in one direction where...
A matter of record.
Yeah, you're, with the way Kings Row is going, like, oh man, you know, Dallas clicking, Edison's feeling it right. And that is a huge series-changing win there for the Shock. In a map that did not look like it was going to go their way. They clutch up big time.
Yeah, really got to hand it to them. Of course, Proper, a big part of what allows them to get back into the game with the real grit and tenacity displayed by that entire team. Striker, of course, and Mikey, who's staying in for a third consecutive map now. This is, I don't know what the longest streak he's had in game.
And I think the decision makes a lot of sense from the Shock, right? It seems to be clicking with Mikey right now.
What a time for it.
Unless you need like Sigma in a situation where on Dorado, as this will be the Dallas fuel map selection, you don't really need that here, right? You can keep playing the Winston. So as long as you can kind of just keep getting away with Winston play, and things are feeling good and clicking good amongst the team, right? I think you leave him in. I mean, you're very close, like the Shock. I mean, you have to be sitting on that stage and you have to be very confident. I mean, you're close to being up 2-0 right now.
That could have gone either way, that first map, that is for sure.
You're a fearless Winston bubble blocking beat that connects on Mikey and Proper, which who knows what happens in that situation, right? But, you know, you're right there.
We may see the need for Kalush to get something later in the series, but like you mentioned, no Circle Real here, right? That requirement of Sigma not on the table. It's the kind of map where you definitely expect to see very much the same compositions we have so far. In San Francisco with Mikey at the helm, have looked excellent. Dallas faltering there. I mean, there's really no other way to put it on their attacking side. They have so much time to work with. They breeze through the first part of the map. Then they start to get slowed down. Players getting picked off. Often losing someone like Edison at the start of the round. It's not where they wanted to find themselves.
All the pinatas have to go here at the start, evidently. The Dallas Fuel. It's something interesting. They actually play the Tracer here on defense. So we've seen teams do this throughout the tournament thus far. On the defensive side of Dorado, Tracers, you see where Sparkle's position can access some of those high grounds. A little bit easier for flanking time because of the superior movement compared to a hero like Reaper.
Your ability to access high ground or transition from low to high, though, a little bit limited. As Tracer, you need to go sort of around. So I'm curious to see how Sparkle overcomes that. Maybe just trying to control this high ground here, right? Dash across to the top of the rooftop pretty comfortably. Fearless wants to start off the fight pretty early. Fielder a little bit low. He's seen better days, and Violet gives him a case of tinnitus he won't forget. Good opener for San Francisco. This is such a good sign. Playing attack into high ground defensive hold with Winston on this map typically take time.
Yeah, they slide directly across. They get up on that opposite side high ground. And then when Dallas Fuel jump in, it's a protection Shuju that comes out from Finn. A lot of healing output, right? You see how far he is ahead toward that Skasuni rush. And that's going to have Sparkle switch right off the Tracer.
Seen this happen a few times. Teams trying their Tracer early, switching right off of it. Micah wants to start the fight off. Fury baits out that disruptor shot and will still give Edison a little bit of a zone with which to work. He rounds the card, sees Striker going to Wraith Walk here. He'll wait. He's got the patience. He fires off there. A bit of an erratic shot, hoping to make some connection. Reaper doubling back here. I like this from Sparkle, protecting Edison from Mikey.
As Mikey takes a ton of damage and not able to make it out with his life. I believe he gets booped out of that Winston bubble, knocked up in the air, finished off. So the Shock, they make decent payload progress, get very close.
Oh, wait! That's huge, man.
They might have thought that he didn't have enough charge to get that one shot, because you need about above 85 to get that one shot nailed down.
5v4, this is perfect for San Francisco. If they want Kitsune Rush, they can have it here too. Mikey heads up. Edison forced into the corridor and somehow, excuse me, I didn't know that Charles IX was issued a front row seat here at the finals.
And throughout all of that, it'll be the Shock actually completing the first checkpoint. Edison with that overclock tries to bounce up. I think Dallas knows that playing this composition, they gotta play close. You back them up into the spot, may as well play close up, get everybody to try and dump some ultimates in.
All right, Dallas are here anyway, right? They're pretty well committed already to a pseudo spawn camp endeavor. Okay, that's a little bit of a scary sign. Nice little backswing with the Primal Rage Fist there, putting Striker in a position where it's hard to get value out of the Death Blossom. Sparkle trying to do the same thing. Proper just lined him up. Remember, Reaper a little less mobile in that form. It's an easier target to knock down. And Proper knows how to hit him where they hurt.
And there was actually a really early sound barrier there by Violet. And I actually think it catches Dallas Fuel off guard a little bit because they use the sound barrier, then they start to push up. They use the Kitsune Rush last. catches them off guard a little bit. It's difficult sometimes, you know, even at this level, to tell how much charge that Sojourn has on that rail shot. Proper jumps around the corner, kills Sparkle, and that allows them to take that first checkpoint.
Striker having to race walk to the back line here. Not the way that the Shock want to start the fight here, but Dallas did a lot of damage on Fearless and Chio. Chio's in trouble. Proper is probing, hunting, waiting for the Lucio to show his head. It's a game of cat and mouse here. Oh! It's a true Apex Predator!
He's shaking his head like no and just laughing. I mean, the guy is unreal.
No, just try me, he says. Bring me another.
You couldn't even see him.
Well charged up is Proper now. He's happy to go to the high ground. Fielder has to swift step away. Edison has able to plug one in Striker. But Proper has the perfect perch play now. Dallas were able to take up Residence once more towards the car.
Massive kill there by Edison. It takes out Striker. And when they were trying to play for high ground access here, you can't allow the dive to come through when you've lost your Reaper, right? You need the Reaper up there on the high ground to deter the Dallas Fuel from taking it again. So big kill by Edison to maybe stabilize the Dallas Fuel a bit.
Proper 6-0 right now. 6-0. Absolutely popping off. This is where it counts. Fearless trying to extricate himself from what would otherwise have been a sticky situation, but the sound barrier expires as he floats down and looks for his next target. Mikey's out of the picture now. Sparkle's able to dispatch the broad body of the Winston, and Proper now under scrutiny. Fearless flattens him.
Sound barrier used there by the Shock. They try and push out of that corridor, and you kind of see, like, from the free cam, Mikey really kind of calling out which target they're going to go for. They dive for a target in the back. The Kitsune Rush comes on in. I don't think they may have thought the Dallas Fuel had that at that moment in time.
Shock now want to make their way at least towards some semi-high ground.
You're going to see them take this route with where the payload is in that high ground.
The quickest route, right?
Yeah, it's the quickest route, also the safest route.
Oh!
Maybe not that safe.
Edison delighting our attendants here. Now without Proper, this looks a little bit awkward. The Shock sheepishly trying to back away.
Can you bait them in though? Okay, so Dallas doesn't chase. I was going to say, if you're the Shock, what you could have done here is like backed out, right? And if they would have chased, you actually could have Kitsune Rush right into them. They don't have beat or anything. You still had your Reaper off as that battering ram.
Still a big risk. Chio now has that beat pretty much online. That part of the playbook, that page getting torn out. Striker close to a Death Blossom here, combining it with the Kitsune Rush. Could be pretty meteoric. Primal Raid from Mikey. He's found something upstairs. He wants a piece of it. Edison's able to force him away there when Mikey is low. Trying to get away. Needs to be healed up. He's now going to throw the Kitsune Rush down. Extra healing output for his tank to keep him in the fight. And here comes Striker. Spinning straight at the Fuel. And they don't have an answer.
As soon as Reaper gets that limb, triggers that DPS passive in the Kitsune Rush. It is so strong.
Stacking speed boost, man.
The speed boost plus the reload, and then also the Death Blossom. Reaper also has the lifesteal. He becomes so difficult to take out in those scenarios.
Fearless trying to assert himself early here. Just doesn't want to let the Shock get the jump on them and get on that bridge.
You can't allow Proper to establish high ground, right? Because if you do, he's 100% charged, hits a Shock. You're looking at one fight from preventing them from completing the map.
You've got to keep him in these tight viewing angles if you possibly can. Edison hoping to dig him out of formation there. Much of Dallas playing on the low ground as well. It's really just going to be Edison transitioning between the two, trying to find a vantage. Kitsune Rush here. The big point of difference ultimate-wise. Primal Rage also up for Fearless.
I think both teams are content, just kind of poking for some damage here.
This looks more than just content. This looks hungry. Proper. Famished. Looking for Edison now, trying to track as he drops down. Fielder going to go with the Kitsune Rush, and Sparkle wants to surge forward. The San Francisco Shock getting overwhelmed here. Forced to play into the low ground. Mike trying to bail him out of this stairwell. Sparkle keeps it up.
Yeah, they don't want to push in. They're scared that maybe there's like a Kitsune Rush coming on back. The Shock are stuck in a really weird spot outside that courtyard. Proper takes an off angle.
They go to the high ground here. They're trying to go around the Fuel. Kitsune Rush from behind. The Dallas Fuel now forced away from the car. They have to contest on top of its ultimate. Disrupt shot thrown up here. Flipping the map scene's fine when you have control of the card. Striker wants them to come forward. He's baiting them, daring them, cajoling them. Have a chance to use a Death Blossom as they run at him. Seems huge. You've got to do something about this. San Francisco are stealing this card away. And Fielder goes down. It's going to be a sound barrier only for 4 points. Sparkle's there with 3. And he bails out the Fuel again.
The payload's so close to finishing the map.
10 seconds.
A little bit more than a meter. Mike's got a Primal Rage, possibly can touch.
He gets a jump reset on Primal, over he goes. Gonna have a private 10-to-10 with Sparkle. Eventually the rest of the fuel are gonna get back there, but overtime has been triggered. Mikey goes over, but he's taking too much damage. Too much damage. How does he get out of this? Can they keep him alive is the big question. Mikey spending some time out of the fight now while the rest of the Shock try and touch the cycling in, keeping overtime going. Proper look at the back. He's here on the Tracer. This is a big change for him. Fielder now, the Kitsune Rush, and Edison's able to find Mikey. Proper now trying to duel on the card, trying to keep this alive. Couple of Shock players left, but Sparkle gets rid of Striker.
They get Sound Barrier.
The big guns are down. Violet Sound Barrier is just not going to be enough here. That's as far as the Shock are going to get.
Kings Row ends with a tremendous defense from the Shock. And they start to bring some of that momentum here into Dorado, and that play by Sparkle is massive. Because I don't think they expected that, right? The Shock come around on a little bit of a flank. They take that high ground. They continue rush. They force them around the corner. The payload is moving backwards, away from the fuel. Sparkle with that Death Blossom connects with 3 players.
It's actually a brilliant maneuver by San Francisco.
It's really smart.
If you want to force a fight, you want to force an engagement for your opponents, stand on the objective. Dallas were at serious risk of that card just riding off into the sunset without them. That kind of adaptation, that kind of response time. Yeah, that's the hallmark of champions here in the Overwatch League. This is how it goes down. Like, it's a mess.
Yeah, the Shock are actually trying to get the payload over, 0.82 meters. Trying to get it over the line. And they have that Winston bubble down, and Sparkle ends up inside of it with the Death Blossom. And Striker and Mikey, they're playing so close together. They have to in that type of situation. He gets both.
Okay. San Francisco on the attack, able to unravel this high ground pretty effectively. Dallas hope to repeat that.
The Shock on defense don't opt to go with the Tracer. We see a bunch of teams go for the Tracer. Striker can play it. In theory, you would love to see Proper on that, but with the Sojourn in the mix, you're not going to see him drop that hero.
Maybe an extra layer of defense there for Proper. Striker just will wait for Fearless to step up and challenge.
So you're not going to be able to play as aggressive, let's say, for the Shock, right? If you had the Tracer in the mix. But you can,
bingo!
You can deter some of this action up on the high ground here. You see how they try and put pressure on the Proper? They have the Reaper right in the mix. The Winston can't kind of hold that position for that long. You see right there, Fearless jumps up, doesn't have the bubble, no protection, so you're just going to fall, right?
So that's like one of the differences between the Tracer defense setup. Reaper really has a staying power, right? If you can stay out of line of sight of the enemy Sojourn, helps if they're dead, by the way.
Almost think of it in the way that teams used to play like the Brigitte on the high ground here at certain times.
Yeah, Dorado did that a lot, right?
Yeah, protect the Sojourn in scenarios like that, as Reaper is really used as like a protective DPS here for the Sojourn.
There was a window there for Dallas to punish Proper. Oh man, he's giving it to him. Got the K9 internally, this one.
Bro.
Look at that look on the guy's face.
It's like he's playing at home. He is so calm for a rookie.
What is
MVP in the finals?
Brawl Star, by the way, that make that 3 accolades.
Why not win?
Okay, charge rail here is available. Fearless redirected.
Yeah, that was really nice.
I'd be afraid of what's to come here. If you are the fuel, Proper preparing to unleash. Happy to take the fight to the choke. He's got decent lanes to fire through. Disrupt the shot. Okay, the fuel trying to close the gap a little bit here, but they're being careful about it. Suzu already has to be used, and here comes the Kitsune rushes from both sides. Proper charges up, ready to go. Trying to find purchase on a target, but the sound barrier here from the Dallas Fuel makes it hard to get a kill. A nice headshot there, but Sparkle picks him out of the sky. Fearless holds him aloft and allows his teammate to get the deed done.
Oh, maybe not.
He's found 2. And Fearless is out of here.
That is such a huge win for the Shock. Support ults used on both sides. They're able to get to Proper early as he plays some crazy angles and getting right up in the mix.
Time is ticking, 90 seconds left in the round. Edison with an overblock here, trying to take Destiny in his own hands.
Trying to find anybody.
The Shock are gone, they've absconded. They've run away. Playing up on the high ground now. There'll have to be a re-engagement from them here. They can't just let this happen. The boom! The boom! They gave up the point! A miscalculation cost the Shock a win here and now.
They're just a second late on going into recontest. The jump needed to be a little bit earlier there from Mikey and the Shock because you knew that boop was going to come through or some form of displacement. And you would have had like the Reaper to TP there right on top of the bubble or something like that to be able to kind of keep that contested. Huge turn of events.
Sigh of relief here for the Dallas Fuel. That was a stay of execution. Now they're trying to, again, assume this pretty far forward high ground position. Proper knows he has to assert himself pretty quickly here. Oh, he gets moved down. He's trying to jump away, but Fearless, once he's got his teeth into him, he won't let go. That is stunning from Chio. Now what's the follow-up looking like? Not too shabby. Mikey out of the picture here. Edison has all the room he needs. Striker's going to be forced back from the front line here, invariably.
Violet ends up using the beat there, and they just try and push up, maybe try and find a kill or two.
That's huge, Striker! That's huge! 3! What a way to make up for lost time.
And to think, just a few months ago, Striker not on this team. It's a late addition, right? No, you're wondering, like, how is Kilo? How does Sam fit in this team? They bring in Striker. And you think it's probably played like something like the Tracer, but the Reaper is Reaper, you know, back in the day in the Boston Uprising, the Shock as well in the past, so strong.
Proper took over the Sojourn role. He says, no, I'm going to do this too. Well, they say, what I've done right, do it yourself. Another nice one there for Striker, headlining in the last couple of moments. He just does not want a touchdown there. He'll scat across the rooftops.
Just like how the Dallas Fuel played a little bit close, tried to spawn camp a bit. The Shock doing the same thing. This fight is going to be very difficult for San Francisco. Lots of good key ultimates for the Fuel.
Katrina Rush used pretty much straight away. Mikey trying to make it hard for Dallas to benefit from that, but Sparkle, you better believe, he's taking these Hellfire shotguns to the bank. Striker lucky to get away there. It'll be on the car with a sliver of health. That was a wash.
They don't even have to use sound barrier there. Just the Katsune Rush. And Mikey's got Primal, pops it, and he is just chunked down instantly by the Hellfire shotguns of the Reaper. So I think you're going to have one more contest here, though, for San Francisco.
It's still dangerous. Dallas able to snowball some ultimate advantage now. Edison wants to play forward. I don't blame the guy. Mikey getting absolute licking, no way to survive that. And here comes Sparkle. Bowls him over.
Yeah, it's the Overclock and the Death Blossom used there for the Dallas Fuel to take our second checkpoint. Essentially, with how close the Shock got, it's about a map completion. You know, 0.83 meters, right? Essentially, you need to just beat that by a little bit. It's essentially a full map completion with 2 minutes on the clock. Not going to be an easy task.
Until now, Violet had a sound barrier coming up, Matt. That's off the table. Proper under scrutiny, intense pressure now as Edison's trying to pick him out. Mikey's large figure gets in the way. And Striker's doing work. Mikey buying enough time there. The numbers will favor Dallas, though. They'll get some progress here.
You're going to buy about 15, 25 seconds here of time off that clock. You're the Shock. You just cannot afford to have anybody drop early one of these railgun shots.
Proper looking to have another moment here. This is scary, though. He swings this too wide. He's going to be in a world of hurt. Here they go. Bubble thrown down in front of him. Fearless is going to be in his face. Proper strikes first. No field. It goes by the wayside. Katsune Rush used here now, and the Shock have all the advantages they need. Very clean fight.
Yeah, that's a beat use there as well. And the scary thing is because of where the payload is and where it needs to get to, the defender's advantage is so strong in the respawn, right? It's so close there on Dorado. See how far the offense has to travel to make it there.
They've lost so much time in doing
Shock with a big advantage. You play close, right? You want them to use ultimates here early, and Fearless uses Primal.
Yep. He needs to make some kind of space. He's happy to trade ultimates for that, but in the meantime, the needle is threaded in Sparkle.
Yep.
Laid out.
You have to back up, so now you just use that Primal and got nothing with it. Mikey is going to have the Primal as well. Maybe you use it here.
This is getting ugly. Mikey keeps probing forward. Dallas don't know how to deal with this level of aggression. They keep getting caught on the back foot. They're going to have to go here. What is it? Death blossom from Striker. I can't believe it. Addison tries to go over and Proper catches him in midair. Now this could go wrong for the Shock. They need to regroup here together. And so they do. I love that. Mid-fight, hard to pull that kind of regroup off.
The Kitsune rush is used, and Mikey's actually in a really difficult spot. He's going to make it out.
Okay, here's a rocket. Oh no! Sparkle's Death Blossom! It wilts before the Fuel's eyes! And Dallas are out of options, are out of time! They're out of players! San Francisco take Dorado!
And we typically would talk, right? Proper 18 final blows. For me, the thing is, Striker showed up big time on the Reaper here. Matching Proper 18 final blows, 36 limbs as well. Fantastic performance out of the DPS players on the Shock.
San Francisco Shock's defenses on the last two maps have been absolutely sublime. The Dallas Fuel can't get a read on them. They can't feel the flow of these fights. They keep getting caught out. Heading into the break now, the Shock have to feel good, but there's much more Overwatch to play right here after the break. Oh, you're kidding! Look at this guy go. 5 kills, just like that, a blink of an eye, quick team kill. This guy's just, he's a freak on the sticks, man. Sam on this Echo already picking up 2 kills. The San Francisco Shock, that was their key to victory there. Aggressive baby, 1 reset, 2. Proper dashing through them all. Proper, almost ghost dashing through them. San Francisco Shock win that fight.
Heads connected, the Nano's there, trying to keep him alive, but there comes the, oh,
Matrix.
Oh, Kalush!
Finn, the deadly flex support.
It'll be nanos for both teams. So that'll be a hit on the
You're kidding me!
Nice. That is unreal there from Finn.
The San Francisco Shock continue their conquering of the Overwatch League.
Definitely history once again here for the Shock.
Well. Striker's turn to take the spotlight on Dorado. He does it in style, Matthew. Incredible showing on the Reaper play. This defense from San Francisco on payload maps is ironclad.
I know I should be worried about these stats, but Golden Boy's got the crowd doing the wave in here. It's been going on for an extended period. I mean, look at this. It's, for me, Striker has been, at this point in the series, for me, at least, like the most valuable player for the Shock. I think he has shown up in a big way, specifically on that Reaper role, right? To really make it difficult for Fearless. The combination of Striker and Violet on the Lucio, really making it tough.
Dallas can't deal with what San Francisco are doing to them on these defenses. They're playing very far forward. They are trying to initiate quasi-spawn camps against them every single time because the Shock know with where the card is, we're going to have this fight and we'll have another chance to stop you there. Dallas, for whatever reason, can't seem to get themselves oriented. They're very split coming out of that spawn. Quite impressive to play out of that situation, I think, as the attacker. You've got to head into San Francisco in a game like this, offering negative respect to your opponent. It's going to definitely shake them.
And Fuel gets right back on the stage, and as you see some players from the Shock entering in now, a little bit of a break. When I was coaching Call of Duty, opportunities like this, I know our comp op's going to be mad I'm saying it, but I would tell our players, like, hey, let's wait a little bit. Let's let them marinate in it on the stage, Let's all enter back in one by one, make the Dallas Fuel just sit there and think about the situation they find themselves in now. Just a little, psychological warfare, so to speak.
Dallas's grip starting to slip a little bit on this series. Obviously, that control map playing out in their favor, and they look.
This wave is still going.
Yeah, it don't stop. I don't know how you all have the energy. They look so good starting on both these payload maps, Matthew, and then somewhere it just goes down the gurgler for them each time. Pretty insane stuff from the Shock here again. Their adaptations, their ability to identify opportunities to sort of start to play forward, start to play extra pressure on the attackers as they come out. Doesn't matter how good your team is. Well, it does help that you have both proper and strike with 18 final blows each.
Yeah.
I think out of like a total of your team's 42 or something. Pretty insane.
And you're wondering, like, how are they able to really kind of counter the pressure that Fearless is going to put on? I think they've done it quite well, really protecting Proper. Also Proper getting really close, and Fearless jumps in. Like, he actually jumps right in up there with Striker and Mikey at the forefront. Something I've noticed, Mikey will stay in here for the Shock. So
he's the guy.
Look, you're hot with this lineup. You keep it going.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't get any better than this. Playoffs Overwatch in the Anaheim Convention Center. It's electric in here. And we're heading to Esperanza.
Our newest push map in Overwatch 2. Plays vastly different than New Queen Street and Coliseum, which have been in the map pool for the entire season. And you wonder, like, teams are so comfortable on, like, New Queen Street, on Coliseum. I can understand why you don't go to Coliseum, right? Because the way where the bot is in that sightline, it's such a coin flip at the start, and with the way Proper is playing and whatnot, you don't want to risk it in that type of scenario. Maybe there's just some stuff on New Queen Street that the Fuel do not like. Where maybe teams haven't figured out the best way to play this map yet. Maybe they have an idea that a lot of other teams don't.
One thing that stood out to me about this map, Matthew, is the ability for teams that are behind for much of the round to come back and sometimes even win it. I'd say that's happened a disproportionate number of times compared to our other push maps. That's the beauty of Esperanza. It never truly is over. We throw these stats out about like, wow, the team who gets the first checkpoint wins X amount of the time. On this map, though, that trend seems to be subverted. Music to my ears, yeah.
The Shock just spamming the bell at the top. So we'll go through the Dallas Fuel are doing for now. Because it is all business on the Fuel side of things.
Well, business ain't great right now, so you want to hope so.
Business ain't booming on the Fuel side, so.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, our fourth map in this first of 4 series. Esperanza is about to kick off.
And I like this position that Mikey's gotten early. It makes it very costly just positionally for the Dallas Fuel to actually push on in. He gives it up. He actually goes in pretty deep.
Yeah, I love that dive. Put that pressure on Edison. Deny that off angle now. Dallas are all forced to group up around Edison to protect him now. They give up a lot of space, and that's what allows Proper to start moving the bot, to start to wrap around. That was a sitter there on Chio. He almost had him, but in the meantime, they've lost Mikey. Proper not able to convert on the space he's given there. San Francisco have to give up the ghost pretty quick.
See, for me, I actually think the play there is for Mikey to actually hold that position. You have to, because then it forces the Reaper and the Winston around that corner. That allows Proper to nail some shots. Disruptor shot, you can actually shoot right in that cubby, right on top of Mikey. Make it costly in terms of HP pools. Dallas would have had to back out, and then you dive. I think once you get that position to dive in right away, you give up that advantage that you worked hard to earn.
High ground now for Dallas. That's their prize for being able to push to this first little choke here. Finn, Suzu thrown down there. Edison hoping to capitalize and follow. Not able to come up with anything just yet. The bot will stall out under the bridge for the time being here. Dallas want to regroup for a moment.
Chio's got to be so careful. I like a wall riding on top of those bubbles.
Dallas gets forced back around the corner here. They want to dive in, though. Kitsune Rush now is going to spur them forward. Mikey trying to take to the sky, but he drops to the ground lifeless. It's an easy one for Sparkle. And here goes the bot, still on the move. San Francisco now have to make something happen with 4.
Yeah, I mean, you have Mikey coming back off spawn. This map is way bigger than a lot of the other push maps.
Awkward stuff here. Chio there disrupting the shot as they try and line up and use his high ground to their advantage, but they've found nothing so far, not even a rail, not even a lick of damage. Here they come though, Kitsune Rush! And they're dancing among the cobblestones.
And Fearless tries to jump up to the high ground, maybe to get the Shock players off there. Gets booped down by Finn, and Chio actually tries to dislodge the members of the Shock from that high ground as well. Gets a boop, knocks them down, but you see the staircase behind Proper. You're able to access it again so fast.
Proper still wants to go for this, despite taking that hit there from Edison. Careful, Proper. Really trusting Finn there to keep him topped up. This is the kind of sideline he wants, and you see Fearless are trying to interrupt it now with the Primal Rage. He actually jumps away. Maybe looking to pressure Finn down for the time being, but this lets Proper reassume this high ground position. Someone has to challenge us, and Fearless turns up just to deny the high ground. It's classy stuff, but in the meantime, they've lost Edison. Mikey's getting value for this Primal man.
Oh, and the beat's not in time to be able to save Edison. Chio actually uses the sound barrier there. You get almost nothing for it.
Awesome.
Oh, this is so good for San Francisco.
Mikey using that displacement from the Winston dive to actually knock the enemy Reaper away. Sparkle's Death Blossom essentially gets shut down. Now the Shock's starting to put it together.
Still, pretty good progress from the Dallas Fuel. Not even halfway through this game of push. 53 meters for the Dallas Fuel. The Shock will get it going. Do the Shock decide to push up? They actually have to kind of like hold the bot here, and they'll hold this high ground.
Again, that's something Fearless wants to deny, especially from Proper. They need to try and control his position, but in the meantime, there goes the mobility for San Francisco. Proper needs to back away again, but now his ability to regroup with this team will be compromised. It doesn't matter though! He plants his feet and says, I'm here to stay! Fielder can go home instead. That is just dirty!
And Edison actually takes out Mikey on the other side of things. Proper still has some charge. Fearless just trying to hold on to this bot. I tell you what, though, if Proper gets that first kill,
oh no.
oh no. And he pushes up, with the overclock, he slides into a Reaper to try and take out Sparkle. I mean, that aggressive is something we do not see from a lot of other players.
Dallas don't quite get that checkpoint by the looks here, so the shot can get ahead here. They're close 2 meters away. Here comes the Kitsune rush from both sides. Striker wants to reposition to wherever Fearless is going to turn up, and he goes to work with the Hellfire shotguns. Fearless is down to half here, but he's able to get away, get some space for the time being.
Violet's going to get beat. Violet's going to get beat here.
And he lets it go. Only on to 3 though. Mikey's already taken down, but Proper evens the score. Fearless and Chio brought to their knees and make it 3, why don't you? It's all about Proper there. Fielder can't do much more but find a kill on the way out, and there's your first checkpoint. San Francisco nail it.
And time again, we've actually seen the Shock able to come up with a sound barrier a bit earlier than the Dallas Fuel in a lot of these key fights. And something like Violet's been doing all season long, able to get these sound barriers so fast. Right now, getting at an average of, 1 minute and 48. Or Chio on the other side, he's been holding it, he's working his way towards another one now, but 2 minutes and 41 seconds. It's so fast getting these sound barriers for the Shock.
Violet's having a great game, by the way, doubling up Chio's healing. And Proper is there again. Edison just has to cop that one sweep. Take another crack at it next time.
Every time that happens, you just feel like a little bit of the soul is just drained out of the Dallas Fuel. It's just so disheartening to try and push up and see those railgun shots come up, result in those big kills.
Proper still hungry. He'll have his kind of flesh here. Oh, Chio! You best get up early if you want to come at the king like that. And make it another. Bring me more, says Proper. Fearless is eventually able to neutralize him, but the damage may already been done.
Fielder uses the Kitsune rush here.
This might work out. Mikey's under a lot of pressure here. Dallas are trying to establish a foothold, and they spend dearly in order to do so.
So Dallas has to invest extremely heavy here, and they still don't even have the bot going in their direction. Finn's going to use the Kitsune rush. You have Striker with a Death Blossom coming around the corner.
Oh, you can run.
Oh, they get out so fast.
Great disengage from Dallas.
That was sound barrier and Kitsune rush there from the Shock.
The Fuel is still giving up bot progress here, though. Eventually, they need to actually be able to move the objective back.
So although Dallas pushed up pretty far, they don't have the checkpoint. So the bot actually stopped to that checkpoint for an extended period. And with 3 minutes on the clock, you think you just burn clock here. It's going to be tough for the Fuel to push up.
Edison finds the overclock here to break the deadlock. But Proper, what is this flank? What is this audacity? Proper knows where his bread's buttered here. He's definitely made a statement.
Dallas will get control of the bot. It takes a while, but with that close spawn, you're going to be able to challenge this really early for San Francisco.
Proper accounts for 13 of 22 of San Francisco's final blows right now. I don't need to spell it out for you.
So I like this position that the Fuel are in. The issue is they have to be the more aggressive team.
They're going to try for that too. Kitsune Rush now is going to be thrown down. Finn is a long way away from that one. And perhaps that pick on Mikey will do the trick. Bot's going to be moving pretty quickly back through this choke, Matt.
No Primal, no support ults. No way you're going to keep him up. Is this
got to be checkpoint?
Yep, that'll be the checkpoint here for the Dallas Fuel as they'll get that close spawn now.
A brief interlude here, a chance to take the breath as the bot removes Rust from the crevasses. Okay, Proper trying for the overclock. The sound barrier might be a little bit of a wrinkle in that plan, though. He falls back, and here comes Sparkle. He'll have his due. And this puts Dallas in striking distance now of Shock's total. They're going to get there, Matt.
It'll be the Dallas Fuel taking the lead here. Dallas has to use everything, though, to make that happen. Still a decent amount of time left in this game.
Ooh, 90 seconds out. It's ticking down, Matt, real quick.
The bot will go pretty fast in the Shock's direction.
What a Suju! What a save on Proper! Finish! Absolutely incredible there. Eventually he's going to be brought down, though. He was so far forward anyway. Striker's found 3 in this fight, though, and he's still hungry. Sees Edison try and go upstairs, and Striker instead puts him in the ground!
That is such a huge fight win for San Francisco because they don't have to use any ultimates to make that happen. What Dallas wants there is to kind of get as much progress as possible, force some ultimates out, burn clock. they don't really get it that much further. And then also they have a huge ultimate advantage. The bot's going to speed run its way back to that barrier. I think if you're Dallas, you got to take a really early fight here.
With what, I guess, is the question. What do they start this off with?
They're trying to bait them around the corner for like a Kitsune.
It worked. Look,
yeah.
They've gone over Fearless. Mike is able to get to the back line, but Striker thinks he actually wants to fight around the bot here. He doubles back. Dallas are able to disengage at least from the Kitsune rush. Edison playing very safe here.
This sound barrier advantage, though, could be the difference.
Edison, he doesn't want any of that smoke. Striker gonna try and take the fight to the DPS. He opts to back away. Sparkle not ready for this sound barrier now. Fielder has Kitsune Rush available. Will he have a chance to use it? Gio, he's in help. He needed someone to save him there. The Fielder gonna go without him though. Kitsune Rush now is in place. Striker's trying to shut this down quickly, but they back away. Great spacing from Dallas here. Fielder puts up a bubble. Broad Edison is a big kill, make no mistake now with a 3 versus 3. And Sparkle surges forward once more. It comes up with the goods. And that'll do it. Dallas even up the series. Now we have a game.
And typically in push, the team that gets that checkpoint first has like almost an 80% win rate. And the Shock get it first. Dallas has it pretty close to the other side of things. But they come up clutch there at the end to tie the series up.
Play for play, blow for blow. Dallas refused to give any ground to San Francisco. It is the most competitive grand final we have ever seen. Both of these teams refusing to give an inch. 3 maps left in the series here to play. Who will it be to take map number 5? Don't go anywhere. It doesn't get any closer than this.
Inbound with cargo.
start the shout and the blade from Sparkle with it. Now that they're flow target, Nova gets flicked on the arm.
Gurios to the backboard, he takes the double shot. Ederson with a 5K. That's what you want to see.
Gio demands shears. A triple for Lucio.
Who's getting unreal value right now? What is this?
But it's confidence in one-man army under front.
Rosenberg blue, third brightest.
Just as we fear, the blue flame may be sputtering out. It flares to life with renewed vigor as Esperanza is claimed by the Dallas Fuel. It's a tied game, tied series. Some back and forth haymakers being thrown. Dallas squeak an important map win out.
So close as we will go back to control for the next map. It'll be the Shock pick. It'll be Oasis. The Shock, you're going to go back and look at that. That is one they could have won. Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier, and Death Blossom. They use the beat and they don't actually push up. Like, I almost think like we went on with Mikey and he was juggling Chio and got that kill and everybody here was going crazy. But it just took him out of the fight for so long just to chase out Lucio. There was really nothing that was going to go on there.
Virtually eliminated himself, even if he was alive. He wasn't where he maybe needed to be in that moment. San Francisco select Oasis. It's the 5th map in this series. Again, they know from here on out, still quite a climb to make. Winning this and then obviously Dallas's pick would seal the deal. But the Fuel now looks like they've found their second wind. Another gear, they've gone up. Sparkle coming alive in that last map for Dallas. His last 2 Death Blossoms, big difference makers, especially without Mikey and his bubbles in his way.
I also think, I think this map may be a little bit more important for the Fuel, right? If both, you get to game point for both teams, essentially. But if you have a Shock, and you end up dropping this here, their circuit, bringing in Kaluj on Sigma and Kilo on some of those hit scans, Dallas, they've tried playing Guerrero during the season and whatnot to have that extra hit scan. It just has not worked out. That's one where I think the Shock would have a huge advantage on. So I feel like there's more pressure here on Dallas because I think the Shock have a really good pick for that next match.
Dallas didn't want to play Sigma on that map. They had Harbin Zarya, and they weren't playing that sort of poke composition at all on in the previous tournament. Dallas do not want to go to that map, but they also don't want to drop this one. Good real back and forth stuff here. Again, proper 14 out of 29 of his team's final blows on the last map, continuing to be a headliner. So frightening even in map losses, but here come the Fuel once more. We're up to the races on Oasis.
And Violet on the Lucio. We talked about how fast building these sound barriers.
You get value out of a map.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's great you're building them. You've got to make them high value.
Edison here again, very safe place to start.
Not charged up enough yet.
Hard to even find opportunities to build charge. He actually concedes high ground here, but the disrupt the shot will give the Shock pause for thought. In goes Mikey, bubble thrown down straight away. Edison has to make use of this safe angle for the time being here. Eventually someone's head is going to swivel in his direction, and Fielder is out at sea. Screeching Wilson as Mikey gobbles him up.
As everybody pushes in there for San Francisco, and they get Sparkle really low at the start. Fielder as well. Edison gets low. It'll be the point going to San Francisco first.
Edison's bizarre adventure. He ends up on the opposite side of the map, going for the health pack here, knowing Fielder was out of the picture. Dallas surge back into the point here. What, looking for a pick and proper? What is this? The audacity of this man!
The railgun is supposed to be used at range, not like a shotgun. He gets right up, and it's interesting, they've done that a few times. He slides up, gets right in Edison's face, and then the protection suit comes right down on top, where he has a second of invulnerability to land that shot, and it seems time and time again he does.
When we say dive comp, we don't mean the whole team dives. Normally there's a component of the team that dives, and your Sojourn will sit back. Proper, not about that life. Again, making sure the Fuel know that he respects them none.
Sound barrier available here early as well for the Shock. I think you just got to use it and get more aggressive behind it. Yeah, that's what they decide to do.
Primal even Fearless. Again, trying to make it hard for Proper to connect any shots. In the meantime, Edison has the room to work with. Striker goes down. Fearless has done his job, Matt.
That is exactly what you want to see out of your Winston in a meta like this. Sound barrier use. You think the Shock are going to get aggressive behind it? Primal Rage use and just knocks Proper out of line of sight of anybody.
Shock get a pretty nice buffer here though, 56%. It really takes a while for Dallas to put it together as most of the fighting happened off the point. Here's the Kitsune Rush though, which is the 1 kill on Violet. Should be enough to seal this up. Finn doesn't even bother going for his ultimate here. Mikey's Primal was used. That's gonna be the waste. Okay, Edison issues a challenge mid-round.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, just kind of looking at the series in totality, if you're better off maybe trying to use that sound barrier, your own rush, to combo that, because Mikey's used Primal a few times during that Kitsune Rush from the Dallas field, and he gets just chunked down so fast.
You want bubbles during that Kitsune Rush. I don't know if you want the Primal Rage necessarily. The cooldown reduction is huge. Here's the Death Blossom from Striker. Nobody's there to receive it, though. Sparkle now tries to walk the road. And Mikey's out of the picture here. Edison in a safe place, but you can't escape from Proper.
Anywhere safe with him on the map? Nope.
The guy is dangerous, almost has another rail ready to go here. All of Dallas getting bundled off into that left-hand side room here.
And they have the healing of both supports. It's actually going to be a point flip. Sparkle had to step off him for a brief sec.
Yeah, Sparkle didn't want to face down Proper at all. And now the Shock are playing with Sway! And Proper's going to the bank with it. Still is able to bring them down, but here's a beat from Violet, Matt. The Shock want to maintain their claim to this space, and they will. Fearless is so low. Dorado goes for a Kitsune Rush, but they can't keep the Winston alive. That ultimate goes to waste. Can they get something with that now?
They have Mikey low. They're just trying to push him back, but it's going to be Finn getting on the point here. Mikey will come back as well.
That is huge. You worry about that Kitsune Rush, right? How do they get use out of it? They lose a player early. Dallas commit. They say, we have to go now. 4 players or 3, we have to go. They're going to even this up, Matt.
They're going to get very close to a tie game. Finn has to be so careful. Trying to cross to the rest of the team.
Edison starting to position a little bit more aggressively here. They want to cut the Shock off. Dallas reluctant to push any further than off the point, though. They will be awaiting San Francisco's first move. Railgun there, Edison. Acknowledges Proper's presence on the left-hand side, but doesn't inflict any damage. Here is the rush, Matt. Finn goes in. Edison going to be forced away. The swift step to try and back him up. And Mikey going to go for the Primal once more, just to force them away. San Francisco have the point, but it's 99 for Dallas. Last fight.
Dallas intentionally gives that up there. They know they can re-engage with that sound barrier.
Sound barrier, here it is. Like you said, no support ultimates available for San Francisco. They have to play cagely from the extremities of the point, but eventually Dallas are going to look to take the fight to them now. Mikey takes a licking out. The opening needs to be topped up, but Dallas will flip the point now. It's 99 to 99, and Edison still has all the room he needs. Striker, Death blossoming in the woods, but no one's there to see it. It's going to be Sparkle instead. Mikey comes back in, but he gets blown to smithereens. And the Dallas Fuel steer the ship home in the first round.
And our first control map goes the distance. With the way the first point on control went here, looks like we could be going the same, as these two teams are so evenly matched. Think about the Shock. It looked like potentially earlier in the week, this is a team that could be out early, and you're kind of talking about how disappointing the season is. As you know, Proper, just great in the regular season. They've gone on an insane loser bracket run. I feel like getting better and better with each series. You see, just matching that stellar play of the Dallas Fuel.
A couple days ago, we wouldn't have thought they'd be able to stay in lockstep with a team like the Fuel. A number 1 and number 2 seeds, respectively, meeting up in the final. Their paths converging here at the nexus of the Overwatch League season.
Dallas decides to take high ground on the side first. The Shock, they'll take the highway side.
Fearless taking the opportunity, forces a swift step there from Finn. So just having to get that cooldown out. It's a good way to start. It doesn't matter though. There's no saving Edison there. Proper balls one through his brain.
I don't think he's actually even aiming for Edison there, because Sparkle's coming around the corner, then actually dodges it, and Edison just right behind him.
Proper is here to excite and delight. There's a delivery on that promise here. San Francisco will start with this early lead. Let Proper get going, man. The game's going to get away from you awful quick.
And this is one of the control points in Overwatch, just in all of the maps, right? That is very difficult to flip. A lot of spots to contest from, a lot of cover on the point. Shock can get a ton of percentage out of this.
Maybe only right there from Striker unclear. He takes a bit of damage up front. Oh, they're hunting for Edison, and Proper spears him to the floor!
He is not scared of him at all in that matchup. I mean, just as soon as he has an idea where Edison is, I am getting right in his face and we're having a fight.
I love that. So often we see the Sojourns from range, right? Maybe try and hope that there's a random railgun headshot connecting. Proper doesn't want to leave it up to chance, Matt. He believes he's better, knows it in fact. There's the Kitsune rush here, and Chio getting picked off. Dallas dispersed a little bit as they try and get towards the point here, and this one is a non-starter.
Yeah, as they try and jump over the top. Interesting, Fearless gets on the point. Step from Fielder, getting right to him. They use a Kitsune rush as, you know, the Shock are actually trying to move their way back onto the point there, trying to force them into the rush. Doesn't even matter, though.
80% ticking. San Francisco, crucially, with a sound barrier in reserve.
This point's been a bloodbath.
They've got everything they need, Matt. They're so far ahead. Oh, Proper! Okay, fancy footwork there. A little bit of twinkle toes keeps him alive, and now the spawn camp begins. What can one do against such reckless power? Dallas posing the same question. Fearless is able to slip through the defenses and get a touch here, but everybody's coming for him. Fearless gets off here. Couple players coming in. He eventually goes down. The Fuel have to do it with only 4. This time it's Sparkle now. A very sheepish contest. Edison was able to find Violet, though. There might be something here. A sound barrier also going to be committed. Edison looking for more value off this overclock now. Dallas have been allowed to establish a foothold here, but for how long? Sound barrier now is over. Dallas need these reinforcements, and they need them fast. Edison is a full charge with no targets to find here. The stave Mikey off as he tries to interfere with Fearless's plans. Edison still has a safe pocket to work from here, but now he's going to get pressured down, Mikey. And as Violence, the death blossom from Striker, punctuated the sentence that says, "We'll see your first round and raise you the second."
That was not a close round. Shock, they establish dominance and control of the point first, and they do not look back. So we move to the final round on Oasis. So much pressure here. Winner of this round goes to series point. For me, let's see who kind of goes for that high ground control first, right? There's some high ground on the backside of the point here. Who tries to take control of that first? And then who has to play from that low ground? Because it can be very difficult.
This could be it. The back-breaking round in this first of 4 series. Going to series point is a huge boost for either squad. Fearless there has his little home invaded up on that high ground. Disrupt the shot thrown to force him down.
So interesting, no team takes that high ground first, but Dallas takes the point. And I think it's because if Mikey actually kind of dives in here towards Edison in the back, he can actually use that slide and the dash to get up there towards the high ground where nobody on the shot could access it then.
Edison farming that bubble here.
Proper goes really low.
Fielder has to get out. Look at the damage on Dallas right now. That has to be topped up, but Fielder is there. Proper is playing so far for the rest of his team, but he knows he can just slide away if he has to. Dallas are grouped up. They're looking scared, but Mikey is low, low, low. And Proper still goes where he pleases. Sparkle walked head first into that one.
And Sparkle and Fearless are just taking so much damage that as soon as that happens, it's just some damage down from Striker, Proper as well. And then they just capitalize so fast. And the Shock don't mind Mikey taking damage because they feel like the Devils are not going to capitalize, not going to play aggressive around that corner.
They're not. Proper is constantly swinging left to right around that pillar. Edison is playing from inside the room.
He plays Sojourn almost like instead of like more of a long-range railgun in like that medium to close range.
Like Cassidy sightlines almost.
Yeah.
Okay. Chio there watered away. Sparkle again doesn't want to be here. Edison slides on out, and it's going to be an overclock now for Proper. The Foxes are coming home. Edison's able to find Mikey early in the fight. Finn uses Kitsune Rush as well, and there goes Chio. His head pops like a balloon. And Proper has the space, he has the room. What can he do with it now? A striker out of the mix. The front line's starting to collapse a little bit, but Edison is no longer a threat. Proper trying to get people to look at him, trying to garner some attention, and Fearless happily obliges. He's going after the Sojourn, but Dallas don't have the point. They need to get a flip here.
And you know, the sound barrier is not great there from Violet. It doesn't say striker, but look at this Mikey back in the mix. The point is not lifted. He's got Primal.
Crucially, Sparkle trying to go for the death blossom, but it's cut down by Proper. He found the headshot to interrupt that ultimate. What a crucial moment for him to make that happen. And here comes Mikey. Sound barrier now for the Dallas Fuel. Mikey having to play from the extremities here, but he sees Edison. He thinks about going downstairs and dealing with it, but a Kitsune rush comes out from Fielder. Saves the Sojourn's life for now, but all the while, Shock are ticking up this capture percentage now at 78. Mikey's low. Proper's able to find Fearless. No one dead. The Windsor battle being won out once more, and Striker comes in. Sparkle removed, and Chio has to head for the kills. This has gone all wrong for Dallas.
That fight goes so long. They lose Edison here at the end, 90%. And counting for the Shock. One fight separates him from going to game point.
Edison's gonna be late, Matt. It's 4 players that Dallas have to make this happen with. It's like Helm's Deep, an unlikely scenario for the Fuel. Their Sojourn is on the way, and the Shock gives some ground here. But Proper's done with that. He's here to take what is his. Bubble up in the way, but it's going to be a container rush coming down now. Proper looking to back away. See Sparkle heading his way, and the bubble now thrown down over him. But there it is! That's the pick! Sparkle's down, but Edison's able to reciprocate this time. It's Mikey taken off the board. Playing around that middle pillar again, and Proper still swinging wide. Real wide. Upstairs, and Edison, he's 6 feet under. Fearless now trying to get some value out of this Primal, but everybody's looking at him. There's not enough healing for the Fuel. Fielder now throwing out his pickets, but nobody wants him. San Francisco go to championship points.
The momentum is so on the side of the Shock. Dallas coming out of winners proper. So cool on stage. Dallas, they've been so good all season long. We've been talking about the #1 seed coming this event. They've looked fantastic towards the winner's bracket. And this Shock team has gone on such an unbelievable run, led by the season MVP. 1 map away from stealing this event.
It's all on the line now. It's all to play for. San Francisco 1 step away from glory. Stick around. There's much more of this story to be told. one more step, one more map for San Francisco to find out what's on the other side of the horizon. Championship point is up now after a showing on Oasis that was nothing short of breathtaking.
And they do not need a break. Nobody getting up there from the shot. They're like, hey, let's get right back into it. So Dallas Fuel, they step off the stage for a second. Man, just think about the Shock as an organization, right? Like, not only would this be their third championship, but such different versions of this team, right? Different looks, different players.
Almost nothing's the same. One player, at least here, I guess, plus striker.
Violet and Krusty, right? I mean, kind of like they're the like last standings of the original squad. Striker as well wins with this team too. So, yeah, just proven to be such a strong force in the Overwatch League.
Here is your Lucio head-to-head, and it tells quite the story.
Mind you, this player, Violet, was like one of the best, if not the best, flex support in the league. Decides this season, you know, with Finn coming on board, I'm going to play the Lucio, I'm going to play more of a shot caller type of role. And he has been, look, not the flashiest Lucio. No, he's not wall riding off, no, the top ropes coming down, making plays. But he has been so rock solid on the hero all year.
Violet may have trodden this ground before, but each time it's like the first. The arena now, almost a reverent hush.
We move past the wave.
We have indeed. The question I think that everyone is asking of the team in blue, what do you have left?
So I think there's got to be an adjustment here from the Fuel. Take a look at the next map in the set. It will be Route 66. So when Fearless is jumping in, right, trying to make a play on Prop, what we're seeing consistently is that Proper is actually, instead of like sliding out away from harm, he is actually sliding into the bubbles of Mikey, into the range of Striker, with the protection Suzu of Kariko, and then Fearless is just kind of left in the middle of nowhere. There's got to be some type of adjustment here, I think, for the Dallas Fuel. And whether it's maybe Fearless using some leaps and then kind of like looking like he's going to go in.
Fake jump, right?
Like a feint, right? You know, feinting he's going to go in, stays in that position. Maybe it gets Proper to use that slide early, then catch him off.
That was a tactic popularized by a team many years ago. Ninjas in Pajamas, a predominantly Finnish roster who mastered the counter dive in a Winston-based meta. They always said, we don't want to go first, we want to bait aggression and then hit their backline, speed out of range. That strategy, although the game has evolved so much since then, still exists. And it's still an important way to answer a dive mirror.
I just think it's important as well because like you gotta get Edison going a little bit. No confidence, right? You mentioned it the other day. Like he feels like he can be the best player in the world at times. Just deflating, getting taken out time and time again.
So what's on the other side of the horizon, San Francisco? Dare to find out. On the attack here at Route 66, of course, Dallas off to take a relatively close hold. They don't try and flood towards spawn here, and they look a little uncertain, actually, about what to do about this positioning.
So they don't want to play extremely far up. They just kind of poke here at the beginning as disrupt their shot. Sparkle's got enough right for him to make it out.
Proper opens it up. Wouldn't be a shock map without it. Everyone throwing themselves at him, and he's able to slip through the cracks. That's a pretty compelling start here for San Francisco.
And Proper only knows one direction. It is forward. Gets right up on that high ground. W key. Look how far up he is there with Violet. So he's just trying to farm some damage. Like, hey, you know, you want to come through this choke? Maybe I just rip somebody's head off.
He wants the Fuel to know. He wants the Fuel to know he's coming for them perpetually. Dallas ward him away from the high ground here with a teleport forward from Sparkle. Fearless even throws down the dome. But Proper still hunting. A lot of pressure now He's head to the high ground. Here comes that aggression from Proper. He's topped back up. Somehow he's still standing. Fielder's able to find Finn. That's a key pick-off, especially with Kitsune Rush on board. San Francisco peter out here. They take too long to strike a critical blow.
When Dallas went in the back, Rush was just looking at Fearless like, I don't care what's going on. You chase their Sojourn around. You do not let him get out of your face. It's right there, you see Fearless always right in front of Proper, not letting him get that space.
Discipline from Fielder there, doesn't use the Kiriko ultimate. Finn will have one to match in this fight. It's going to come down to the finer points of execution. Sparkle and Striker are a long way away from Death Blossom, so that may not be a factor here. Proper playing from a compromising position, you might think, but he's able to get away to safety now. Sound barrier first from the shock. Gio's holding on to his right now, but San Francisco can't derive an advantage with that ultimate. This is huge for Dallas. Monumental. They're back in this.
That is a massive fight win for the Dallas Fuel. Support ults blown on both sides, but Proper ends up trying to go with the overclock. Maybe thinks he's on a good flank with a nice angle on top of Big Earls behind the Dallas Fuel, and results in nothing.
1 minute 20 left here for the Shock to make a real dent in this map.
Not a ton of time.
Being staved off the last couple of fights pretty comfortably. Edison starting to feel maybe a little bit more confidence, but he's still cautious as ever. Bubbling the way, he wants to take it to Big Earls, then Proper into the wall. And make it two. Finn now trying to escape. Edison able to connect there. Looked like a Susie might have interrupted that. Edison thinking, wait, what's that shadow behind me? No, it's my own tank. Less than a minute for San Francisco. The gauntlet was thrown by the Shock, and the Dallas feel they've got a decent pitching arm themselves.
They got a ways to go, do the Shock. Not really a ton you love to work with, right? Overclock was used by Edison, so the Primal with the Kitsune Rush, maybe Mikey's able to come up with something. And the Death Blossom, with so much ways to avoid it, especially on this map, could be tough.
Fearless there, forced to keep his head down by Proper, who's hunting. Edison's going to play her in the billboard here.
They're trying to get Violet beat.
Trying to wait for Proper as well to stop strafing. Maybe he can find a connection there. Violet's going to be pushed away.
They're just trying to bait damage here to get this beat for Violet.
Gio's pretty far behind here. He needs to be catching up in that metric. Proper now up in that high ground there. Primal rage for both Winstons. Can they force some action here? It looks like there could be trouble in the tunnels. And Sparkle's taken down. Kitsune Rush now for the Dallas Fuel. Can they recover? No, they cannot. Fearless tries to bubble this one up, but it's not going to be enough. Crisis averted.
Really nice use of the Death Blossom there. Mikey, after Primal, gets really low. Has to jump back towards the team who's kind of in that Kitsune Rush from the Dallas Fuel. Mikey lands a bubble. There can't be any follow-up because Striker is using the Death Blossom inside of that bubble. You're not going to chase that kill onto Mikey, go into the Reaper. And Shock able to win that and have both support ults on deck.
That's smart for Dallas, right? Using the Kitsune Rush and getting nothing for it. We thought the Shock were trying to just build up, but they just started the fight with Primal Rages. Seems to work just fine. Mikey and Fearless here trading blows. Bit of a wet noodle fight here, and it's about forcing the positioning of the enemy Winston. Edison's going for it though. Time for the overclock. And there it is! Good opener. Still some work to do now, and that should be enough with Mikey and Finn both out of the pitch of the Shock. We'll have to concede.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Shock don't feel that they, Violet not gonna make it out. They don't feel that they need to kind of invest anything and win that fight, right? When the overclock comes out, Mikey doesn't have the lead, doesn't have Primal, so you can't really get in Edison's face. You're all kind of stuck there in the middle of the road. You may as well just go again, right? You know you have an advantage in terms of support ults. No reason to burn them and waste them there.
Fearless getting a bit of information here. He notices that most of the Shock are trying to play on this route. Proper trying to circle around here. Looking out for Edison. Finds Fielder there. Oh my goodness, that was close. Just a bit more charge, and this fight could have been over already. Dallas now taught their lesson. It's going to be a sound barrier to make this a bit safer for them. Kitsune Rush is on the ground. Proper hasn't gone for that overclock just yet. And there's a decent amount of Alpha Strike damage on the Dallas Fuel. Sparkle trying to back away, but Edison's found Violet. Now the Shock are committed. They don't really have a way to escape. Guts, glory. It's all there for the Shock, but no W.
A little surprised that we didn't see Proper end up using the overclock there. Sparkle and a few other players trying to hightail it out pretty low in that scenario. So, Violet still holding on to this sound barrier for this Kitsune rush that's going to come down.
A mismatch of support ultimates here. Many of the other relevant ones are on deck, though. Finn has to jump away. He's going to be pursued. Sound barrier now from Violet. Mikey doesn't get it, but has the primer away to give him some survivability. Can't say the same for Fearless, though. He's in danger. Proper finally fells the raging beast. When there's Sparkle, he bails out the fuel. And we're going all the way. Dallas, all they have to do is turn around on this attack. Have a good showing. And they can force that final map. But we've seen them falter when it comes to those offenses, man. Even halfway through the map, it's all they had to push on those first two payload maps. And they've been staved off before. They're not out of the woods yet. But Sparkle bailed them out there big time.
Yeah, big time kills from the Reaper of the Dallas Fuel. In Dallas Fuel, you think their offense can be a little bit better, right? More aggressive, getting Fearless into positions to make plays. Where the Shock, they had an advantage in terms of support ults, but with the way this map is, right, with this kind of verticality and different types of bridges and whatnot, very difficult to get great use out of that Kitsune rush.
Sparkle here, he just picks this spot so well. The Kitsune rush means that he can get in position. That's the ultimate combo right now. And San Francisco probably relieved that they even managed to get past that first phase of the map, right? Getting into
very difficult.
Getting into that second is a big deal. Oh, I like this from Dallas, a little spicy. It's been done before.
The Shock will play close. We'll see for how long. Fearless on the Roadhog. Oh, thought maybe we were going to see seen some teams go for the Roadhog with trying to get a hook at the start here. Sonic Arrow to check, see if anybody's coming.
Well,
games though.
Dallas Fuel know what the Shock are up to now. Proper trying to kick something off here. Edison, as always, really just trying to make sure he puts his life first. And Striker gets dragged out in the front line. Your battering ram now broken in two. How about a bit of flank action? Takes of your own medicine.
As for the Dallas Fuel, on their defense, decided to play close up. When it got a little bit scary, they decided to back up and play around this first corner. The Shock up to everybody play close. We're going to try and burn as much time as possible. We've seen that in previous metas before. So they push up, they get on top of Big Earl. It'll just be Sparkle moving the payload right now.
Shock want to surge in here. To their relief, they can still control this high ground to a degree. The cart still just rounding that hairpin. Proper's looking for a target. No one there. Dallas really playing close together inside Big Earls, but they're getting cart progress. They're saying, no, you have to step down and contest this. We're not going to give you any freebies here. Look at this positioning. So cagey. So frustrating. Up we go.
The Shock are going to have to fight soon. Sound barrier may be available for that.
Great read on Proper though, Edison. Making sure he can get the drop on his opposite number. Doesn't connect the rail there, but the idea was good. Here's a Kitsune rush now. Edison trying to get to a safe spot. He's in a close little lane. Proper's going to abscond to the high ground here. Sparkler's in his element right now. Sound barrier for both sides, so this will have to be waited out for a time. But Mikey's so low above the bubble and he's taken down. Can't get back to safety. It's not over yet, but Dallas Fuel have the numbers, and I love that peel. Midway through the fight, they turn around. They shut Proper down. They're starting to get a read on that.
Yeah, they're doing a much better job at punishing. Not letting Proper just go wherever he wants on the map. That is going to be point A taken above 4 minutes. They don't even need all. They don't need to get it all the way through checkpoint B. Just right about, past underneath that underpass there. That's it.
4 minutes and 5 seconds to do it. It is a whopping time banker. That's going to make this even worse. Proper charging in, but he doesn't know what he's looking for. Dallas, vaporize. All of a sudden, they turn up on the wrong side of the map. And San Francisco are disoriented.
Edison and co will push up. Some ultimates to use here for the Shock. So much time available for the Dallas Fuel to make it happen. We said that on King's Row, though, and the Shock were able to hold.
Look, though. Sparkle ushering the card forward.
Gently here as that is the pick. That might be it.
Mikey trying to go overhead here, but without proper. Where's the firepower going to be? Striker's got nowhere to go and make it too, Edison. Turning the lights out here on Route 66. Sparkle on Licata. We're going all the way.
The Fuel have come so close in the past, and they were not ready to go just yet, as we will go to a 7th game in this series.
Years and years in the Overwatch League have seen one team be dominant in our grand finals. That streak is broken. San Francisco and Dallas one more time will fight to the death in our tiebreaker map right after this. For the first time in Overwatch League history, our grand finals is going to one final map. Every good thing must come to an end, and that's what we're playing for today, ladies and gentlemen. The San Francisco Shock looking for their third championship with a revamped team, and Dallas finally getting to the ultimate stage in the Overwatch League after years of work, looking for their first title.
The Dallas Fuel, so many veterans on this team. In that type of situation, you're looking across the stage, everybody's so cool and calm. On the Shock side, so many new players in the mix. You're just like, well, it's not your time just yet, maybe. It'll be the Shock's pick for our final map. It will go to push. The map pick will be Coliseo. So you only have New Queen Street or Coliseo to pick from. And what this tells me, and what we've seen a lot on this map, is really big stalemates at the beginning, right? Both teams letting the Sojourns pick at the start, trying to farm some damage. Shock for me is like, hey, Proper, bring us home. Get this pick at the start, get that bot moving. It is so difficult to make that comeback here.
Coliseo, this season the Dallas Fuel are 7-4. San Francisco 9-4. Both teams finding measures of success on this stage, but none of that matters now. None of the numbers, none of the stats. What matters is what these two teams have left to show, to leave it all out there here on the biggest stage in the Overwatch world.
You throw all those numbers out the window right now. And if you get one of these standoffs at the beginning, it is going to be tense. Nobody is going to want to give up that first kill.
No substitutions, no surprises there. Mikey is the guy that San Francisco believe can take them to a third championship. Here we go!
The gates open, it is the usual. It's Dallas gets there first. You're gonna see a lot of this type of posturing here, trying to find some damage down for these Sojourn players.
Fearless hoping there to drag one or two players out of formation there. The proper response in the prescribed manner. Slide away to safety. But there's some rail charge here he'd love to get some value out of. Dallas presenting him with some options. Proper now deciding to back away. Maybe gets a little bit too close there. Fearless not able to stick the kills, both teams. So careful here.
Violet gets so low.
You're gonna be able to top him back up. Mikey though, getting pressured. Bubble now being broken here. The Fuel are in a power position. They're in a stronger spot. The Shock looking for Proper to swing and find that key kill. Bubble here, and there it is. The account is open at the Bank of San Francisco. Sparkle the first deposit. And now we're looking at a clean-up here. No Reaper means no problem for Mikey as he surges ahead. Edison now removed. Dallas looking a little bit toothless here, but Fearless tries to stand tall. How much longer, you say?
The Reaper is one of the more high-value picks you can get at the start. So the bot went a little bit in favor of the Dallas Fuel there at the start. As you see the Shock, they push up. They're okay taking this mid-map fight because they have that ultimate advantage in terms of supports.
Chigo not quite at that sound barrier yet. I like this from the Shock. It's go early, go fast. Fielder able to play from the side here. Proper passes him by because he only has eyes for Edison. That's a Sojourn down on the Dallas Fuel side of things now, and Mikey returns to finish the job. Sparkle forced a Wraith walk away. This is a good start for San Francisco. Fielder has Suzu. Does he have Swift Step? No. Climbing the wall, he's able just to get away in time. But Dallas aren't advancing across the map.
No, it's a Shock will get a little bit. Oh, that's a huge kill. A headshot there on the Proper.
Fielder getting involved now. What a great time to do it. Sparkle going to try and compound the issue with the Death Blossom. He gets around the corner. And he gets his due.
That is the first big team wipe we've had here on Coliseum thus far. Dallas will now take the lead. Just look at how far up they push. They can't allow the Shock to just access this high ground for free. They need to make it difficult to do so.
A little bit scary for the Fuel to push into this part of the map. They'd love the Shock to bring the fight to them if at all possible. Edison thought he had something lined up there, and he almost did. Striker taking a beating in that front line, forced to back up now with the Wraith Walk, and Edison again peeking these side angles, again taking Striker low. 650 here. Proper getting close. The bloodthirst beginning to take over. Suzu used here and now, and there is the strike from the Fuel. Emerging from immortality. They take the Shock to task.
Yeah, they have the Kitsune rush there. And they don't want to push up there. They played it really well, the Dallas Fuel. They want to allow the Shock to come in. They don't want to push into that high ground that the Shock have on like a little bit of a defensive side here. They want to allow that fight to happen in that archway, win it now, push up.
Slow and steady play for Dallas here. Losing Chio there, less than ideal. They're not going to be able to get up the hill at this stage. Mikey wisely backing up there.
So they end up using the Kitsune rush there, do the Shock. They get that pick, and now they have to back up. You actually thought the sound barrier may have been in response, but they killed Chio, so that's pretty big.
Mikey just testing here. Wants to push Addison. Yeah, Primal coming in, trying to juggle, but the sound barrier's going to be there in response. And in the meantime, Addison goes to work.
Violet had sound barrier.
Surgical extraction of your Lucio player. Tough to come back from that one. And the scalpel is still in this man's hands. There it is. Fielder cleans up Mikey. And Dallas are painting it blue.
So we will swing back the other direction with the bot. May get up to the point of pushing that barrier, getting close to that first checkpoint. But that pick from Edison is massive. He's going to use the overclock.
Sound barrier came just in time. Not for every member of the Shock, but for enough to allow them to hold steadfast for now.
Such a good trade for the Fuel, though.
Oh, and Striker falls into the crosshairs. And Edison ain't done. Violet won't be able to get away, and the Fuel are firing on all cylinders.
And to push up and use your overclock and be able to trade that for sound barrier, you're fine with that. Not only does that happen, you also get a kill onto Striker. Huge play from Edison thus far.
Getting the checkpoint here is so huge. It's over halfway through the round. The Shock still have a window here. Getting rid of Edison, a good start. Proper has a prime vantage here. But Sparkle goes for the Death Blossom. You can't be expecting that if you're the Shock and he blocks Violet. As a result, they run away from Striker, but Chio's not too lucky. Now Striker gets Fearless face to face. And his fears are realized.
And we swing back the other way. The Shock do not have the same luxury that Dallas Fuel had, where they didn't have to push into the high ground. Because you're behind, and because we're already halfway through this game, and because you can stall this out for so long in the middle, the Shock need to be that aggressive team here.
Trying to start up another fight, just as you mentioned. Finn again trying to find whatever he can. And here is the Kitsune rush. Looks like Suzu deployed there, and that's going to be enough. Inoculates the Shock from any unexpected damage sources as Edison pops once more. Now Proper's got him lined up.
He gets up here on this high ground, so aggressive. Has that overclock to use here. And maybe you see Mikey kind of posture around the corner, a Winston bubble for protection. Come in the way, but he's trying to keep this charge.
Trying to keep this position too.
A pick-off here may actually give them the checkpoint.
Fearless comes in over the top. There's a primal range available. Chio sends the beat in, but Edison doesn't have it. He's so low. Proper's going to be forced away. Fearless just in time to shove him out of the way as he was poised to strike.
Mikey gets Edison.
Eventually, Edison is run down, Matt. That sound barrier didn't reach him, and his life was cut short. Chio might be headed over the edge here. Looks like he's able to salvage the situation now as the Shock are getting close to that checkpoint. Sparkle surges forward now, but a sound barrier for San Francisco is going to have to give him pause for thought. Backing up, even with Kitsune Rush in play, Dallas are a little cagey. A lot of damage on Mikey. Can they patch that up in time? It looks like it.
They get Edison back, and they use everything here, the Dallas Fuel. They need to hold.
That should be enough. How about 3?
And if you're Dallas, you don't. So you would love some more progress on this barrier, right? But it's not 100% necessary. They can push this bot up, they can then back up, and they can play middle map if they want to.
Began to play from the bridge at least.
You see where they back up to, right? They back up to that choke point. They don't want to push through that high ground.
Probably wouldn't have been ready for that there. Edison picks him up, it could be all over, but Sparkle might have them. By the chins here. 1 minute and 47 seconds left in the round. No checkpoint yet for San Francisco. And Dallas are surging ahead once more. It's time to dig deep.
You're going to get that bot around the corner. Primal Rage, both support ults probably available here for the Dallas Fuel.
90-second warning. Edison trying to keep himself. Oh, there it is! Striker tries to drop down on a flank, but Edison got to it first.
Kitsune Rush, and they just back out. Look, they've gotten a lot of progress here, 90 meters. They don't have to fight that there.
Here's a rush from the Fuel now, and this one has the bite to match the bark. Sparkle out of the window, they're looking for Proper, who has to back away. Is this it? Is this all the Shock have?
Under a minute to go. The barrier making its way towards the end of the map.
Edison could seal the deal here. How do you come back from this? There goes Proper! Edison! Trying to bring it home, but Striker's found two. A chance here for the Shock. They've got a sound barrier. Striker for 4. Violet steals the ace. But the Shock are back on the road. 23 seconds.
We have seen crazy stuff on this map. You think back to earlier in the season, Pelican on the Houston Outlaws. They've come up with some huge plays. As we jump back into game, 10 seconds left. We're going to jump into OT.
Dallas want to start this fight up. Shock fans, do you believe in magic? Because you're going to need it right now. Primal for Fearless, he's not back, but he's still hunting. Able to get away from Proper. He's a little bit low. We're in overtime now, and Dallas opt to regroup, albeit for just a moment.
Violet's got beat. Has to get value out of this. You cannot die in this situation if you're Violet.
50 meters is a long way for San Francisco. Mikey goes in and then straight back out. Doesn't find what he was looking for. Fearless in the front line overtime. Is the sound barrier coming out for San Francisco? They get it on 5 players, and Fielder's going to struggle there. Proper's found him. There's an opening here. There's a chance, but Sparkle shuts Finn down. San Francisco in a 4 versus 3, but Addison from the top rope hits him with the RKO. Striker wants to try and chase him down. Gets his revenge, and Chio won't struggle here. Violet's able to find the kill, and the Shock aren't done.
You're going to have a 6 spawn advantage here for the Dallas Fuel, though.
Only 2 players here for San Francisco. It's not much to work with here. How do they touch the card? The bubble's going to be there. Violet's going to be forced away. He's in grave danger indeed. The touch is there from Striker. He has a death blossom, but there's no chance. The Dallas Fuel take their place amongst the stars to burn brighter than them all. Rising to become your 2022 Overwatch League champions.
This team has worked so hard, and this organization has worked so hard to get to this moment. And to have it happen in the fashion it did. Proper was coming on big time in that series. Edison steps up here in our final map. And Sparkle always so consistent for this team.
5 years of Dallas Fuel, and now the first championship.
You see everybody running out of the back here for the Fuel. As this has been a grind for this team, this group of players, it has not been easy. and they go up against the toughest of the toughest, right? The Shock, two-time champion already, and they get it done.
You understand why the emotions are running high. Dallas Fuel tried everything. The way they started with the Overwatch League, hopes were so high, they fell short of their goal in that Season 1 and struggled to find their footing until they realized they had the opportunity to bring these Element Mystic players under their banner and groom them for kingship.
You worked so hard all season, so many regular season games, tournaments, for this moment. That with how good they've been all year, the #1 overall seed, to not win here, it's like, well, we're just gonna have to reset and go again. But not today.
There were doubts. So much of Dallas' success came with Hardman at the helm. We saw bits of Fearless here and there this season, but we didn't expect them to have to rely on this guy from the Shanghai Dragons in one of the toughest positions any player could be in, unable to find a win with that team. Now he's able to take the stage as a victor, as a champion, and you can see how much it means to him.
You can just see the relief on their players' faces. There's so much pressure, one of the most popular organizations. To the players as well. You know, Sparkle is such a long time kind of legend in Overwatch to be able to get this championship.
Coach Rush, so stoic normally, so serious, so stern, overflowing with emotion, sitting in the background. You can see him there on the right. Again, a stern taskmaster to be sure for this team. And the Dallas Fuel have done it. What an incredible moment. Let's continue to savor it now as we head down to the stage with Golden Boy and the victors.
Ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Overwatch League Grand Champions, the Dallas Fuel! And to officially award them the trophy, we have Sean Miller here, the head of the Overwatch League. Sean?
Thanks, Golden Boy. Dallas Fuel, thank you, fans. Look at what we've done. We've broken records, we've come together. And I'm not going to delay. Your first global champions of Overwatch 2, the Dallas Fuel. Let's give it up!
Unbelievable moments here, but first player I want to get to, if I can find him through the rummage, is Sparkle. Danny, help me. There's Sparkle, all right.
스파클 선수, 앞으로 나와주세요. 앞으로 나와주세요.
Sparkle.
Yes.
How does it feel? Congratulations.
Thank you! 축하드립니다. 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요. Thank you for treating us, Dallas Fuel Pass! We got it! Grand Final Champion!
Say no more. Say no more.
Say no more.
Let's find the coach, Coach Rush.
러쉬 감독님, 앞으로 나와주세요.
Coach Rush, here you are, my friend. What makes this Dallas Fuel team so special and why they won this championship?
자, 일단 오늘 우승 축하드리면서 달라스의 특별한 점, 오늘 우승을 어떻게 하셨던 것 같으신가요?
말이 지금 너무 안 나와요. 지금 너무 기뻐서 저희는 다 서로 다 의지를 열심히 했고 다 누구든 이길 수 있다는 그런 마인드로 되게 열심히 해서 지금 좋은 결과를 얻게 된 것 같아서 너무 기쁩니다. 네.
I am just so happy, and it's so hard for me to talk right now because I am so happy. But I think we really, as a team, relied on each other. We depended on each other, and we worked towards a goal, same goal, just by, thinking that we could defeat any opponent that we face. So it just feels really good to get this win right now.
Congratulations, Coach Rush.
Thank you. Thank you.
And where's Fearless? Fearless. Come over here, Fearless. Because I want to tell you that you are the Grand Finals MVP! Congratulations, you played unbelievably. How does this moment feel?
우승 너무 축하드리고 오늘 너무나도 잘하셨어요. 지금 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
진짜 너무 긴장해가지고 지금 사실 손이 떨리는데 사실 제가 아니라 이 MVP 받은 사람 다 이제 뭐라 해야 될지 모르겠는데 일단 여기 와주신 팬분들 정말 너무너무 감사합니다. 그리고 한국에서 시청해주신 여러분들 진짜 너무너무 감사합니다. 여러분들 덕분에 저희가 이겼습니다. 감사합니다.
I'm just so shook that it's really hard for me to talk, but this MVP award, I got it through all of the fans. For all the fans that were cheering on the Dallas Field, thank you guys so much. And for those of you fans in Korea that were cheering on the Dallas Field, thank you guys so much again. We got this win because of all of you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Once again, Fearless and folks in Anaheim, if we could do it one more time for your world champions, the Dallas Fuel! Let's send it back to the casters.
What a way to make history here in the Overwatch League, Matt. We've had the pleasure of presiding over each grand final in the league so far, and nothing quite comes close to what we have seen today. The game, unbelievably competitive. There were fears we thought Dallas might just sweep this one away. Yeah. San Francisco went to new level after new level in their pursuit of glory, and they came so close.
And every member of the Dallas Fuel was so important throughout the year, right? We've seen Doha at times, we've seen Rio. The one, we saw him a little bit was like Fearless, right? Like Hangbin was so good, MVP candidate. You kind of forgot how good Fearless is on the Winston. And what happens? The playoff meta allows Fearless to come back in the mix, and he shows why he is one of, if not the best Winstons in the world.
Tasmo there on your screen, who's been with the team ever since the beginning as their manager, through all the ups and downs that this Dallas Fuel team has faced. Incredible to see them now having a chance to celebrate. I have to say, I've really enjoyed watching. Edison owned his style, right? He's less aggressive than Proper. He didn't want to charge forward all the time. He knew what his job was staying alive, especially into the mid-late fight, and then find these connections. I have a lot of respect for someone who, resists the urge to try and charge headlong into the fray like his opposite number was. He's not about the glory, not about the flashiness, but he's still able to produce those moments for us here today.
Also a player who believes that if the nerves don't get to him and the spotlight doesn't get too big, he can be the best player in the world. And in the biggest moment, in a Game 7, he showed up big time. I mean, that is, you take that confidence and, sky's the limit for a player like Edison now.
Such an incredible moment, like we talked about, the tank rotation here for Dallas, the fact that they're able to find equally precipitous results with both these squads. Rascal, of course, here on the coaching staff, who's really taken to that role by all accounts, stepped into it and stepped up in a big way in a leadership position. The Dallas Fuel, there have been multiple years where we thought it might have been their year, always faltering, always, gelling with the meta was an issue, but we heard the whispers as soon as we started here on this current patch. At Dallas Fuel were still the team to beat, and everybody was following suit.
But they've been the team to beat before, but they just were not able to get it done. And with how close they were, they did not want to let that opportunity slip away. And you can see how much it means to the players on the stage.
It's been a couple of years, ladies and gentlemen, of playoffs where we've tried to share our love for the game remotely, rather isolated from one another on the internet, trying to generate that hype at 4 a.m. in the morning in a garage or at your PC. But having us all here today, this atmosphere and this love for the game, should tell everybody that this game, this community lives, it breathes, and we're not going anywhere. Thanks for being with me and Matt so far. We're going to head over to the desk.
공 뭐 있어?
얘네 저기 사는 거 리포공 고쳐. 리포공 빨라. 리포공 하나. 리포공 하나. 가면.
몇 명 없어?
리포 드심.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show. Zoe here, joined by my absolute favorite human beings in the universe, Danny, Casa, as well as Reinforce. We're here to break down all the action. What a day it's been, but also what a playoff it's been. Quite frankly, I think this is hands down the best playoffs as well as the best grand finals. Fight me on it. I'm willing to throw hands.
I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting you.
The curse has been broken.
Agree to agree.
The curse has been broken.
Which one?
Curse.
The Dallas, the cycle of misery, or the bad finals
Any
one?
curses.
Both.
Both.
Both, actually.
Yeah, no, it's been absolutely fantastic. Let's talk about those two teams, and let's talk about the Dallas Fuel and how they got it done. They edged out the victory at the very end. We saw individuals popping off on both sides, left and right. I mean, Edison and Proper, we asked prior to this match, we asked, like, who can stop Proper? Well, Edison. Edison is the answer. He can, in fact, get it done. But that was not just Edison who took down the San Francisco Shock. The Dallas Fuel just continued to be an absolute rampage.
Yeah, the entire team was just an absolute juggernaut. It didn't matter. It was Fearless, it was Edison, Chio had some incredible start to the series that really helped the Dallas Fuel as well. This was the Dallas Fuel we expected to see in the finals, and it was the San Francisco Shock we wanted to see take it to them in the finals.
And it was just such a dogfight going back and forth. And after the first map, I was like, oh no, this might be Dallas Fuel running away with it. But then the San Francisco Shock kept dragging it back, and then the Dallas Fuel went on the back foot. And the resilience and the presence of mind to be able to come back on match point for the San Francisco Shock and win 2 maps back to back, absolutely incredible.
But also the resilience, I mean, from this San Francisco Shock team. You're down a map, you go to King's Row, and then you're being held on the point B. It's very easy at that point to be like, oh, Dallas Fuel, they are the better team. But they held fast with a superior defense on King's Row, and it gave them a fighting chance in this series.
They did, and I mean, I'm not gonna analyze anything. I'm just here to say that I truly enjoyed this game. Like Kosta, you said, it was, you know, back and forth. They were just trading blows left and right. You know, Sparkle was popping up. Edison on the San Francisco Shock. Striker, I think he really popped up. Proper as well. It was just such a treat to see.
Apart from just the individual mechanics that sort of made these guys the best teams in the playoffs, some of the strategies that we saw come out in this series were just exceptional. On this map in particular, Dorado, I think it was the Dallas Fuel who decided to flank through the left side, up through the window, used the Kitsune Rush, almost full capped, using that strategy because the San Francisco Shock lost control of the card. There was just so many mind games going on with the ultimates on top of that great mechanical play from the Sojins, from the Winstons, from the Reaper, absolutely everybody.
The teams were really pushing it to the limit. I'm talking about all 10 players in the server turning it up. We saw such crucial sound barriers coming out from a veteran like Violet, for example, who is a 2-time champion. Striker as well, with his Death Blossoms, kept San Francisco Shock in this series, and you go up 3-2, and that's what you expect. The San Francisco Shock, they are going to claw, they are going to finish this off. But the Dallas Fuel, they claw themselves back in map 6, and they take us to the final push map.
Yeah, and what a great story that is really for the Dallas Fuel. We looked at their history in the league as a franchise prior to heading into that grand final. And I mean, this has got to be one of the biggest blow-ups we're having from the very bottom, really, and those little ups and downs throughout the seasons to the very top, to becoming the first Overwatch 2 champions.
And you can see how much it meant to this team. You just saw it on all of their faces. You can see it right now. These guys just holding the trophy. That's a heavy trophy, let me put it that way.
It actually is.
These guys, they absolutely deserve this. They had their eyes on this trophy the entire year. Rush in particular, he has whipped this team into shape that no matter what was pushed against them, they were able to succeed, even against a very strong San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, we do have to talk about the MVP, of course, as well here. Fearless, that is a player you've been keeping your eyes on, Reinforced all season long, and he did not disappoint in these finals.
I mean, this is a player I kept my eyes on for years now. I mean, this is such an incredible story. Part of the initial Element Mystic contenders team with Coach Rush. Then, Fearless, he has higher aspirations. He goes to the Shanghai Dragons. But it's the 0-42 Shanghai Dragons in the initial 2018 season. Just an awful track record. Goes back to contenders with Team CC until he finally gets an opportunity on the Shanghai Dragons again in 2020. And that's a Shanghai Dragons that is powerful. That is a Shanghai Dragons that wins stages. And then at the end of the 2020 season, Fearless goes to the Dallas Fuel. He leaves his Shanghai Dragons behind. Shanghai Dragons, they end up winning the 2021 finals instead without Fearless, who was one of their best players on that roster. To see your former team win the 2021 finals without you and to struggle to finally be able to earn this title for himself. This is one of the best stories in the entire league and that we've ever had. Fearless winning the Grand Finals MVP is an absolutely amazing achievement.
And Fearless absolutely deserved this award in this match. Obviously, Edison went absolutely crazy on that Sojin. But the amount of pressure that Fearless was putting out and the amount of work he was putting on, he was definitely the better tank in this series. And that was really where the major differential came from Dallas Fuel. the amount of pressure that he was able to apply to Proper and the Shock and just stay alive through that, absolutely impressive.
And also, we do have to keep in mind that, we haven't seen much of Fearless throughout the whole regular season.
Absolutely.
It was Hanbin most of the time. He did play a couple matches here and there. And I remember in my post-match interview in the regular season, he was like, oh, I just want to play more. That's all is honestly like my biggest wish. And to just come out to the playoffs and be in the starting lineup and just dominate is just so impressive.
Yeah, what a way for him and the entire team to end their season. What a successful moment that was here. What a successful showing in the entirety of the playoffs, not dropping down to the lower bracket and just all the way riding that high. But we look at the other side here, the San Francisco Shock. What a run through the playoffs they had, and they kept us on their toes. This was not a one-sided final. That was as close as it can possibly get, and that is due to just the raw talent we have on that very rookie forward roster, and for them to keep that mental fortitude up throughout the entirety of the lower bracket run, despite maybe not having the same experience as some of those veteran players. That is a phenomenal achievement.
Playoff success is in the San Francisco Shock's blood. Every time their back is against the wall, they step up. That was an impressive lower bracket run. One of the best runs that we've ever seen. They pushed the Dallas Fuel, who everyone thought was untouchable, to the edge. They deserve massive props. They have done great things with a roster that has a ton of rookies. And this is not going to be the last thing we see of all of these players. Proper will be back. All of these rookies will be back, and they will improve going into next year. And they want that trophy again.
Like, I can't even begin to fathom, like, the amount of pressure and stress. Like, imagine, like, you lose to the Houston Outlaws, and throughout the whole playoffs, you literally have one life. If you lose, you're out. But they just kept continuing to win and win and win all the way to the finals. It's just, this team is just crazy.
And in many ways, with this loss, despite losing very close, they still remain as this big juggernaut in the Overwatch League as well. The 2019, the 2020 Overwatch League champions. And then they struggled a little bit in 2021. It was not the shock we were used to seeing with several team members leaving that team. This season, in 2022, they set a new record for regular season win streak, and here in the playoffs with an amazing lower bracket run. You can never count out the San Francisco Shock. They might have gone down today, but they remain the absolute peak when it comes to Overwatch League franchises.
I mean,
100%.
quite frankly, we should be happy that they didn't win, because I was scared that if Proper just gets every single award available, he might as well retire. I mean, where do you go from there, right? If you get them all, what's the point?
Now he has to come back next year.
Think about it. If Shock won and Proper got everything, the only award that he needed was Coach of the Year.
And Dennis Hawelka award.
And you can get those two surely at the same time, too.
Sure,
So
why
then
not?
we wouldn't.
Very nice coach.
That. So really, that's the script writing for you. we get them again next season, but what a fantastic day this has been. What fantastic Overwatch we got to witness. We also got introduced to our newest hero, which is coming up in December. So this is just good vibes all around. It's been a fantastic time. It's been a fantastic playoff. What a phenomenal end to a wonderful 2022 season. We could not have asked for more. So for myself, Reinforced, Costa, as well as Danny, from everyone involved in the league across the globe, thank you all so much. Thank you to the teams, to the players, to the fans for making this season one to remember. The best is surely yet to come. The Overwatch League will return in 2023, and we hope to see you then. Goodbye.
Thank you guys so much.